Go.
Go.
It's time for day 2 of the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, it's time to get your engine going.
Set within the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains rests a city surrounded by sweeping views in the southeastern region, the Volunteer State. This is Chattanooga, Tennessee. A place filled with a collection of rich history ever since the mid-1800s. And today, history comes back to life as fans and drivers gather along the Tennessee River to witness both vintage and historic race cars as they hit the track on the 2.75-mile road course. It's a spectacle unlike any other, set in a location known as the Scenic City.
Drivers to your cars.
Its history, its speed, its cars. This is the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Well, what a weekend to be in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This proud, dynamic, entrepreneurial southern town is the center of the car world this weekend as we host a very special Motor Week. Live vintage and sports car racing from the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, car corrals, celebrity panel discussions, and of course, beautiful cars to lust over. Bringing you over 30 hours of live content, this is the talk show doing things the Chattanooga way. Well, welcome. What a beautiful morning it is. It really is something special here, Tommy. I think this entire event, we used to kind of say in racing, it's found its rhythm. It's found its rhythm. By the end of the day yesterday, you saw the racers enjoying themselves on the track. You saw the families out here with their, all just looking at cars, walking around. You kind of got this feeling that the message was out and everybody wanted to be here.
Well, and you talk about Southern charm. I've been to a lot of events, but it's real. It's hard to quantify and say exactly what it means, but it's real, and you feel it here in Chattanooga. I was over here in front of some of the hot rods yesterday. There was a golden retriever there laying in front of them. Families, kids of all ages, everyone just kind of having, there's sort of a casual friendliness, welcoming vibe here, and that carried over into everything that happened.
And of course, the weather is playing its part. It truly is a stunning fall day. We're in California most of the time and everything's brown, but you come here and you see these mountains, you see, I did that Canosa rally, I went out and drove in the mountains, and it just makes you realize there's a reason why everybody here that we've met so far has a connection to wanting to drive whatever car it is out on the road. One of the guys I spoke to last night said he's lived here his entire life, 72 years, and that was the best days driving. Actually, it was Ken DeFore, Byron's brother, said it's the best driving full day he's ever had. And that must be saying something, right?
Well, when you live in the concrete jungle of Los Angeles, you take the same way to and from work every day. There's no point in varying it a whole lot. Here, you might take a different route every day of the week, depending on what you're feeling like. So yesterday was chock full of activities of every type. Whatever you were into, we had it.
And of course, we had some favorites. And mine, I've got to say, if you remember, being British, generally you feel that you know how to pronounce things right, but apparently I don't. Someone came up behind the stage and said, it's not Chattanooga, it's Chattanooga. So I thought I was saying that, so apologies to the locals.
Well, he didn't just say it once, because
he said it a lot.
He wasn't just poking you. He was adamant he wasn't going to leave until you got it right. Chattanooga.
Now I've got a complex. Then the next thing that I really enjoyed was, who isn't a fan of Ray Evernham? A Hall of Famer, crew chief with NASCAR. Just seeing him and Jeff Hammond stand last night talking 100 wins between them, and that's pretty special. And of course, not long ago, we'll talk about it with Ray later, he had, he did that special Porsche race with Jeff, and he said it was like the two of them reunited. One of them's a little tubbier than he was when he used to wear a race suit, but he said it was just like his little brother getting together with him. Just seeing Ray his brilliance and what he did, really ushering in a whole new era of NASCAR competition.
And he's not done either. I mean, he created from scratch the SRX racing experience that basically kind of like a remake of the IROC, but going to short tracks and dirt tracks. So, if you follow him on his Instagram and so forth, he's always uncovering either an old car of his or like the Marty Robbins Daytona car.
He's just
restored.
brilliant.
Yep.
Brilliant. And my third highlight really was just listening. I had other plans. I thought I had to get ready for the next part of the show, but I was mesmerized sitting over there with Dr. Tom Devlin and Keith Martin, just talking about something that's very near and dear to my heart, because I mean, a year and a half ago, I had a very small mini stroke. And, you know, it's amazing when things come into your sphere and start to affect you personally, how you then follow the research. And I got to say, just hearing them talk made me realize that it's not just affecting, you know, their research isn't just affecting a patient or a few patients, it's potentially affecting everyone on the globe. Oh, look at them. There they are. That's what they do. Car guys looking at cars. Ray Evanham and Jeff Hammond out there checking out, talking to people. I love that.
There's not a lot of grease under those fingernails anymore. They're looking pretty polished.
Guess what? There was probably a lot of cheating coming out of those two in the day, but right now they know how to do it. Guess what Jeff does with his time? He bales hay.
It looks like it.
3 times a year. Yeah, but he's going to be on our noon show, which is going to be very exciting. And remember, that's how today plays out. Before we get to your highlights, we have a noon show, which we do between 12 and 1, that goes out very exciting.
Wait, a noon show between 12 and 1?
Shut up. And it goes out, and it's being recorded as well for Power Nation, and we go out there this weekend. They're doing a special Motorsports weekend. You can find it on Samsung, Roku, Hulu, Vizio, and it goes out, and it's a really nicely packaged show. So spreading the message of the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival far and wide.
Well, my highlights yesterday, obviously being a racer, the racetrack, that throwback look to the thing, the incredible avenue of the greats, but seeing the variety of cars. And I've seen pre-war cars and early 1900 cars on the track before, but that was before I had ridden in a 1911 raceabout, so I had a new appreciation. So you see that, and moments later you're seeing a modern-day stock car, you're seeing a Shelby Mustang, you're seeing an RS long hood Porsche, all out there at the same time. Formula V's, maybe one of the longest running classes in its form. It uses the front suspension of a Volkswagen, that 3-bar thing with the trailing arms, and a VW air-cooled engine. And they've been racing them for, 60 years. And it's still a hotly contested class at the national level. And so the variety on course was really cool for me. The other thing was here in the West Village, the vibe, to have a center kind of being at the West End and everyone staying here. The people you bumped into, I was in the lobby the other day and I ran into Liz Allison, Davey Allison's widow, who now is intricately involved in the Nashville Grand Prix, about 2.5 hours away from here. And all the people you bump into, it's like being in your hometown with all the people that don't live together. Yeah. And so that's what I've always loved about racing, is we come together, or car events come together 10 times a year, whatever, and your best friends don't live near you. Yeah. And so you see them all here. So the vibe in the West Village, and I talked about the Southern charm. Of all the events, I think there's a huge opportunity to really capitalize and highlight the Southern charm. And Byron, he's tapped into that. I think this one is a real comer, this event, because of the vibe here in the West Village. And then the Kenosha Rally, I get to talk about it. You got to do it. So it got the envy going, because that really is what cars are all about, is going out, enjoying the fresh air, sharing the camaraderie. You've got the SL, so-and-so's got the Shelby, there's a modern-day McLaren over here, and I think that's an area of growth. And if you have not done one of those rallies, there's a lot of people organizing, but no one does them at the level of professionalism, not just professionalism, sort of taste and capturing the spirit like the Kenosha folks.
Well, those were our favorite moments from yesterday, but let's take a look at some of the other action, including that happened out here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, presented by Millennium Bank. And it all kicked off with the drums, Tom. We had a little bit of a moment just before the show when we had to try and get the drums on. They were over there by Pete's Coffee, kicking off one of the events. But as the drums went on, the track went live, and you could see the dust flying. Remember, this is part highway, part industrial park, and it really is a
Part infill.
Part infill. They've done such a big job to get it together. Cars looking fast, but meanwhile, over at Mecum Auctions, things are also starting to head up. Look at that slide! My God, that's it, under the Avenue of the Greats. I remember hosted another auction for 10 years, not to be named, but the minute I saw the footage from there, I just loved, oh, he just broke his gavel, woohoo! That Mecum must have sold well. And there is Keith Martin. He suffered a stroke about almost 2 years ago, and he is the man really to talk to Dr. Devlin.
And we're going to talk about the gala last night where Dr. Devlin really told us what they're doing and where this money is actually going through. It really was fascinating.
And this was another lovely panel. They were talking about the mystique of Ferrari, and I mean, it was just so great to hear people that totally understand what it's all about.
They were talking
the
about
magic of Ferrari.
Selling Ferrari GTOs for $8,800 40 years ago that are now $50+ million.
Well, the Canosa Rally, these guys, they've spent 2 days out in the beautiful mountains around here, and of course made their way home yesterday. And as we went off air last night, as it all wrapped down, we had the dueling pianos right there in the middle of town. People came in, you could see it, it was just this family atmosphere, and really that's part of the vision for Byron DeFore, is to bring everybody in from 8 in the morning until 9 at night. You are getting literally satiated with some incredible experiences. And that is the key. If you come here with your family, not everyone likes everything. I mean, when Dad's got his head inside of one of the V8s up there in the village, he's probably, the son might not be so into it, but when you get the chance to look at some of these cars, walk around, maybe go and see a new Ferrari, and everyone's impressed by dollar amounts. Some of the cars, and we're going to see them later, they're up in the
I was wandering
millions.
through there last night, and there was this couple. They weren't here in town for this event, but he was from Alabama, works with the Alabama gang. Told me about Red Farmer, and I was telling them the value of some of these cars, and their jaw was just on the floor. But talking about the feel and what Byron's doing, he's the perfect guy. He's literally in the hospitality industry and Southern hospitality. He knows you got to give people a ton of options and do it. It's hard to make it look easy and effortless. There's so much effort in making it effortless, and their team has done that. So we have the fun part to just talk about it and enjoy it.
Something that we couldn't talk about, we haven't talked about last night, there was a magnificent gala event held right here in the Westin in the ballroom, and they had a huge tent outside with some of the latest Ferraris, a great band. But all these things getting together, the community, and a bit of a global community with the racing guys there as well, some of the main figureheads in town here, and of course, all with the goal of raising funds for a very great foundation and cause. But the highlight wasn't actually me talking, because I know I saw you fall asleep, but was to listen to Dr. Tom Devlin basically give a presentation, which I've never seen at an event like that. Normally it's 5 minutes and you're off. He taught in a room that was absolutely silent for about 25 minutes, putting these slides up, explaining not just the research, the extraordinary evolution of what they're doing, trying to bring stroke recovery. Do you know that's 1.7 billion cells you lose for every minute that you have had your stroke before you get treatment in hospital?
1.7 million per minute. So
which made me realize I was 34 million down on when I didn't start with a full pot to start out with. So no wonder I'm not quite so clever.
But even before he said that, I was thinking about the analogies to racing with what he's doing, because you see one person like an Adrian Newey or someone, or a Roger Penske, that literally is a force multiplier that just makes an impact through an industry. And then when I heard him talk, and that stat, they have actually, it's almost like timed pit stops. They can get someone from a helicopter into this room where they can get in and snip out the clots, they can get there from the helicopter to the table in 2.5 minutes. And they can get them in the ambulance from the ambulance to the table in 2:45. So literally, they're on the clock saying, okay, well, yeah, we got to hurry. And they're like, no. Every minute you're losing. And so that was one side of it. And the other side of the talk had to do with Alzheimer's research.
Yeah.
And he started by saying, all the stuff we've been doing isn't working.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of focusing on the neuroimmunology as a way to get the body itself to fight it, because a lot of the drugs don't pass the blood-brain barrier and so forth. It was really fascinating. It made me feel better that a guy that was this committed, this smart, this energetic and charismatic was leading this charge from right here in Chattanooga.
Right here in Chattanooga. So what's on the rest of the weekend? Well, you just wait. We have so much. Of course, yesterday set the scene, but now everybody knows how it's going to go. Here in the West Village, we kick it off with Kokotar's V8s in the village. They're up there on the balcony. We can see them from here. I can see some gorgeous Corvettes, vintage, all the way through. I mean, that is what draws it, and a DeLorean. That draws in a crowd, you know, literally back from the future. And the Great Race Ride Along, well, probably in the background you could hear the sound of our beating drums as people are able to go and sign up to get a drive around Chattanooga in some pretty cool cars. So you come here, you see all these cars, you'd like a piece of it, you don't necessarily have one at home, well, you get the chance to go out and drive.
Uber Classic.
Oh, fantastic. Then we have the Hagerty Concord de Lemons. We sat with the chap from Lemons, big guy, lots of hair. Sorry. Alan. And you've actually done Lemons.
I have raced in Lemons. I have not shown in Lemons. I'm known for my chicken car, which fits right in. It's got an art car. They have all kinds of different stuff, but here they're actually expecting a contingent of art cars. And I don't know what they are, but I mean, it's totally slapstick, tongue-in-cheek, but it has struck a nerve like you can't believe. And I was saying to them, I said, do you have any custom vans? They said, we don't have any here, but we had some in Detroit. I said, I just saw this one on Instagram. It's got 4 wheels in the front and 4 wheels in the back, and it's like 60 foot long. He says, that was at the Detroit Concours de Lemons. So you definitely want to come down to the village and find that thing and enjoy them letting their freak flags fly.
Woo! The seminars have been a major part of this event since it started, and Byron has brought in some of the biggest names in the sport. Actually, 10:30 this morning, a little bit of a schedule change. We have the Women in Motorsports seminar panel, and it's Lynn St. James, Linda Vaughan, and yours truly is going to moderate that. And then this afternoon, we have the NASCAR panel discussion, which is going to be talking to some of these big guys. And of course, at the track, the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, I mean, Tommy, racing from noon, well, basically morning till the end of the evening, but they're really trying to create a hub down there for everybody to go and enjoy.
And we've talked up the VIPs and the ways to see them. Obviously, we have a few on our midday show. We've got several sprinkled throughout the panels, but we're also they're all cycling through the booth with Brian Till. So there's so many stories. You could literally go, you could have each of them go for an hour or two, kind of podcast form. But that's something to look forward to hear from all of them with their varied stories. And Brian Redman regaled us with some of his from last night about when the only words Enzo Ferrari ever said to him, he grabbed his cheek and said, "Nice a boy."
At least he got touched up by Enzo. Not many people. Does that sound wrong? You know what I mean. Now, look at those V8s. I love it. I can't wait to have a wander around a bit later. But I'm a Brit trying to describe Chattanooga to you. Let's listen to people that know a lot better.
Growing up in Chattanooga is a very different experience than living here now.
In the 70s, Chattanooga was proclaimed the dirtiest town in the United States.
First air pollution emergency of the year is reported in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
It was dirty and polluted and crime-ridden.
It was not really very appealing.
You know, it was a pretty smoggy place to live. Businessmen would take 2 shirts to work.
As a kid, I can remember you didn't really come downtown. You know, it wasn't, family-friendly, let's say.
So what did Chattanooga do? Chattanooga transformed itself. From our dark days have come many bright spots that, quite frankly, have produced a new Chattanooga.
There's a great deal to do in Chattanooga. The outdoor life, the lakes and the rivers and the forests and the mountains and the hiking trails all play a part. But Chattanooga also has a very vibrant downtown, a very vibrant cultural component to it. And of course, it is a town that, in terms of economic growth, is absolutely on fire.
We've been named twice by Outside Magazine the best outdoor city in the U.S.
The beauty of our city, I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, we're a city in the midst of mountains and a beautiful Tennessee River, and just the outdoors, the God-given amenities that we have here themselves are phenomenal. But then the city, through the years, has figured out ways of taking advantage of that. So average citizens have the ability to walk along the waterfront, to ride their bikes, to participate. And so in that way, it's a most unique city. It's very difficult to replicate what is here. And the people here and the embracing nature of them and the enthusiasm that they share with others who come here, it's a remarkable place.
It's the people that really do make this the community that it is.
It's just citizenship that roll up their sleeves and say, I want to help.
Whether you come from Georgia, whether you come from Alabama, whether you come from other parts of Tennessee, people come to Chattanooga, they see the opportunity, they make this their home, and they improve it. And then they give back.
We take care of each other. And when people come to Chattanooga, I think they feel that.
The fact that this wonderful event is taking place in our community, I'm grateful for that. Very, very expensive automobiles. They're beautiful. They're loved by the people who own them, who want to share them with other people and be with other people who have the same interests. It's pretty cool for Chattanooga. I don't know how it could be any better.
Well, Tommy, and I'm sure everyone watching this can agree, you know, some very powerful, passionate people that are very proud of this town for good reason. But you know, as they said on some of the features that we've been watching, they really had to grind and push and lift this town out of a very bad place, you know, just 20, 30 years ago, when, as they said, they had to wear 2 shirts to work and take a second shirt because of the dirt and the smog that businessmen would take. I mean, just think about that. Now, as we look here with this renovated downtown in front of this, the Western, I mean, this building, when it was designed, the whole idea was that gold reflection off the Western with the highway, with the cars, with the people, meant that it was constantly in fluid motion. That was the whole point of it.
As I'm looking at this VW thing in front of the Volkswagen display, there was a California-style modified VW Bug there, and I'm like, look at that light. I realized it's like a big bounce that you create on movie sets and photo sets to try to bounce the light, and it's being bounced off the Weston onto those cars.
Literally
I think they call it chiaroscuro.
Totally. And also, Jordan, maybe look down the street there, and this is how the town was oriented. So the Western would, and this is the beautiful view that everyone is having. And you can see, as you look up to the bell tower up there, you have another massive jumbo screen at the end, dovetailing. This is where all the crowds are coming in. This gets super busy. Remember, it's early still right now. They've absolutely made it perfect.
After watching that feature, my house in California escrow closes in about 7 days.
Yeah.
I might get with a realtor before.
Well, you're not the only one.
I know.
House prices are popping here. If you go on Zillow, I've already checked it out, Tommy, but you're still ahead coming from California.
It's hard to get a U-Haul from California to Tennessee right now, unfortunately.
No, I'll drive it. Well, one of the other highlights about being in town here is the Coca Museum, which is literally about a quarter of a mile that way. And I was lucky enough to go and interview Corky there. This museum was started by his father, and up on the shelves, so you can see him there in his trademark white overalls, and they have all these motorbikes up on the shelves. Incredible. There's planes hanging from the roof, vintage Harley Davidson's 1907, 1911. He's got a Bentley Blower, which really does steal the show. Duesenberg's 300 SL. I mean, it's just full of memorabilia. But you know, it's got that. It's Honest Charlie is the tag phrase for what goes on there. But they have, it's not just like that Duesenberg there. They have incredible woodworking capability. They have a full paint booth. They have an engine shop. I mean, there's projects on, you know, the Mercer you went along in. There's also another one in full restoration right there. There's a couple of nice 350. There's a nice 356.
That Ray Haroon's Marmon Wasp that you see out on the racetrack is a true to form recreation. They built in that facility right down to the little dents, the little markings on the tail cone. Think about that car. That was, I mean, like a spaceship in 1911. Yeah. So they can do everything from soup to nuts. They're literally including the tires because that's their business.
That's what they do.
We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Literally my favorite shot you're looking at right now, almost of any racetrack in North America. And remember, this is a execution of imagination. This is the vision from Byron and his team to transform, along with the developers down at the Bend, to transform into a street track. That is the Avenue of the Greats on the outside there. But I haven't actually moved from the comfort of West Village yet. But our man that has. Brian Till, are you warming up inside Betty, our Airstream?
Betty's feeling good this morning, and had my coffee on the way over here. And, listening to you guys talk about the Coker Museum, the other thing that's cool, and I think about this entire event, these cars are driven. They're not just put away and stored on a shelf somewhere. You talked about it. They've got a complete restoration shop there, an engine shop. These cars are driven, and I think that's the cool thing about the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. We had some great action on the racetrack yesterday, practice and qualifying. Today it's going to be the race, but there's a look at that Marmon Wasp that you were talking about, Tommy. Literally scanned digitally and then recreated. That's the Group 1 cars all before 1920. Then the Group 2 cars, sports cars from a little bit earlier time, GT3, and pre-1972, under 3.5 liters. But man, the sound of those cars, and everybody learning the racetrack, I can tell you, in watching the races this morning, everybody's on it this morning. This is the Formula V class that Tommy Kendall was talking about. These cars date back to the early 60s, and it was a great place and still is a great place to start your racing career. They're relatively simple, relatively affordable, and then you go to some power, historic stock cars, see some paint schemes that you would recognize. Bill Elliott's car, everybody remembers $1 Million Bill. Look through that machinery, and there's just so much history there. And like I said, you go back through the lineage of these machines, and it is just absolutely magical. Then you go to Group 5 cars, sports and GT cars, pre-1972, under 3.5 liters. One of my favorites, the 914-6, that orange Porsche. I always called it the Matchbox car, right? Because it looked like kind of an old square Matchbox, but not Nissans, but a Datsun Z car flashes by, a Mazda Miata in there as well. Go to Group 6. A little bit later GT car, as you can tell with the Porsche there, over 3.5 liters though. And now we're getting into some serious horsepower, modern machinery. Cars that you might still see at SCCA events throughout the country, autocrosses and the like. And then one of the crowd favorites, Group 7, that is modern stock cars. Almost every car out here has a history behind it and a paint scheme to go with it. And you can tell, putting 800 or 900 horsepower down, like front row Joe Nemechek right there in the number 8 Toyota Camry was doing great stuff. And so it's going to be racing today. And like I said, we've already had Group 1 and Group 2 on the racetrack. And these drivers holding absolutely nothing back. I walked in this morning, Group 1 was on the racetrack, those pre-1920 cars. And you were talking about values of cars earlier, Tommy. Some of those cars, upwards $1 million, $2 million, $3.5 million worth. They don't exist anymore. That may be the only one that's out there. And not only is it out there, it's out there on the racetrack running. And I think that's the thing that's so cool.
It's funny that they had that one shot of the Porsche on the inside and the older Corvette looking at the outside, and we talked the other day about the Magnuson-Bergmeister thing that was shaping up, and you called that one, and you called this one here in Chattanooga.
Well, I'm glad this one didn't end up like the Magnuson-Bergmeister deal did at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, because that was a big hit for Jan Magnuson. But I expect great action today. Plenty of races. Races 1 for all 7 groups will be before lunchtime, and then after lunchtime, they'll do it all over again, all 7 groups back out on the racetrack for a race.
Well, Brian, we're going to be sending you again a nice roster of some of the VIPs and celebrities, of which there are many here this weekend. I know it's been a bit tough getting access down to you there, but we're going to be sending you. Tommy's going to be the first one that you're going to see this morning.
I was going to say I was so excited by everybody who showed up yesterday. It was an honor to talk to those people, but you're going to send me Tommy first?
Yeah, I thought we'll start with a nice.
I might get turned away when I see the big star sign on the talent, Brian Till talent trailer.
They've given me a nice sign on Betty. You may not recognize it anymore, Justin. I've kind of added some touches to it to make it my own.
Well, you sounded amazing, and it's incredible. The fans up here watching on the big screens, and even Byron and Ember, who, you know, running this whole event, said, now we get it. Now we understand why you bought Brian Till. Because, my friend, you had to talk a lot yesterday. There's a lot to talk about. Well, thanks, Brian. We're going to get you on the racing in a couple of minutes.
All right, buddy. We'll see you.
Well, talk about the VIPs. Let's remind everybody of who's here, Tommy. I mean, we can't remember off the top of our head because we will forget someone. But just look at this list. Ray Evanham, Chip Foose, Ken Gross, Jeff Hammond, Donnie Allison, Wayne Carini, Linson James, who's the Grand Marshal of the whole event, Linda Vaughn, Miss Hurst Golden Shifter, who is always a crowd favorite.
Well, and she was with Brian yesterday, and when she got back to the hotel, she says, you're on my bad list, because I queued him up. Says, ask her about her Dino. She says, I don't talk about that car. I don't need people showing up trying to steal it out of my garage.
And Keith Martin, wonderful, wonderful gentleman who was up here yesterday talking with Dr. Devlin. Brian Redman, of course, no introduction needed. Tom Cotter, who knows more, who's forgotten more than we'll ever know.
Fine expert.
He certainly is. Mike Tilson, who's one of the chief judge here for the Motor Car Festival. Corky Coker, who, as we know, is our local favorite. And Bill Rothamel, who you're going to hear a lot of on tomorrow's Sunday Concours. But let's not forget, it's all about the charities. Millennium Bank are the main sponsor of the whole event. They really have helped push this forward. But we have some other great sponsors.
Well, we do. We obviously, Volkswagen is such a huge presence. We mentioned that before, but I thought I'd give a little color to what their impact has made in this community. We saw the impact of a Michelin moving to Greenville, South Carolina. In 10 years' time, it happened slowly, but in 10 years' time, it's a different place. And so 11 years ago, the first Passat rolled off the line at the Chattanooga assembly plant for VW. They've added Atlas and a few other cars in the ID4 electric. Their investment by the end of this year, $4 billion with a B dollars. There's 4,000 employees in the facility, and there's 2,700 with suppliers around. And this isn't their number, but being an econ guy, I'm like, rough numbers, average salary, that might be 300 to 350 million in salaries that's turning into consumption in the housing market, the restaurants, the schools, et cetera, et cetera. So you wonder how a place can be transformed. It's getting people like that to come move to here, and it starts this whole virtuous cycle, which we're enjoying right now.
Well, we've got to get on with the show. The racing is already underway at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Brian Till will be taking that over. We've got great car displays up here, so much coming on through the day. But at noon, we will be back with another special edition of the talk show, which will be going out across not just our Facebook, Instagram, website, plus all the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival channels, but also being tape delayed and pushed out next weekend on the Power Nation Fast Networks. Thanks for watching, everyone. Enjoy the morning, whether you're here or watching online.
your bid. We are ready to go. And to start the auction this morning, ladies and gentlemen, here's Mr. Jordan Hunter.
All right. Thank you, Jimmy. Ricky, go ahead.
All right, give Jordan a big hand. We're going to be starting here on Road Art. Lot Z200 is Route 66 Motel single-sided neon sign.
All right, here we go. Hand tell me how many darn. What are you going to do? How many darn beard? Am I going to 1.5, 2. At 1.5, beard and beard. Am I going to go? Give me that 2, 2, 2. But 2 there. Not going to 2. At 200. Not going to 1.5 speed. Give me that 2. I got it 2 there. Not going to go. Give me that 2, 2, 2. I got it 2. Now half. At 2.5, 3. I got it go. Give me that 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Beard and beard. Am I going to go? Give me that 3. At 300. Now half. How about I'm going to go? Give me that 3.5. At 3.5, half. Beard and beard. I got it on to go with that 3.5. Half. Anybody else? I got it on 3.5. Sold 300.
Z201 Hot Rod Garage single-sided neon.
On the garage sign. How about it on to go? Tell me and how about it on? What are you gonna do? How about it on to go with that 1.5, 2? Yep, 1.5. But I'm beer and I got it on to go with that 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. But at $200, I got it on 2. Yep, 200. Gonna get 200. I got it on to go with that 200. At 200, gonna get 1.5. Now 2. Yep, 150's big. With that 2, 2, 2. But I'm beer and I got it on to go with that 200. I got it at 2, 2, 2. Gotta go. Now I'm gonna go with that 200. Yep, 200. Gonna get 2 there. Now I'm gonna go with that 200, 200, 200. At 200, Lures in at 1.5. Now 2. How about I'm gonna go with that 2, 2, 2. But at 2 there. At 1.5. Bid 2. How about I'm gonna go with that 2, 2, 2. But at 2 there. Anybody want to give 2? At 200, 150. Laura.
Z202 Mustang Neon.
Mustang Neon. You betcha. I got it on to go with that 1.5. I got it on to go with that 1.5. At 100's big. Give it that half. How about it on beard? I got it on to go with that half. But at a half here. And I got it on to go with that 150. It 150. I got it on to go with that 1.5. But at a half here. And I got it on half. It 150 there. And I got it on to go with that half. But at a half here. It 150. Anybody else there? And I got it on to go with that 100. Now half. It 100.5 on the Mustang Neon. I got it on to go with that 1.5. It 150. Anybody else there? And I got it on to go with that 150. $100, Laura.
Z203 Happy Hour Neon Clock.
Oh, happy hour somewhere. Tell me how many arm. What are you gonna do? How many arm to go with that 152? It 150. Get it on 2 there. Now get it on to go with that 2, 2, 2. But it 2 there. Now get it on 2. It 200. Gonna get 2's all. Now get it on to go with that 152. It 150. Bid it on 2. Now get it on to go with that 2, 2. Now half. I get it on beard. I get it on to go with that half. At 2.5. I get it on to go with that half. But at 250. At 250. I get it on to go with that half. Robin's in. Now get it at 2, 2.5. At 2, 2.5. Anybody else? I get it on to go with that 2, 2.5. Sold 200, Robin.
Z204 Goodyear Neon.
Oh, Goodyear. I get it. I'm going to go with that. Tell me 1.5, 2. Yep, 1.5. But I don't bear them. I get it. I'm going to go with that 2, 2, 2. But I 2 there. And I get it at 2. At 200 on the Goodyear sign. I get it at 200, 200, 200. I get it at 2, 2, 2. But at 200. At 200. I get to get 2 there. Did you get 200? Got to be 2. At 200, 1.5. Now 2. At 200. Now he did it. Now half. At 2, 2.5. I get it. I'm bear them. I get it up. Thank you. I get it. I'm going to go with that 2.5, half. But it here. Now half. Sold 200, Chris and Chris, you betcha.
Z205 Ford Neon Clock.
Ford Neon, tell me 1.5. How about it? Beard, I got it. I'm gonna go with that 1.5. Yep, 1.5. I got it. I'm gonna go with that 1.5. Now 2, 2, 2. But at 2. At 200. I got it at 2, 2, 2. But at 150. Now 2, 2, 2. But at beard, I got it at 2, 2.5. At 2.5 here. And I got it. I'm gonna go with that half. But at beard, I got it. I'm gonna go with that half. At 250 there. And I got it. I'm gonna go with that half. 3. Yeah, 300. Gonna get 3 there, sir. And I got it. I'm gonna go with that 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. But at 3 there. And I got it. I'm gonna go with that 3. Sold 250. Travis.
Z206 Texaco Neon.
On Texaco Neon. It 152. Now I'm gonna go with that 1.5 then. It 1.5. Half. But at a beard, I got it. I'm gonna go with that half. But at a half here. It 1.5. I got it. I'm gonna go with that half. But at a beard, I got it. I'm gonna go with that 150. It 152. 2, 2. But at a beard, I got it. I'm gonna go with that 2, 2, 2, 200. At $200. And anybody else there? And I got it. I'm gonna go with that 200. Now half. But at a beard on a mile, but I'm gonna go with that half. It 200. Half. But at a here. And I got it. I'm gonna go with that 250. Sold 200, Chris.
Z207 Speed Shop Neon Clock.
On Speed Shop, hang it. I'm gonna go with that 150. Hang it at 1.5. It 1.5 here. Now get it. I'm gonna go with that 150. Now get it. I'm beard. Hang it. I'm gonna go with that 1.5. It 150. Hang it. I'm gonna go with that half. But I'm beard. Hang it. I'm gonna go with that half. It 150 on the clock. Hang it. I'm gonna go with that half. 2, 2, 2. But I'm beard. Hang it. I'm gonna go with that 2. It 2, 2, 2. 200. Hang it. I'm gonna go with that 200. 200. 200. Hang it. I'm gonna go with that 200. Sold 150, Robin.
Z208 Wrap Fink Tin Sign.
On Wrap Fink. Hang it. I'm gonna go with that 100. I got it. I'm gonna go with that 1. But I'm beard. I got it. I'm gonna go with that 100. It 100. Who wants to be one on the Wrap Fink side? I got it. I'm gonna go with that $100. I got it. I'm gonna go with that 100. Now half. It 100. Now half. Russ is in. I got it. I'm gonna go. Paul's in. Excuse me. And 1.5. I got it. I'm gonna go with that half. But I'm beard. I got it. I'm gonna go. You're in, Paul. I got it at 100. Now half. At 1.5. I got it. I'm gonna go with that 1.5. It 1.5. now 2, now 2, just made it. I didn't get the D out. Now I'm going to get 2, now half, now 3. I'm going to done 3, and 3, 3, 3, but at 3, but at 3, but at 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. Paul, I got you at 2. Is that right? 2, now 3, and 2.5. I'll take a half, Zach, and 2, 2.5. I'm going to beard him. I'm going to go give that 2, 2.5. I'm going to give that half. I'm going to go give that half, 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 and a half. 2, 250. Sold 200, Paul.
Z209, Dog and Suds, tin sign.
On Dog and Suds, I'm going to go give that 100. I'm going to have 1, 1, 1, but I'm going to go give that 1. Hit 100, I'm going to get 1 there, and I'm going to go give that 100, 100, 100. I'm going to give that 100, 100, 100. Hit 100, I'm going to get 1 there, and I'm going to go give that 1, 1, 1. I'm going to go give that 100. Hit 100, you able to bid, you able to buy. I'm going to go give that 100. Now have hit 1, 1.5. I'm going to got lower, and I'm going to give that 150. Now I'm going to give that 1, 1.5. Anybody else there? And I'm going to give that 1, 150. Sold $100, Laura.
Z210, Shelby Neon.
A little different light here. Tell me how many dollars. What are you going to do? I'm going to give that 2.5, 3. And 2, 2.5, 3. Now I'm going to give that 3, 3, 3. But at a half here. Now 4. Hit 4, 4, 4. But at a beard of mine. I'm going to go give that 3, 4, 4, 4. But at a 4, 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 4, 4. Now I got it at 4. And now half. I'm going to beard of mine. I'm going to go give that 4.5. Hit 4, 4.5. Anybody else there want to do it? Now I got it at 4, 4.5. I'm going to give that 450. Sold $400, Chris.
Z211, Corvette single-sided neon sign.
Corvette single-sided. I'm going to give it and tell me how many dollars. 2.5, now 3. And 2.5, but I'm going to go give that 3, 3, 3, but at a 3 there, negative at 3. Hit 300, I'm going to get 3. Now half, now 4. I'm going to 4, 4, 4, but at a 4. Hit 4, 4, 4, but at a beard, I'm going to go give that 4, 4, 4, but at a 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 400. Hit 400, I'm going to get 4 there, and I'm going to go give that 400, sir. Hit 400, now half, I'm going to give that 4, 4.5. Anybody else? I'm going to go give that 4, 4.5. And 4, 4.5. I'm going to give that 4, 4.5 at a nighttime pop. Sold $400, John.
Z212, authorized Ford single-sided neon sign.
All right, tell me how many dollars. What are you going to do? How many dollars to give that 2.5, 3? Yeah, 2.5, 3. Now I'm going to give that 3, 3, 3. But I'm going to go give that 3. And $300. I'm going to give that 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. But at a 3 there, negative on 3, 3, 3 on the Ford sign. Negative at 3. Yeah, 3, 3, 3. But I'm going to go give that 3. Now half. And 3.5, half. But I'm going to go give that 3.5, half. But I'm going to have to do it now. 4, 4, 4. But I'm going to go give that 4. And 4, 4, 4. But at a 4 there, negative on to give that 4, sir. Negative on to give that 4. Sold $350, John.
Z213, mobile neon sign.
Mobile neon sign. Tell me how many dollars. What are you going to do?
There's the Pegasus.
That, mobile Pegasus. You betcha. A little different light. I'm going to go. Tell me what are you going to do? 2.5, 3. Oh, nice one. I'm going to give that 3, 3, 3. But I'm going to go give that 3. Hit 300. I got it at 3, 3, 3. Hey, 3, 3, 3. Now half, now 4. Hit $400. I'm going to give that 4, 3, 4. And I got it at 3, now 4. And I'll take a half. I got it at 3, 3.5 there. And I got it at 3, 3.5. I got it. I'm going to give that half. But I'm going to go give that half. And 3.5, half. Anybody else there want to do it? And I got it. I'm going to give that 350. Sold $300, Ryan.
Z214, OK used cars single-sided neon sign.
Okay, I get it. I'm going to give it that 2.5, 3, and 2.5. But I'm going to go give it that 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Now half. But I'm going to 4 and 400. I'm going to get 4 there. And I'm going to go give it that 400, 400, 400. I get it at 4 and 400. Negative at 4. Now half. But I'm going to go give it that 4.5 and 450 there. And I'm going to give it that 4.5, half. But I'm going to go give it that 450. Sold $400, Ryan.
Z215, Firebird neon sign.
On the Firebird, I got it. I'm going to give it that 354. On 350, now 300. I got it at 2.5, 3, and 2.5. But in a beard, I'm going to go give it that 3, 3, 3. But it appear on a mob, but I'm going to go give it that 3, 3, 3. But at 250, now 3, and 300. I'm going to get 3, get it at 3. Now, but I'm going to give it that 3, 3, 3. But at 300, and 300. I'm going to get 250, now 3, now half. You betcha. At 350, I'm going to give it Paul. I'm going to give it that 3, 350. At 350, anybody else there? I'm going to do it now, but I'm going to give it that 350. Sold $300, Paul.
Z216 Ford V8 neon sign.
On the V8. And to me, how many dollars? What are you going to do? How many dollars? I'm going to give it that 2.5, 3. And 2.5. But at a beard, I'm going to 3, 3.5 here. Now 4, 4, 4. But at a beard, I'm going to half. But at a beard, I'm half. And 5, 5, 5. But at a 5, but at a 5 pound, half. But at a beard, I'm half. And 5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 500. Now 50. And 550. Anybody else there? Now, but I'm going to give it that 550. Sold $500, Laura.
Z217 Shell neon sign.
On the Shell neon. And tell me how many dollars. What are you going to do? How many dollars? I'm going to give it that 2.5, 3. And 250, 3, 3, 3. But at a 3, 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 3, 3. Now, but I'm beard, it's vertical. And now 3.5, now 4. And 4, now half. But I'm beard, I'm going to go give it that 450. And 450 there, 450. Now 5, 5, 5. But at a 455. And 4. Now, Zach, here's the deal. I called him 400. Yep, you bet you, sir. At 400, now half, you're in, sir. At 450, at 450. How about it? I'm going to go give it that 450. Sold $400. Zach.
Z218 mobile single-sided neon sign.
Mobile single-sided neon. How gonna go? Tell me, how about an arm? What are you gonna do? How about an arm? Give me that 300. 4 and 3, 4. Now about half. Now 4 and 3.5 bid. 4. Now half. Now 5. How about an umber? Back at an go. Give me that 5. Hit 500. Gonna get 5 pair. 4, 5. How about an umber? Back at an go. Give me that 5, 5, 5, and a 5, and a 5, and a 5. Hit 500. Gonna get 5 pair. I'll take a half. I got 4 bid with Ryan. I'll take a half. And 400. Now half. How about an umber? Back at an go. Give me that 450. And 450. That's okay. How about an go? Give me that 450. And 400. Gonna get 4, 4, 4, but a beer 4. Now half. How about an umber? Back at an go. Give me that 450. And now 5. And now 5. 450. Now 5. And 450. Now 5, 5, 5, and a 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 5. Sold $450. Travis.
Z219 large Ford Jubilee neon sign.
On the Jubilee. Hand to me and how about an R? 2000. Now about to go. Give it that 7, 8. I get it on 7, 8. Come along there. Now get it on 8, 8. Now 9, 9, 9. But it back at 9. At 9, 9. Now $1,000. Now 11. Now 12. How about it back at
All right, Group 4 cars getting ready for the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Cars on the racetrack right now. And sitting here with Tom Cotter from Barn Find Hunter while we watch these Group 4 cars head out onto the racetrack. And it's so funny. We talked yesterday with Ray Evernham, Jeff Hammond about the passion of cars, Tom. And for you were just telling me, I said, everybody seems to have this time in their life when they can pinpoint when their passion started. When did yours start? You showed me a picture at 2.5 years old.
You know, that's all I've ever done. I ran a successful marketing agency. I've never played golf in my life. All right? So people say you can't do that, but I did it. I don't know how to play golf. I don't know how to hunt or fish. I don't follow football. I'm just a car guy.
You hunt for cars.
That's it.
Well, and we were talking about this because you know everybody always says, well, hey, I know this guy who found this and that, so it really exists.
You know what? I guarantee I could leave here and within a half hour find something cool. I feel confident I can go anywhere, not only in the country but the world, and find something pretty quickly. I just know the kind of the things to look for that indicate there's a car in there.
And you're not going to tell us how?
Not a single. No, actually, I have a new book that just came out. It's called Secrets of the Barn Find Hunter,
yeah.
And it
spills it all out.
Spills it all out. Well, but you got to buy the book.
Well, but they write books on how to play golf too.
Right.
And it doesn't mean that I can do it.
Yeah.
Right? Because I have tried to play golf, and I'm not particularly good at it. And you take lessons, and you get all the secrets, but they seem to never actually sink in. So
no, but you know, finding cars, you know, there's just telltale signs of what to look for. You know, an old fender leaning next to a garage probably indicates there's an old car inside the garage
that fender might belong to.
Yeah, or the parts car that used to be there. So, so you know what? Even dummies like me, and maybe even you, can find this stuff. It's easy.
So, where does all this come from? Like I was talking with Ray, as we were saying, and Jeff, and even Lynn St. James about this passion, and that's the thing I think is so cool about this Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. It's full of passion. Some people haven't gotten the bug yet, but the people who obviously are displaying or racing here today have that passion. And you were just saying, these car guys, they're all friends. They may just not have met each other yet.
I guarantee that if I knock on the door of somebody, all right, here's my thing. I drive around the country in a 39 Ford Woody. All right, so that's my calling card. So I pull up into a driveway. I might see an old Camaro in the backyard or something. Well, if I drove up in a brand new black pickup truck, I'm a poser. You want to sell that? No. Conversation's over. But I pull up in a 75-year-old car, and suddenly the guy in the house is saying, wow, this guy's authentic.
Yeah.
And so that's my door opener. It's my icebreaker. And it differentiates me from a lot of other people that might be knocking on the door. And suddenly I'm invited in for some iced tea, and you want to see what else they have in the barn.
Here we go.
There you go.
All right, so as I watch these Group 4 historic stock cars on the racetrack, you ever come across these?
Oh, I've raced them, yeah. I raced here last year. I have a car called a Cunningham, and I raced on this course last year.
So coming across old race cars in barns is, you look for those as well?
Oh, I love old race cars, yeah. I've got an old Darrell Waltrip Monte Carlo 85. right now, but when I had my agency, we had lots of old stock cars that I would restore and rent them out, whatever. I have one left. So anybody wants to, buy
So you might have one.
an old Banjo Matthews car, I got it. But yeah, I race a 64 Corvette in vintage racing. And I was here last year with my Cunningham, and my son was here racing in his Formula V.
Well, we were just looking at Formula V. That was the group before the historic stock cars. So, I mean, you kind of run the gamut. That Formula V has so little horsepower, but it's such a great place to start. It's been around SCCA racing since the 60s. Tommy Kendall was talking about it, a very simple car, but then you've got the V, but then you turn around with what kind of horsepower does Cunningham have?
It's got a Hemi, about 220 horsepower.
Yeah.
It's a 1952 Cunningham. It's got a Chrysler Hemi, Cadillac transmission. It's an American hot rod with an Italian body. I mean, really, they shipped the chassis over to Torino, Italy,
Right.
and Vignali built the body out of aluminum. So it's like, wow, it's like a Ferrari with a hot rod chassis.
All right, so everybody asked what I just asked, and I think it's kind of a silly question, but I ask it from somewhat of a different place. Everybody always says, how much horsepower does it have and how fast does it go? But that's not really what it's about in vintage cars, is it? Because and I say that really one of the reasons that I feel that racing kind of isn't as popular as I think it should be, because a lot of cars that you can go buy off the showroom floor have as much horsepower or more than what the cars that are actually racing on the racetrack have.
Vintage racing is all about honoring the car. I mean, this is when I got involved in vintage racing 30-something years ago. The popular T-shirt was, "Some people collect art, we race it." It was about honoring the cars first, honoring the people second, and racing was a distant third. And there was never wrecks. There was never a wreck. You respected the guy next to you. You raced hard, but never touched him. And if you did, you're probably going to lose your license for a year. Sadly, it's gotten a little more radical now. I wish it would tone back a little bit. We don't need 800 horsepower vintage cars because they only had 400 when they were new.
Well, and that's kind of the thing. You get these cars and you work on the engine, and now it's starting to produce more horsepower, and it's on better tires, so you've got more load going through suspension that it was never designed to have. And like you said, staying true to form, I think, makes it better. And of course, as a racer, we all know that it's the dance. It's what you do with the equipment that you have. It's not how much horsepower or how fast will it go. It's how to get it around this marked course as quickly as you can, the same exact marked course that everybody else is on.
Right. I race a Corvette now, a 64, and it is true to the 1972 SCCA GCRs. It should not be modified beyond 1972. That seems to be the cutoff date. But, it's only got 400 horsepower, which is what it had when it was new.
Which was a lot.
It was a lot.
Then
but now,
it was a lot.
Now guys are getting engines from Richard Childress and stuff. So as you're absolutely right. The tires are stickier. The horsepower is much greater. The guys driving them are they're not young guys. They're old guys. So the reaction time is off. And you're putting a stress on all the welded members, the chassis, the suspension. So, you know what? We just need to go back to high-speed touring that other cars are around you. But, I can tell you, I've spent a lifetime finishing in the middle of the pack and the back of the pack, and it's just as much fun there. Fun. Maybe it's more fun than the front.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday as well, though, but vintage racing, the equipment and the teams that put it together seem to be so much more professional. The mechanics that work on them, and they have to be because of all those reasons that we were just talking about, right? I mean, some of these cars are serious race cars, and if you've got somebody who really doesn't understand what they're doing working on one, as we have a problem at number 16 on the racetrack right now, that's the reason for the double yellow and the now red flag. That's the 1966 Mercury Comet Cyclone.
See, that probably has drum brakes. Ooh. Wow. That's my car.
Oh, that's beautiful. So was that a Beat production car?
Beat production. It's been a race car since it was 1 year old. So, that roll bar in there was put in '66. Pretty cool car.
So just a double yellow, not a red flag like we had first heard about. So this is good. They'll circulate around and try to get that stranded Mercury Comet Cyclone off the racetrack. That's Frank Markham out of Lexington, Kentucky. behind the safety car right now, the rest of the field. And as we were saying, some of these cars you certainly recognize. That number 9, Christopher Evans in the Ford Thunderbird, the 1988 red and white Ford Thunderbird with the number 9 on the side. Certainly you recognize that as a Bill Elliott machine. And the number 15 Motorcraft Ford Thunderbird, 1987, so just a year before that. But I think that's the other thing that's cool. If you've been a race fan for a long time, whether you are a sports car fan or a stock car fan, you come to an event like this, you're going to find your car, and you're going to remember where you were when you sat and you watched Bill Elliott win that $1 million to become $1 million Bill, and all those memories come flooding back. It's kind of like the Mecum auction. I sat and watched cars go across there yesterday, and out of 8 cars, there were probably 5 of them that I had some kind of a personal connection to. Not the car exactly that was rolling across, but my mom had one of those, or my dad had one of those, or I knew a friend who had one.
So I became involved in professional motorsports in 1983, and Bill Elliott and his family were the first people I met, literally at a picnic. They had a picnic in the parking lot, and so I met, Bill and Dan and Ernie and their father George, the mother, and they had no sponsorship. They had Melling, a little bit of Melling sponsorship. And then I saw him, win his first race at Riverside in a square-body Thunderbird. That was also the year that Bobby Allison won the championship. I was like, and so the cars, the T-Birds especially, that's my era, and the Oldsmobile, that's my era. I mean, I think that I was involved in racing during the best years. I got in at the right time and got out at the right time. So I've been out 20 years now, and I miss that era. It was so much fun. Team owners and drivers were filled with, sense of humor. Felix Sabatis used to hide snakes in people's toolboxes. It was amazing. But it's the same in the IndyCar side, same in the IMSA side. Everybody had a good time, and I think people have less of a good time lately.
Well, and it's one of those things, I think it's so interesting. Like you said, you've run the gamut of being involved in motorsports, from the promotion of it to the writing about it to working on the cars and all of that as we go back to green. And you've seen it all. And I was saying to somebody the other day, the most fun I think I ever had racing was either in my go-kart in college or in the SCCA right after that, because as I climbed the ladder, it became more work and less fun.
Yep.
It was enjoyable in driving the car, but the business behind it was just more and more intense, as it should be, but a lot of work.
Yeah, once you get more advanced, you have responsibilities, you have deadlines, and suddenly all the reasons you got involved in racing are like left at the wayside.
Well, they always say money buys speed. How fast do you want to go? Yeah. You got to go find it. You got to build it. Right now, the 14 out in front, Michael Stutz, in the Oldsmobile Cutlass, the number 14 black and orange, and certainly if you're an AJ Foyt fan, you recognize those colors. A little bit slow off the corner, and 15 going to get a run now, and Michael pointing people by, he may have a problem.
Yeah, a lot of these races are kind of choreographed to put on a good show for the fans, and nobody really runs away with it. So the number 2 car, I guess it's supposed to be a Penske car. Yeah, it doesn't say whose, but that looks like a Cam 2 number, a Penske car. I guess it was.
You think about them. I haven't heard Mercury Montego in forever.
But I found one in a barn last week.
Well, I was going to say, I could mention almost any one of these, and you could tell me that where one is.
Yeah.
Any one part of the country better for bar finds?
No, I can't say so. Like you'd imagine New York City to be bad, but I'm looking forward to going to New York City, because there are some old parking garages that are now closed to the public. But Jay Leno found a Duesenberg in a public parking garage next to Macy's at Herald Square. And he called me up and he said, "Tom, I just found a Duesenberg," and he's all excited about it. It's been there for 65 years or whatever, and the guy owes all sorts of money back rent on it, and he hasn't paid it. So he said, it might go for sale, might be for auction. I said, "You gonna get it?" He said, "Here's the problem. You can't get it out of the garage."
Can't get it out.
He said,
"Been closed in."
the car's so big, and they put a smaller elevator, and you can't get it out.
Oh, my.
So he calls me like 2 years later. He says, I got the car. I said, how'd you get it? I thought the elevator was too small. He said, I just made that up to keep people away. So he got it.
Oh, my. Put the story out there and turn everybody off. The checkered flag is out on this group. I love that. I mean, and Leno would be the perfect guy to.
Yeah. You know, his wife went shopping, Christmas shopping. He's, I'm going to go look for old cars. And he just goes up to old garages and, hey, what do you got upstairs? You know, we got some stuff. Well, because he's Jay, he can get up there.
Yeah.
You know, so he got the car.
And because you could get up there. If I pulled up, I probably not getting in.
Sometimes I can get up there. If I drive up in a Woody, I can usually go where I want to go. But so I'm looking to go to Brooklyn, Queens, and Manhattan. You'd imagine it to be a pretty bad spot, but I think there's old stuff hidden away.
Well, when you think about the history and you look back and over the decades that you're talking about where cars may have been placed there, the economic situation in those areas could have been very different.
Right. You know what I find that old college towns are rich with unusual sports cars and imported cars. You know, professors drove, you know, Austin Healey's and ACs and Citrons and things. So I love to go to old college towns and just poke around there because, you know, you go to the old repair shop and say, who's got unusual old cars in this town? And that old mechanic will say, oh, yeah, well, you know, there's Doc, whatever his name is, down the road, and he's got a barn full of this and that. So, you know, I'm telling you some of the secrets that I have in that book, which is that there's no secrets at all. You just have to sell yourself. And if you sell yourself, like when I sold cars at a dealership, I had to sell myself before I could sell a car. Before you can get to see what's hidden behind the garage door or in the backyard, you've got to sell yourself, and then you're a friend. So like you were saying earlier, car guys are all friends. We just haven't met yet. But you know, I can be a Camaro enthusiast and meet somebody who's a Triumph enthusiast, and within 10 minutes, it's like we've been friends our whole lives.
And I think that's the thing that's so amazingly cool about this entire weekend, the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Tom, thank you so much for coming by and spending time. I know I'll let you get back to what you're doing. You're probably going to go leave the circuit and go look in some garages around the area or something like that.
Yeah, I think I could.
Yeah, you may leave here with some more cars. And not only thanks to Tom, but again, I know the guys were talking about it on stage, Baker Donaldson, Three Spine, Coker Tire, Millennium Bank especially, Urban Story Ventures, Sunbelt Rentals. They're the ones who make all of this possible, this entire event, whether it's in West Village or here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. All of this, even the convention center where the Mecum auctions are, it's all possible because of the support and, once again, the underlying foundation, that research for Alzheimer's and stroke recovery. And speaking of Mecum auctions, we'll take you there and see what's going across the stage. You may be interested, maybe make a phone call in and leave the weekend with a new toy. So we'll see everyone later. We'll head to Mecum Auctions.
Thank you, sir.
On the telephone, sold.
S1.2, a 1974 Honda Z50 with the 49cc, sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
No reserve. Somebody get $5,000 here. You better get $1,000. You better get two. At $2,000 bid, you better get two bid. You better get three bid. You better get $2,500 bid. At $2,500, $3,000. You better get three. Roll away now. You better get three. At $3,000, $3,500 bid. You better get three bid. You better get $3,500. I have $3,000 bid. You better get $3,500. You get $3,500. Sold. $3,000. Brad on the telephone. Sold.
S2.1, 1976 Yamaha YZ80 with the 73cc two-stroke, sold on the bill of sale at no reserve.
No reserve. How much here? Somebody give $8,000. You better get $5,000. You better get five bid. You better get three. At $3,000, you better get three bids. Somebody give $1,000 for it. $1,000 here. $1,500 bid. You better get $2,000. You better get two. At $2,500 bid. You better get $3,000. You better get three. Roll away. You better get three. At $3,000, $3,500 bid. You better get three bid. You better get $3,500. I have $3,000 bid. You better get $3,500. You get $3,500. Four. At $4,000 now here. You better get four bid. Chris, you better get four. At $3,500 bid. You better get $4,000. You better get $4,000. Sold. $3,500. Jordan.
S2.2, 1972 Honda Z50 with a 49cc four-stroke, sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
No reserve. $5,000 here. You want to get 5 bid, 1,000. You want to get 15. You want to get 2 at $2,000 bid. You want to get $2,500 bid. You want to get 3,000. You want to get 3. I have $2,500 bid. You want to get 3,000. Roll it away. You want to get 3. You want to get 3. 25. 3 at 35. No, I got 35. 4. I have $3,500 bid. You want to get 4,000. You want to get 3,500. Now 4 at $3,500 bid. You want to get 4,000. Sean, you want to get 4 at $4,000. You get 3,500 now. 4,000. So $3,500. Brett on the telephone.
S2. S2 is a... There we go, S2, 1971 Honda Mini Trail with a 3-speed black and red with a 49cc single-cylinder engine, offering at no reserve, sold on a bill of sale.
No reserve, 5,000. You better get 3,000, 1,000, $1,500, 2 at $2,000 bid. You better get $2,500 now. You better get 2 bid. You better get $2,500 at 3,000. You better get 3 bid. You better get $3,500 bid. You better get 3,500 rolled away at $3,500, 4,000. You better get 4 bid. You better get $3,500 bid. Anybody get $4,000 for it at $3,500 bid. You better get 4,000. You better get 4. Sold $3,500. Sean Hagler sold.
Lot S3, a 1984 Honda ATC 70 with a 4-speed, sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
$6,000 here. You better get 5,000. You better get 3,000. You better get 2,500 at $2,500 bid. You better get 3,000 again. You better get 3,500 4 at 4,000. You better get 4 bid. You better get 4. You better get 4. You better get 4,500 at 4,500. 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 45.5. I have 4,500. $5,500 bid. You better get 5,500 at $5,500 bid. You better get 5,000. You better get 55. 6 at $6,000 bid. You better get 6,000. I have $5,500 bid. You better get $6,000 here now. 5 at $6,500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 6,500. Sold $6,000. Frank's Way sold 6,000.
S4, 1983 Honda ATC 70 with a 4-speed, sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
$3,000 is the bid. You better get $3,500 bid. You better get 4 at 4,000. You better get 45 and again 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 45.5 at 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 5,000. I have $5,500 bid. You better get 5,000. You better get 5,500. I have $5,000 here. You better get $5,500 bid. You better get 5,500. Sold $5,000. Sean Hagler. Sold.
S5, 1971 Honda CT70 with a 3-speed, no reserve.
$2,000 is the bid. You better get $2,500 bid. You better get 2,500. I have $2,000 bid. 25, 3,000. You better get 3,500 at $3,500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get $3,500 here. You better get 3,500 at $3,500 bid. You better get 3 bid. You better get $3,500. You get 3,500. Anybody get 35, 32, and a high of 5. $3,500. I have 32. What I have, you better get $3,500. 4,000. You better get 4 at $4,000 now. You better get 4 bid. You better get 3,500 now. 4 at $4,000 bid. You better get 4 bid. You better get 4. You better get 4. You better get 4,000 at $3,500 bid. You better get 4,000. Sold $3,500. Chris Elliott.
S6, 1978 Honda Z50 with a 3-speed, sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
$2,000 is the bid. You better get $2,500 bid. You better get 2,500. I have $2,000 bid. You better get $2,500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 2,500. Anybody get $2,500 for it at $2,500 bid. You better get 2,000. 525. 3 at 3,000. You better get $3,500 bid. You better get 3,500 at $3,500 bid. You better get $3,500. You get $3,500 bid. You better get 3,500. And now 4,000. You better get 4 bid. You better get 3,500 and 4. I have $3,500 bid. You better get 4,000. You better get 4,000. Sold $3,500. Sean sold 3,500.
S7, 1983 Honda Z50 with a 3-speed, sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
$2,000 is the bid. You better get $2,500 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 2,500. You want another one at 2,500? You want another at $2,500 bid? You better get $2,500. You get 2,000 bid. You better get 2,500. At $2,500 bid. You better get $2,500 for it. Anybody get $2,500 at $2,500 bid? You better get 5 bid. You better get 2,000. You better get 2,000. You better get 2. Anybody get 2,000? $2,000. Good morning. What? $1,750. $2,000 for it. Sean? $1,750 is the bid. Anybody get $2,000? So, $1,750, Chris.
S8.
Elliott.
S8 1997 Honda Z50 with a 3-speed sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
Somebody get $5,000. Anybody get 5 bid. Anybody get 3. Anybody get 2. At $2,000 bid. Anybody get 2 bid. Anybody get 2. Give 1,000. Anybody get 1,000. Anybody get 1,000. $1,500 bid. Anybody get 2,000. Anybody get 2 bid. Anybody get 2,500. At 2,500 now 3,000. Anybody get 3 bid. Anybody get 3. Anybody get 3. Anybody get 3. Anybody get 3,000. 35. At $3,500 bid. Anybody get 3 bid. Anybody get $3,500. They get 3,500. Sold. $3,000. Laura Landis. Sold.
Take a look here at S9, a 1958 Cushman Highlander comprehensive nut and bolt restoration offered at no reserve.
Somebody get 6,000. Anybody get 6. Anybody get 5 bid. Anybody get 5,000. Anybody get 3. At $3,000 bid. Anybody get 3. Anybody get 3. Anybody get $1,500 bid. Anybody get 2,000. Anybody get 2. At $2,000. Anybody get 1,500. 2. $2,500 bid. Anybody get 5 bid. Anybody get 25. At 3,000. Anybody get 3 bid. Anybody get 3. Anybody get 3. Anybody get 3. Anybody get $3,000. At $3,000, anybody get 3 bid. Anybody get 2,500 now 3. I have $2,500 bid. Anybody get 3,000. Anybody get 3. 27.5 bid. Anybody get 3,000. 2.5. At 32.5 here. You better get 5 bid. You better get 3,500. Good. I got 32.5 now. 3,500. $3,500 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 3,000. You better get 3,500. At $3,500 bid. You better get $3,500. You get $3,500. At $3,500 bid. You better get 32.5. 5 bid. You better get $3,500. You get 2.5. You better get 5. So $3,250. Jordan.
S9.1 1970 Honda Z50 with a 3-speed sold on a bill of sale. Used NOS parts where available, no reserve.
7,000. You better get 7. You better get 6. You better get 5. At 5,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 2. You better get 3,000. You better get 2,500. 3. At $3,000 bid. You better get 3. You better get 3,500. Now 4. Put them at 4 bid. You better get 4,000. 45. 5. At 5,000 here. 4's bid. 5. I have $4,000 bid. You better get 5,000. You better get 4,500. I have $4,000 bid. You better get $4,500 bid. You better get 4,500. I have $4,000 bid. You better get $4,500. You get 4,500. Sold. $4,000. Brett on the telephone. Sold.
S11, a 1997 Ford F350 custom pickup with new paint, a 7.3 Power Stroke diesel and flatbed.
Somebody get $50,000. You better get 50 bid. You better get 40. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 20. You better get $10,000 for it. Somebody get 10,000. You better get 10. 12,000. 15,000. Now you better get 15. At 15,000. You better get 15. You better get 12 bid. You better get 15. At 15,000. 17,000. You better get 17. I have 15. You better get 17. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. At 20,000, you better get 20 bid. Put them at 20 now. You better get 20 bid 2. I have 20 bid. You better get 22,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 2. You better get 22. At 22,000, you better get 2 bid. You better get 20 bid. 21, 22, 21. 22. I have 21,000. You better get 22,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 2 here. You better get 2 bid 2. At 22,000. You better get 22. Robin, you better get 2 bid. You better get 22. Close the bid at $20,000. Close the bid, and the bid goes on.
The bid goes on. If this is your first time, this is the first time we heard it today. The bid goes on is the booth just down here left of the stage. That's where they'll be able to help you, the buyers and the sellers, put that deal together if it didn't sell here on the block. The bid goes on. Another convenience offered by Mecum Auctions. S13, a 1990 Porsche 911 Carrera featuring the 3.6 automatic black leather and Porsche certificate of authenticity.
Somebody give $80,000 here. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80,000. You better give 80. You better get 50. At $50,000 bid. You better get 10. You better get 20,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get 25. I have 20 bid. You better get 25. And again, 5 bid. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 5. I have 30 bid. You better get 35,000. You better get 30 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 35. I have 30,000. You better get 35,000. Anybody get 30's the bid. Anybody get $35,000 on the Porsche. At 35 bid. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 37. 40. I have 37.
Grand Prix at the Bend. I got a special guest in Betty, and that is Tommy Kendall. And the reason why I know he's a special guest is because it says so right there. How did you get the special guest pass?
Well, I don't know, but I didn't even realize I had this special guest pass till I was ordering a coffee, and the gal behind the counter says, "How special are you?" I said, "I guess it depends on who you ask. If you ask the guys I work with, I'm a special kind of special."
So you've gotten to see everything. So you've been up in West Village with Justin. He's up there probably getting a mani-pedi right now, having a latte. But
a different kind of special.
Yeah, a different kind of special. You've come down here to the Grand Prix, which is, I think, a super cool layout that they have this year. You've seen it all. I'm amazed by this.
Well, I said it coming on the air the other day. I said Pittsburgh has a street vintage race, and Miami has a concourse in a downtown kind of area. Lime Rock has concourse and racing at the same place, but no one has all of those things: street course, vintage, downtown setting, and both in one place. There's nothing like this.
And I think it's so cool. The other thing, the auction, the Mecum auctions, you and I were just sitting here watching it. We're watching all these motorcycles go across, and they're not really motorcycles. They're
mini bikes.
Yes. From back in the day when we were young, Trail 50s and Z50s and stuff like that. And we were talking about the differences, and I was looking at the prices at $3,000, $3,500, and I said, God, they were probably $500 back in the day when they were brand new. And you said...
I said no, because the Z50s were like $200 because I had the fold-down bar Z50, and then I got an XR75, which was about $400, and I wanted a YZ80 two-stroke, so I had to save, and I scrapped together Larry Brooks, who was the champion, who's now a big-time guy in the sport. I bought his older YZ80 before they went monoshock for $350.
And we were talking about the adjustable handlebars. What did you do with the adjustable handlebars on your 50?
Those bars, they look like the GP bikes, and so I fold. They're to fold to get into an airplane or a motorhome, and you've got about a degree and a half of steering.
And how tall were you at the time?
Oh, I had to have been 8 or 9. That was my introduction.
So you were 6 feet tall.
That was I was 5'5" as a junior in high school.
No way.
5'5" when I got my driver's license. My birthday's Monday, so fall of my junior year, I was 5'5", 110 pounds when I turned 16. I grew up, obviously I've grown a foot since then. I was 6 foot by the time I graduated, and I grew 4 inches after high school.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So you did fit when you...
Well, when I wanted to be tall to play basketball and football in high school, I was tiny. And when I wanted to be tiny to be a Formula One driver, I became too big. So you know what?
We got cars on the racetrack, so we got sports cars on the racetrack, and this is kind of, we're not quite to your era yet, but we'll look at the screen there, and this is Group 5, sports cars, pre-1972, under 3,500 cc's, so under 3.5 liters.
Yep.
And some really, really cool race cars as you look at it. I mean, cars that I watched when I first started racing in the SCCA, whether that was 914s running in the production classes, and there's a 914-6 out there. The bright orange number 6 is a 914-6, which, it's the one that everybody wanted. You wanted the 914-6.
Yeah, and all these 914s have looked like they don't have the wider flares, but there's the 914-6, and it's got that E-production chopped windshield. That car probably has some significant history. I can't see it close enough. Does it have Rumos on the side of that car? Bob Kirby, who's a guy that I knew back in the day, who raced in the first race ever at Riverside and the last race ever at Riverside, I think won a national championship in an E-production 914 back in the day. So, yeah, look, these lightweight, small scale. I saw the one out front painted, maybe my favorite race car design ever. That the Hippie, it's from the Hippie 917. That purple, green, and white sort of.
The Hippie?
They call it the Hippie car because it looks like sort of a late 60s, early 70s rock poster.
I have a special affinity for MGs because I was saying this yesterday. We were talking about the moment that you got hooked on racing. And there was racing in your family. There was no racing in my family at all. One of my dearest friends in the world, his dad raced in the SCCA, and he drove an E-production MG. Got rid of that, bought a Huffacker MGB for a while. A beautiful car.
So that's probably what made you even aware there was such a thing as racing, right?
That's what got me hooked. I knew a couple of people that had older MGs, in high school, and I thought they were cool. But that's what got me hooked on racing. Everybody's got a moment in time. And so I think about, I started going to SCCA races with Bobby and his dad, and helped him work, not really on the car, but kind of around the car. You wouldn't want me to work on anything that you drove, and that's what kind of drew me into the entire thing. And so ever since then, kind of that EF production deal always grabs my attention. And there was actually a great story recently on the particular Huffacker E-Production MGB that Mr. Martin owned. And it was pretty cool. It took me back to all of that. You remember when...
silver black number car?
It was silver with a dark blue number. It was number 9 in its original configuration. So what was can you pinpoint a date? Hammond yesterday was saying, when I was 13 years old on a Saturday, my uncle opened the door and said, come on, get up, we're going somewhere. He said, that was the moment.
I can pinpoint the exact date. My life changed. And to set the scene, it's hard, we're going to age ourselves, but it's also, back then, there was no internet. There was 2 races a year on TV.
Yeah.
Wide World of Sports, you'd have maybe Daytona and Monaco. Indy was on. It was tape delayed. So you had a handful of magazines. My point is, if you didn't know someone involved, you didn't really know that all the other stuff existed. And so I stumbled across a go-karting book at the school library once. I was drawn to motors. That Z50, I didn't know there was such thing as racing. That Z50 and the bikes. And then my dad, our neighbor, was the Porsche dealer in North Hollywood. And so the Little League games, Pete Smith would show up with all these hot cars. And when my dad's business started doing better, he traded in the LTD. First it was a Datsun 240Z, and then it was a 74 Carrera. And then Pete's like, well, you ought to maybe get a turbo. And so then he got a turbo. And then Pete's like, you ought to get a race car. And my dad's like, race car? I don't know. He says, well, you can go to a school and I'll drive it for you until you're... And so in the summer of 1981, we went to Sears Point to watch Pete race the IMSA race. And that was, my dad said, you want to go? I said, of course. And that was the day my mind was blown, changed. And he said to me, my dad saw the look in my eyes. He says, listen, this isn't something, this isn't a profession. This isn't a career, but we're fortunate we've got some cars. And so if you get good grades in high school and you go to college and you get good grades, we'll do this as much as we can. We'll have fun. And so I remember the day, 13 years old, summer of 1981.
And Jeff said the same thing. He said, after that day, he started going next door to his uncle's house, I believe. But he had to finish his homework first. His mother would look over his homework, and that's what you got for being making good grades and finishing your homework.
That was my sponsorship, literally, was the report card.
Yeah.
I found out if I had sponsorship when the report card came.
The only car that looks somewhat out of place would be the number 8, Efren or Mazza, and he's aboard that Ford Spec Racer running second right now. It's Tom McGlynn out in front in that green, purple, and white Porsche 914. He's been quick all weekend long. So is Brady Raffining. Brady's a guy who's been around for a long time, has a lot of experience on the racetrack aboard that beautiful blue number 24, that Porsche 911.
Second generation. That name, I've heard that name
for years. Yeah. For years.
Yeah, the Spec Racer Ford, in a weird way, is the same formula as a 914. It's like a lightweight, small sled, low power, and
well, and this isn't a typical SVRA weekend, so I'm going to assume that on a typical weekend we wouldn't see that car in there. It might have a larger group that it fit into with other sports racers. So it just, you kind of look at it here and go, okay, what cars can we put together on the racetrack so that we've got like performance?
Yeah. And that was a big class back in the day. There were a lot of shoes that came out of Sport Spec Racer Ford and Renault.
Dorsey came. Dorsey. He was in an Atlantic or a Formula B car first, but when Sports Renault came about, it's the first race car that I raced in the SCCA. I had chassis number 90, and people go, "You mean Spec Racer Ford?" And I'm like, "No.
Yeah.
You're obviously a newbie to this whole thing. It was Sports Renault."
I'm just seeing that psychedelic
there it is,
plate, vanity plate. It's a California black vanity plate.
I tell you what, these guys aren't holding back. I was watching Brady Raffining in that number 24, and here he comes. I mean, he's not holding back. I'm watching that car move around over the bumps or over the character areas, as Jeff was calling them yesterday.
Character.
Yeah, that area has character. It doesn't have bumps. It has character.
It's like in the house world. It's charming.
Yes,
it's quaint.
It's quaint. That means it's 100 years old with cobwebs.
That Spec Racers finding himself in feels like some of the people at Le Mans ganged up on by the Porsches.
Yeah, the 167 Wyatt Foster right there behind. That's a Porsche 912. And I think the thing that's cool is that, you know, to the bystander, it's a Porsche. But it's a 912. It's got the engine that the 914 has in it. It doesn't have the 6-cylinder engine.
You know what? It was only a few years ago that I understood what the difference between a 912 and a 911 was.
Well, it was only a few years ago. I was like, well, I'll just go buy a 912 because I can afford one of those.
Yeah,
no. Why am I late to the party on all of that? It's kind of like my investing is the same way. You're great at investing. You've got this economics mind, and if I buy it, you sell it. And if you sell it, I buy it, kind of thing. And it's like
people joke now about Jim Cramer on CNBC. If he's saying buy, you should sell. If he's selling, it's still. So maybe just say this is what I think I should do, and do the opposite on yourself.
Do the opposite. Well, and Justin told me, gosh, I don't know, 8 or 10 years ago, you need to buy this particular Ferrari. He was really spending a lot of time. It was a 550 because it was the last manual transmission car. And at the time, you could pick them up for not a lot of money. I'm talking 35, 45 grand.
I was going to say 50, 60, but okay.
And now?
Well, that one's been on my list, and I actually advised my dad to buy one, and he didn't.
And what are they now?
Well, a gated one is, I bet you, well, I mean, there's a range depending on miles.
Sure.
They're well up into the, you know, I think a really good one's probably north of 200 now. A really good one.
Crazy stuff.
CRX.
Yeah. So this is a car that would run in an IT class in SCCA.
And there weren't front-wheel drive cars in the market for a long time, and then all of a sudden you have the CRXs. You had that, speaking of spec series, again a Renault, the Renault Lacar and the Renault Alliance Cups. And then these CRXs started making their way into the endurance, like the Playboy Endurance Series. Playboy Endurance Series, and the other one was, what was the other one? Firehawk.
Firehawk, yeah.
Firehawk, yeah.
Cool little cars, and this is a family operation. They're actually running 2 different cars. There's
he's applying the heat.
They call it an exhibition, but like I said, these guys are on it. Glenn Maurer runs the number 3, which is the Alfa Romeo that is running more towards the back of the pack, and right now it's Chase in the 31, that little Honda that's zipping around up there. And it's a pretty cool deal. It's the father and 3 sons. 2 of the 3 sons drive, and the dad drives, and they're all here together. And I was laughing because, and I can't remember which one is which, but the father and 2 of the sons have some pretty significant facial hair. And then the other one's clean shaven. I'm like, is that why you don't get to drive? It's because
it's like the baseball teams that they don't shave going into the playoffs.
Exactly. But that's the magic of the whole vintage stuff and the car collecting. Your dad said to you, hey, this isn't a profession kind of thing. This is for fun. That's exactly what we're watching.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's seeing. Now, I was going to ask, do they all have their own cars?
They have 2 cars.
Okay.
3 drive.
Because that's what the first race car I did, Jim Russell Racing Series Mazda powered cars. The first IMSA car, first IMSA race, my dad bought the Trinity Racing RX-7, an older RX-7. And he said, all right, we're going to do 2 endurance races, and we're going to do 4 sprint races, and you guys trade off. And so we drive together in endurance races. And so we both wanted to do the Miami Grand Prix, my older brother and I, Bart. And Bart has been better at everything for my whole life. And so he was the 4.0. He was the one who went to Stanford. He was the one that was the MVP in the basketball team, et cetera, et cetera. And I was, I got cut from the freshman basketball team. I was 5'5", I already told you that earlier. And but skiing and cars, motorized things were my thing. And so we had a shootout, my brother and I, and I'd never beaten him at anything in my life.
And you beat him?
And I knew I was going to beat him. And he thought he said I could beat him at anything, right? And I beat him, and I got to drive the car at the Miami Grand Prix. And so we drove together at Sebring, finished second. He sprained his ankle, and Max Jones came in to help sub, and that's how I met Max Jones and had the long relationship with Max.
And it just cascaded from there. That is really cool.
Yeah. Sharing a car with your brother.
And you didn't argue and fight?
Well,
you didn't say that.
There was no point fighting. My brother talks about when he'd want to whomp on me, I just lay there, and that's no fun. My younger brother Mike was super feisty, and so he would fight back. So Bart liked to beat on him more.
Well, and this is super feisty. We were talking about
Chase is giving chase.
Yeah, and he's being chased by that 914-6, the number 6, the orange 914 just behind. About to have 3 different makes in this 4-car battle, and it's it's interesting to watch this. There's a kind of little give and take. It's like the 914 seem to be a little quicker in some of the areas of the racetrack, but that front-wheel drive car should be good around here, I would think.
It takes me back to the days when it was racing in Firehawk and the Playboy series. Those cars were typically not as quick on the straight and really good braking it into the corners, and it's playing out about the same way here. Same lap time, generating it in different places.
Different ways, yeah. 1972 Datsun. We always say Nissan these days, but that is a Datsun. 1972 Datsun 240Z.
And it was funny when they changed to Nissan. You're like, that just doesn't sound right. Now you're just used to it.
Now it doesn't sound right to say Datsun, but I can tell you, a Datsun 240Z. I had a friend of mine in high school that drove a 260 or 280, and I was like, those iterations of cars, the Z car, not the ZX, and it all went downhill when that happened. But the Z cars were the ones that you wanted. No power brakes, no power steering. It was a sports car.
And some of them had, I looked at one when I was trying to buy a car, and when I was 16, 17, I'd saved up some money, and one that had triple Webers and the exhaust and all that, and the competition kind of clutch. It's a good thing I didn't buy that car. Probably.
Good drive off the corner for Chase there. And that front-wheel drive car, it's got a locker in the front of it, which I'm like, to come off the corner as well as it does.
I guess it makes sense. You don't want to just spin in that inside wheel.
Yeah, but at the same point in time, you'd think it would push like a pig.
It would. Yeah, the minute you went to the throttle, it would want to keep going straight.
I'm wondering if Larry Lunda there in the 76 914, there's a lot of smoke starting to come out of the back of it. He doesn't seem to have the drive off the corner that he did before.
You see the 31 car changing his lineup a little bit, trying to figure out a way to time it a little bit. The 914 got through that hairpin quickly. So,
did you ever drive a 914?
I never drove a 914 streetcar.
Streetcar,
I never drove a race car.
Oh, and now
look at the proportions on that car. It's just so small, simple.
That's where Chase is fast, is out of that turn 13 complex when you leave the alley of the great.
Yeah.
He really seems to get through there, but the little 914 scoots away when you get to the straightaways. I always loved a car that handled well on the straightaway.
On the straightaway, yeah. And on the straightaway.
Gotta like that. Cool little battle here. The MG we were talking about at the 007. Now starting to squeeze down on the 24 just in front of him. That's Clark Lance aboard that Lotus Elan.
24A, yeah. I had, when I was at Luft 8 last weekend, I was standing in line to get in, and there's a guy named Chris Considine who makes the CXC, the super high-end driving simulators that are with the wraparound straight in full motion.
They have motion, yeah.
And his son, who's I think about 10, 11 years old, we had time to kill, and so one of my favorite games is the 4-car garage game, and you have any 4 cars and only 4 cars. And this little guy, one of his cars was a Lotus Elan, because his dad races a Lotus Lemons car, but he said, I need a truck to pull all the stuff.
A Lotus Lemons car?
Yeah. His dad has a Lotus Lemons car. And but his boy said he said, my daily drive would be a Mini. That's just something fun. I need a truck to pull everything. And he had a Lotus Elan.
White flag is out. Tom McGlynn still out in front, and that psychedelic number 8 is a cool car. I had later in life, because I always wanted a 914 when I was younger, I bought one out of a shop in Atlanta that restores older Porsches. And I bought a 914, a 2-liter 914, box stock, and I loved it. I loved it.
Now you said later in life?
Later in life, yeah.
When was this?
30 years ago.
Okay.
Meaning after I had finished my racing career and had moved on, not when I was a kid.
Okay.
But I loved it, and the only reason I got rid of it is I had owned a 911, an 83 911 SC, and had sold it. And then hated myself for selling it.
Was this during your IndyCar baller days?
It was
rolling an 83 911.
Yeah, it was in my IndyCar baller days. So I found that car for sale again, and I had bought the 914 in between, and so I sold the 914.
Cool little Abarth with the hood popped open.
It's awesome. Hammond yesterday said he wanted to put a big V8 in the back of that thing is what he was thinking he needed to do. He was loving it. Checkered flag is out, and that is Group 5. Really fun to watch these guys because they've been leaning on it since the drop of the green.
Well, and these mature classes, like you say, E and F production, they've been racing for, I don't know, 50, 60 years in SCCA racing. The cars are well sorted. A lot of these people have owned and raced these cars for years and years and years. So a great comfort level, which is what you would need on a circuit like this, lined by walls.
Well, and I think this circuit too, the lower horsepower cars really actually have an advantage. You can kind of control them a little bit better than that 800 or 900 horsepower stock car.
You're not arriving at the end of the straightaways with a huge brake zone. It's still a brake zone.
Yeah.
It's all relative. So,
thank you for coming down from West Village and spending some time with us here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. We've had all kinds of great guests this weekend. I'll include you with that list, Tommy. Lynn St. James was one of them, and obviously Lynn St. James, Grand Marshal for this event this weekend, and such a pioneer for women in motorsports. And speaking of that, got a great panel discussion coming up with Lynn right after this.
Now you can hear me. Welcome, everybody. Say hi with the live crowd here. Woo! Before we kick off with our rather resplendent panel seminar here, everybody locally, if you're with the V8s in the village, if you're one of the participants, if you have a registered car in the V8 in the village, please make sure to stop by the Coca Tire booth and get your gift bag. That was a bit of housekeeping. Anyway, here we have women and automobiles, no boundaries. Now, as you can tell, two of my panelists fit that description. The other one is a very poor substitute for his beautiful bride. We have Linda Vaughan, Miss Hurst-Schister, Lynn St. James, woo! The Grand Marshal for this wonderful event. And we have Ray Evanham, but basically your wife, Aaron.
Yeah, Mr. Aaron Crocker
Mr.
today.
Aaron Crocker. That's how we're going with it. Well, welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming out here. The sun is about to start reflecting off the beautiful Western, and we'll be a bit toasty in a minute. But I think this is a wonderful discussion. The whole point of today's seminar was really not just women in motorsport. We always talk about that all the time. That's obviously a huge part of it. But as we touched on yesterday, Lynn, women in the automobile world, it's just becoming more and more common. I am going to start with you, Lynn, because this is your life. This is what you do. What started as your racing was never a campaign, as Tommy said yesterday. She just wanted to beat she wanted to beat anyone. It wasn't just the boys. You wanted to be fast.
Whoever was in front of me.
If it was whoever was in front, right? And yeah, exactly. A round of applause. You've done 230 plus miles an hour at the Indy 500, but when it comes to the rise of women, and rightfully so in the world of cars, you must just be looking at it saying it's taken a long time, but they were always there in a lot of positions, but just unrecognized.
Well, I mean, my first love affair was with, cars when I was a kid. And I mean, my first car that I bought was a 1967 Pontiac Catalina 2+2. I didn't buy some little thing, in fact, the dealer didn't even want to sell it to me. He goes, that's not a car for a young lady. So, I mean, I think women have always been in this sport or in this industry as customers, as lovers of vehicles. And then, when I started working with the Henry Ford Museum on their history of racing in America, I actually went back and found out that there were women racing from the early 1900s. And I didn't even know that, and I felt terrible because here I am in a sport, and I don't know about the history of it. And so I went back and learned about Helene Nice and Camille Dugas and Kay Petrie, and I, besides Janet Guthrie, and I knew about Janet Guthrie, I knew about Shirley Muldowney, And of course Denise McCluggage, but that was about as far back as, you know, my knowledge went. And then I was like, wow, there were all of these women. So, you know, I don't want us to make a big deal in a sense, but I don't want us to be also eliminated or removed or set aside, or, I mean, it's like, it's an inclusive, you know, if you like vehicles, if you like art, because a lot of them are pieces of art, if you like to go fast, which I do, and not everybody likes to go fast that has a car. I mean, there's a Rambler back there that I just saw as I was walking around. I've never seen a Rambler look like that, but you know, a gal owns it and has done it very uniquely. You know, it's a self-expression, and it's just that, just accept us. You know, just include us, invite us. I have that theory where women need to be invited, men just show up. You know, men will crash a party in a heartbeat. You know, you'll say, hey, you go to that party? Oh, yeah, you know, it doesn't matter. We'll go anyway.
Stop looking at Ray when you say that. I did invite him. I mean, you were invited, but you still turned up.
But you would have turned up even if you weren't, probably. You saw the empty seat. You know, and maybe not Linda, because she can show up anywhere, but, you know, as a female, we would be talking, well, we can't go to that because we're not invited. You would say, we will go anyway, but that's what makes you so unique. But most women would hold back because they weren't invited. So I just feel sometimes we need to be invited, we need to be included, and we've always been there, and we always will be there.
Well,
and
push the
I'm just
ladies.
waiting for the one that'll win the Indy 500, though.
I mean, we almost did.
Yeah, that's doable, and I want to see that in my lifetime.
Danica almost won it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
She almost won it her first year.
Linda, but let's go back, and when you first came on the scene, I mean, it was in the sort of more traditional role of someone beautiful with a passion for cars.
Yes,
You knew your stuff. You knew how to.
Absolutely.
I mean, that was what made you so legitimate, and which has made you stand the test of time. I mean, Linda Vaughn, she is the queen of motor racing, and she's still here. Goes to the Indy 500, all these races. I mean, it's amazing. Formula One, everything. But
I turned it into a business.
You did turn it, yeah.
Because I love marketing, and when, of course, I signed the contract with George Hurst, he gave me the opportunity to use my gray matter. We were sponsors of Hurst. 13 times this woman ran at Indy 500. I was so proud of her. I got behind her, supported her, as I did any and every woman, whether it be. I was the first girl in shop class. Mother goes, what the heck are you doing in shop class? I said, I wanted to take shop class because I'm the only girl. And I said to open the avenue for more women to get involved. And my first love was a 57 Chevrolet. Absolutely fell madly in love with a 57 Chevrolet. That's even before I fell in love with Jimmy Newberry, the first boy I ever kissed. So it came about in a lovely way, and I kept telling Mother, I said, I want you to make me a costume. I want you to make me something nice. And I always made all the ladies my friends, didn't I, Lynn? Because we are a part of it. Without we ladies, y'all wouldn't be here. So I figured that's what we're going to do. We're going to take care of each other, promote and support, and I got a degree in marketing. And I've been with Hurst 50 years.
Unbelievable.
Still shifting gears.
Still shifting gears. I mean, that's one of the initiatives that's a big thing. And I know that Haggerty, for example, are doing a lot with that. Not just women, teaching young kids how to drive. I said to my daughter, who's 15, I'm going to teach you, obviously, to drive a stick shift because if you're going out with a bad boy, I want you to be able to steal his car. I mean, I don't want you to, because so many kids would jump in and go, I'm stuck, right? But it's so important. Ray, now, and you've married one.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
So you can intimately tell me how it goes at home when it comes to the automotive world.
No, we're not going.
That was last night's conversation. Engagingly tell me, what's it like with someone who's kind of equal to you in the car industry in so many ways?
Absolutely. My wife is literally someone you look at and go, she's a badass, right?
Yeah.
Behind the wheel. She's the only lady ever to win a World of Outlaws sprint car A main. She beat Steve Kinzer, and worked really hard. And it's easy from the outside to not pay attention. And when Erin came to drive for me, and obviously we got married, I really started to realize that women have had to work harder than men to get recognized in that sport, because people think it's nice, it's great, this lady driver is good, but it's still somewhat of a novelty. And I don't really feel like they have been given a fair chance and taken serious enough. And Lynn and I were talking about this last night, that the timing right now is better than it's ever been, because every lady that comes along has done better and better, and they're starting to be taken more seriously. You know, obviously from what Lynn did and Janet Guthrie, and then, you know, Shauna Robinson did a great job in the NASCAR stuff, and Patty Moise, and then, you know, along came Erin and what she did, and then Danica, and there's a young lady out there now that I'm telling you, I've worked with her. Her name is Haley Deegan. Yes. She is legit. Yes. That girl can drive a race car. But it's time for us to say, okay, look, we really need to look at these ladies as race drivers, not lady race drivers, and have them not have to work harder than a guy to get a shot. And now the physical ability, because the cars are, you know, they're getting easier to drive, you know, and that's nothing against my NASCAR guys, but, you know, if you look at some of these wing cars over there, Buddy Baker and them guys, you know, you had to have big arms and muscling things around. The things that are going on with simulators and how modern the cars are, that physical gap is closing. And now if we can get some of these ladies in these programs earlier where they work on the, you know, the psychological side of racing, as you know, women are nice, men are mean, and when we're racing, we are mean. We are mean and selfish, right? So, you know, I didn't have that problem with Erin because she is a redhead, and so she can be plenty mean when she wants to, especially in a sprint car. But I think if we can get some of these young ladies out there on an equal training basis and open the door for them, there's some girls out there with talent. As I said, we had Haley Deegan in our SRX series, and she was giving those guys all they could stand. She almost beat Tony Stewart. And she said, I didn't want to hit him. I said, well, you should have. You know? But
he'd hit you.
You know, so
pick your time.
Timing is right. Now is the time for us to be very open and realize it's time to put these girls on an equal basis.
I mean, one of the things that you talk about bringing people to the fore is, I mean, I used to do all the speed and then the Fox broadcast from Le Mans in the pit lane, and it just shows that the might of Audi at the time and going for multiple wins. And I keep seeing this diminutive brunette go from the pit wall into, and it was Lena Gade, and I just didn't know who she was. They never talked about her. They never promoted. But equally, once I knew, it took me 4 years to get an interview because she's just all business. There's no. She's like, forget that I'm a woman. I'm just here to win races. I mean, she literally, which she did. I mean, strategized their wins multiple times, but it was just interesting to me because I couldn't even enter into the discussion of, oh well, hey, you're a lady in motor racing, isn't that crazy? I was terrified to even bring that up. So I just interviewed her like a dude. I mean, that was all I could do. But it was interesting how Audi, and then when she moved on into other teams, it was part of that movement where it was moving her more to the forward. And that's what you were saying to us yesterday. Teams are now saying, I mean, and it's not for self-gain, it's just because it's the right thing to do and awareness. They're bringing these stakeholders, these key personnel to the front, but only if they're good. And isn't that the message? If you're not good, it doesn't matter if you're green and got 3 arms, you shouldn't be specifically pointed out.
When Audi put her in the commercial, I mean, that was, I think, a statement, you know, about, and it's making a statement, I think, you know, it's just making a statement of an endorsement of realness, of authentic. As I said to you yesterday, too, you cannot be mediocre in racing. I mean, I don't care, men, women, or whatever, you can't. If you do, you don't last long, and you just, you know, slough to the side. So I loved it when Audi did that with Lena Gade, because it really, it validated that women can do it, women are doing it, and then others start to realize, because it's just going to grow. All it's going to do is, it's like a mushrooming. It's going to grow. It's going to help the sport grow, help the industry grow. You know, it's a bigger, makes everything bigger.
Yeah, totally.
At the Motorsports Hall of Fame, they gave a special day for me on my birthday, and Edelbrock stepped up. We got our first $150,000 for Spark, because we're going to take care of the young guys and girls coming up. We want to help them with that, where we didn't have that growing up. When I finally got to go to Jim Russell School of Driving, I had to scrape together my money to do it. I started dead last and finished second at Laguna Seca, and they told me it was nice racing with me, and they made me one of the boys. But to make a long story short, I took the driving school so I could learn more about talking, on the television and radio about all racers. When you put your helmet on, you're a race car driver. I don't care if you're a pygmy or where you're from, a boy or a girl. When you put a helmet on, you are a race driver.
Yeah.
So that's the way I've always treated everybody. And that's what we want to teach in this course. So if you guys ever get a chance to go down to Daytona, go to the museum, and you will see what we're doing there, our youth program. Because I'm looking forward to it.
Brilliant. One of the things that we're also becoming more aware of, which is just, again, I think it's timing. I think sometimes some of the older, the husband's dying off. And, you know, my girlfriend there, Milani, she's been into the Porsche world. And we go to these events and we see how these amazing collectors, they're Ann Lee, who has that incredible collection in Park City. It is Park City, I think. Reno, sorry. You know, her husband passed away, and she is now growing the collection. She's putting her own style to it and stamp to it. It's evolving. And, you know, as you said, there's people, women are now coming to car shows with their own cars. I don't think, Lynn, that it was ever that they were told they couldn't. It's just now they know they really can. Do you think that's the case?
Well, that's right. It's never been no women. Well, I don't remember no women allowed kind of a thing. But unless you have gone to some place, to some event where you've been the only one of whatever, the only guy, the only one that speaks like you speak.
Oh, that happens.
English.
Well, but
here.
Well, sometimes, in your case, you can use it to your advantage, but you don't. The point, or you don't see anyone like yourself. In other words, I think you know when Roger Penske announced that Race for Equality and Change, and I remember hearing a story, and I think it came from, oh my God, I can't remember the guy's name, that created that program for kids, for African American kids to do like quarter midget racing.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that his name is coming. But he said, I listened to him, and it's like when you go to the gates of the Indianapolis 500, if you don't see another black person in there, then you don't feel that you're welcome. So it isn't that you're, but if none of us have felt that way, and in most cases, white male haven't felt that way. In other words, you know, it's like maybe if you go to a Corvette show and you're driving a Mustang, you know, all of a sudden you're realizing, well, I can't take my car in there. I don't belong there. I don't belong there. I don't feel welcome there. And maybe it isn't even a Corvette show, but it's, you know, it's if you haven't been excluded in your life, then you can't relate to somebody who's saying, I've been excluded. And, you know, it's, if we haven't lived it, we haven't felt it, we don't understand it.
Yeah.
And
it is hard. It's hard for us to understand, but I think it's what is reassuring is that throughout motorsports, throughout the car industry, Mary Barra, you know, CEO of GM, massive. I mean, the top job, one of the most powerful automotive roles in the world, and you see this. And you just see what is brought to the table, you know, I mean, it's so empowering, but it's also great. I mean, what's it like in NASCAR? When the female crew chiefs, is it opening up there?
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
You're seeing more and more ladies, girls going over the wall, going through the pit crew training. Many of the engineers now, Alba from GM, huge position at Hendrick and their performance. So, you know, the jobs are opening up because the sport is changing, right? And it's become more about technology and the tools and intellectual than that just the way it used to be. And I think it puts people on a more level ground. As you're training drivers now, it's based on simulation, and now we've got all these tests, you know, hit these lights and buttons and whatnot. And those machines don't have a score, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're male, whether you're female. The people that are really scoring high in these things are getting the opportunities to go on. And you see more and more, as I said, ladies, you know, at Penske Racing, they've got tons of lady engineers, same as Hendrick. And then, you know, it's not uncommon nowadays to see a great pit stop and the guys come back over the wall, take that, and the guys are, now some of them are girls, and some darn good tire changers are ladies right now.
A lot of women engineers, especially at Goodyear, because we work with all the tire companies, and especially in NASCAR, because that's the official tire. And then as Indianapolis is official Firestone, we have a lot of women engineers, and I always invite them to be a part of our show that we do there. And I think behind every successful man, there's a good lady.
Yeah. Well, beside every good man is a very successful lady.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. You know?
I mean, I actually only did this panel because I didn't think it was you. I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah, you did look disappointed when you were.
I want to add something that what's also changing is that the women that have been doing this, the Albacolans of the world, and I mean, we've got Julie Geis, who's the president of Phoenix Raceway. We've got Jill Gregory, who's the general manager and head of Sonoma. When we had this event last week in Charlotte of Women in Motorsports North America, is that women are now proud. I mean, they've always been proud, but they're more comfortable, including myself, to actually speak out about it. In other words, where we've almost been, I wanted to be under the radar. I just want to drive race cars and win races and be the fastest out there and get the fastest lap I possibly ever could. But I didn't want to make a big deal about it. Ford made me make a little bigger deal about it because that was my sponsor. But now I think women are more comfortable. They're more willing to step up and say, yes, here we are. And I think in the past, like Lena, you were talking about Lena, she didn't want that. A lot of us didn't want that. But now we are like, there's enough of us, there's many of us, and we're now, I mean, I've talked to these women like Jill and Julie recently, and all of a sudden they're like, yes, we want to come forward and talk about what we do and who we are. And we're proud of it. Mary Barra was that was a big question mark when she got that. Did she only get that, because it was time to put a woman up there? But she's held the test of time. She earned it, but she also has really taken, a real leadership and survived it and tested time.
And totally. And when you think of, we're here at Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, and the entire team, outside Byron and Tom, are female. I mean, that's why the event's so good.
We've always been the ones doing the damn work.
And Sandra Button with Pebble Beach, 30 years as now CEO of Pebble Beach Company, with the event. And she's done it for 30 years, but now everyone's talking about it. It's amazing.
And I've done hers for 50
And you've done hers for 50. I mean, you don't look impossible, Linda, impossible.
Well, there's a lot of women that worked with George Hurst that were our women engineers, and they would rebuild the shifters. And I said, we need to advertise that. What I did when I took the courses to drive and speak is I was the woman on the PA, and I was backing all the ladies up 40 years ago, 30 years ago. And we just kept continuing. And I had several radio and TV shows, but I was their spokeswoman. I have been for 50 years, and I'll continue to do so as long as...
It'll be another 50, I know.
I hope so.
Just to close it out, between the three of you, the title of this is obviously No Boundaries. What would you like to see as the next boundary that should be broken? I mean, because in a goal-oriented world, that maybe in the motorsports field is more appropriate. What's the next one? Winning Indy? Getting a woman in Formula One? What do you feel?
Well, obviously winning Indy, but I would like to see more women with money come into our sport because we know our sport takes money.
Yeah.
I mean, our sport has always been expensive, but I've always felt, having, a female version of a Roger Penske or Chip Ganassi or, but having more women really help be in a powerful position because that'll sustain the change, I think. It's not like they're going to just hire women, but it's just having more women have the passion, have just have the money, though, to be able to help grow our sport.
That's a great idea. I don't have any money, darn it.
No, I know. Jeez.
I think that just having, and it's coming. There's going to be a lady driver, whether that's IndyCar or stock car or Formula One. It's coming where someone is going to be really competitive. They're going to be challenging for wins. They're going to be in the top 5, and it's going to be consistent. And I think when that happens, it's really going to start to open the floodgates for the other ladies that are ready to do that. And the further we move with tools and technology and getting that equal, it's coming. And again, as I said, I think the world of Haley Deegan. I think she may be the next one. But if not, there's some talented ladies coming behind her.
Well, I have to speak up for drag racing.
I'm putting you to work.
You
and I'm putting him to work. He's got it.
What, that would be different than any other day?
Right. Take Tony Stewart and Leah. Here, I've watched Leah grow up. I've watched her race and win races for the past 9 years. I was also involved with her wedding and everything. But There's a perfect example of unity, and he is hooked on drag racing now. He loves it, and she's a stepping stone. She's not only beautiful, smart, an engineer, and a race driver. So I think you're seeing it in NHRA right now.
Yeah, love it. Big round of applause for our wonderful panelists, Ray, Lynn, and Linda. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. And we're going to head back to the racetrack because Brian has got some more racing action. But in a minute, I do have a very important local celebrity dignitary joining me on the stage. Stay tuned.
Racing action continuing from the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. It's Group 6 out on the racetrack right now in Group 6 sports and GT cars, 1973 to 1999, over 3.5 liters, 3,500 cc's. And up front right now, the green, gray, and black Porsche GT3 Cup entry, Kurt Swearingen, the number 17, leads. Then Austin Henry in second in another Porsche, the GT4 RS. And then a Porsche Cayman GT4 in third as well. Rusty Biddle behind the wheel of the number 1. Leader Swearingen through the turn 17 and 18 complex back onto the front straightaway. And you can see, once again, this racetrack constructed on city streets like the front straight. We'll call it the front straight even though it has some bends in it. That's turn 2. But then part of the racetrack as well is on some industrial roadways and some other purpose-built areas of blacktop that have been laid down specifically to create this 2.7-mile, 18-turn road course. Swearingen, no stranger to being behind the wheel of a Porsche GT3 Cup car, professional race car driver. And even though we consider this, and the officials of the series said, hey, exhibition guys, make sure that, you know, everything is good and you come back and the cars are in one piece, Kurt Swearingen really wringing the neck of that GT3 Cup Porsche. Now coming through turn 4, on the brakes hard, right-hander up the hill, leads you towards pit in. And then it'll be there on the right. He stays on the racetrack, of course, because we're racing. 3 laps in the book so far. He'll work to complete lap 4. And now we're in that area of some new asphalt. He's going to go through the combination of turns 10 and 11. And then call it the hairpin, the carousel, whatever you would like. Some new asphalt he's put down. It looks pretty slick there, but it's getting rubbered in through the alley of the greats. And you see some of the great sports car drivers of the past, the banners hanging there, remembering those great careers. And now through turn 14 and 15, and that'll loop back around the complex. Swearingen again, now over the railroad tracks. A big bump there. Jeff Hammond calls the bumps character. I call them bumps because it looks like that's what you're going over to me. And he'll complete another lap. Once again, it's Kurt Swearingen in that bright green and black gray number 17 Porsche GT3 Cup entry. Could you put your... Had a lot of great guests so far this weekend, and Tommy Kendall wanted to be a special guest because that's what it said on his badge. But I really, truly, one of the highlights of the weekend, what's it say on yours? Special guest Brian Redman. It should say very special guest. What an honor to have you in here.
Well,
I mean, you look at this weekend and you look at the cars that are here, and I know some of them are very near and dear to your heart, and it's got to bring back memories.
It does indeed, and I think, Byron, the four and his team have done an amazing job in putting all this together. I came to the first one in 2019 when it was just a Concours d'Elegance and a rally, and then 2 years last, he said, I'm doing a race in the streets. I said, wow. I mean, I was lucky to win the first race in the streets at Long Beach in 1975.
And I was saying to somebody, we were talking about the Alley of the Greats here, and you're certainly hanging there, but or the banner is, you're not. I should make that clear. But I said, I've never raced through a structure. And then I went, wait a minute, I have. At Long Beach in 1990, we still went through the parking garage. You guys didn't do that. You were up on...
We were up on the top.
Yeah, and then had the big drop down. That was in a Formula 5000 car, the first one?
Yes, the first one. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. On the last session on the Saturday, the pit straight, just after the pit straight, there's a right-hand bend that dropped down.
Right.
So the car went light going over it, but there was just time for a quick full throttle burst to a tight left-hander. Anyway, towards the end of qualifying, I do the normal, I come round, car goes light, I go whap like that, and it went sideways. Fortunately, I didn't hit anything. I said to Jim Hall, Chaparral, I said, there's something broken in the diff, I think. And he said, boy, I sure hate to look night before the race, but we'll look. So, yes, the Wiseman limited slip had broken.
It was limited at that point in time.
So there was no limited. So in the race, there's Mario Andretti, Tony Bryce, and Alonso, Senior. And about the 10th lap, the diff broke again. So now I have to back off because the limited slip is my right foot.
Yeah, yeah.
But the next thing I see is Mario stopped at the side of the road. Axle's broken. Tony Bryce stopped at the side of the road. Axle broken.
All that slip over the top. And
then Alonso, boom, into the wall.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much. So we managed to win. And there was no money and nothing. And the victory podium was a pickup truck. And they couldn't find the race queen. And so a lady called Patty Queen, who was the wife of a sponsor, she became the race queen. They found the race queen on the bar, on the floor of a local bar.
Oh my, oh my. I mean, I know that we've got great history to talk about, but I mean, I think about February 1st, 1976. Tell me about February 1st, 1976. Do you remember?
No.
I think you were in a race with Peter Gregg. He may have fallen ill.
Yes, a BMW CSL at Daytona. That was very interesting. The car was good. I got a lesson in public relations because the headline in the Saturday morning paper before the race, Daytona paper, Gregg wins pole. Well, it was the car that Gregg was driving, but he didn't actually get the pole.
Yeah.
So about 8 in the evening, I come in, we're leading. He opens the door, he says, carry on. I don't feel very well. And this went on all through the race.
And you were like, hang on a second, we've got some work to do here.
John Fitzpatrick came and drove. Peter hardly drove at all. And so at the end of the race, the victory podium, he's there in his absolutely immaculate white overalls, his arm round the two race squids. I look like his grandfather on one side, dirty black eyes. And I got back to the hotel and I fell asleep in the tub, in the bath, and I woke at 3 in the morning. So the next morning, Jochen Neerpasch, the team manager, says, Brian, you missed the victory dinner. I said, sorry about that, I fell asleep in the bath. He said, it does not matter. Peter Gregg gave him a fantastic speech in which he thanked all the German mechanics in German. I said, perfect.
Was that the year there was water in the fuel?
It was. Yeah, the race was actually about 20 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the white flag here, and for Kurt Swearingen, he'll take the victory. Porsche's up front, 1, 2, and 3. You kind of expect that when, once again, you look at this class, 73 to 99. That's a big span of technology. And speaking of technology, you talk about that Formula 5000 race, and I look at vintage racing now, and I think about your career and the cars that you drove and the weekends. And Justin and I talk about this. You know, he said his dad Derek would come home and say, "Oh, so and so got killed this weekend." I mean, it was a very, very different time in motorsports.
It was terrible, really. I actually lost 6 teammates in 4 years, and that's not counting the people who I knew, like Jim Clark, the world champion, Mike Spence at Indianapolis. There was probably another half a dozen who died in that period, but I actually lost 6 teammates. Yeah.
It was a magical time, but it was, I mean, the highs and the lows were probably, when I look at the history of motorsports, it seems like the highest of highs and the lowest of lows.
Yes. Yes, of course, the cars at that time were getting faster than the tracks. You know, they were speeding up, the 917s in particular. You know,
Habbo talking about 917s.
Yeah.
I can remember going to Le Mans the first time, and he was telling me about the 917s as we came in past White House, and I was just, the stories.
Yes, the White House, of course, yeah. I mean, that was really fast. Of course, the first private owner to buy a 917, John Wolfe, the Englishman, his co-driver was a guy called Digby Martland, who I'd started racing in the north of England. He was from Southport, a seaside town. And he spun in a straight line in practice. He went over the Mulsanne hump and he spun all the way down to the Mulsanne corner. He didn't hit anything. He drove back to the pits. So he got out. He said, thank you very much, John. I am now retired from motor racing. So all the English drivers in the Porsche team, of course, the Porsche team at that time was 10 drivers, 6 Germans, 3 English, and 1 Swiss. And the 3 English drivers, Vic Elford, Richard Atwood, and myself, we all said to John Wolfe, let Herbert Linge start. He's the test driver, you know, for Porsche. No, it's my car and I'm starting. And of course, he was killed on the first lap. He lost control of the White House corner. The only good news was he took out half the Ferrari team.
So why then, when it was as dangerous as it was it that you guys didn't know any better? But I mean, it was, I mean, as we said, it was a deadly time. Why? Why did you pick up your bag each weekend, tell your wife goodbye, and...
Well, of course, that was another problem, you know, when you say goodbye to your wife, and in my case, a daughter of 6 months old and a son of 3 years old. When we said goodbye, we both knew there was a good chance, you know, I wouldn't be coming back.
Yeah.
So what do you do if you're not going to do it? There's 100 people waiting to take your place. And so it was very, very difficult. And there's no money. I mean, for 1970 with Porsche, at 68 and 69 with GT40 and Porsche again, I got $1,250 for Le Mans, Sebring and Daytona, and $750 for all the others. But I was living in England, and I was paid in dollars. And so when the dollars are converted to pounds, I got £3,000 a year. £3,000 a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great stories, and like I said, so special to have you sitting here. We're going to take a quick break and go to the stage. Speaking of special guests, Tommy Kendall and Justin Bell have a special guest up in the West Village. And Brian, if you're able to stay for a while, you're more than welcome to do so. We'd love to have you. We got to head up to West Village for right now.
Oh, thanks very much.
Well, thank you, Brian. Just great. The 2 Brians in Betty the Airstream. Love that. well, a very well-known figure locally here in Chattanooga and pretty much on the U.S. political stage, former mayor of Chattanooga and also a U.S. Senator, Bob Corker. So nice to have you here on the show. Thank you. And of course, first time he's met Tommy, we spent some time together just a couple of months ago when we shot one of the features. As always, I'm very impressed when you get to sit with someone that's a public figure, and you hear your eloquence and your ability to express things. And then I thought to myself afterwards, but that's not how it starts out. That starts out, you're just a guy who lived in a town who got a good education and rose up through the ranks. But I mean, you obviously loved public office, which you dovetail with such a successful business career. But at heart, you're also just very proud of Chattanooga.
I am, and look, I'm sitting between two icons in the racing world and feel like a miniature human being here. So
well, you do next to him.
Well, of course, I wouldn't want to stand up right now, that's for sure. But, I loved public service. I've loved being in business, and I'm back doing that now. But I think there's something very special about being mayor of a city, and I had the privilege of doing that for 4 years. I love this city. I love the kind of things like today that are happening here. I love that people want to be in this city from all around the world. And what's happened recently, because of all the societal changes over the last several years, we have so many really smart, talented people coming to our community to make it even better. So, what a wonderful life so far it's been to be able to do those things.
Looking down West Village now, seeing the big bell tower at the end, all these people here. When you grew up, that was not the Chattanooga you knew.
No, this was a very different place. I went to a public high school not far from here, and it's where people from all over the community came, very diverse. And, it was a city that really had a lot of manufacturing, therefore we had a lot of smog. Business people would take 2 shirts to work, they'd wear one before lunch and change and wear another one after just because of that. But the city cleaned itself up, and then really in about 1986, all of us, the private sector came together to envision the way we wanted our city to be, and it's one of those really cool stories. We laid out 16 goals that we wanted to accomplish, and believe it or not, we did it, and then we've just been adding on. So it's a wonderful story. We have 2 great young mayors of our city today, city and county. We've got tremendous civic participation here, and this is a great example. I mean, one person, let's face it, Byron DeFore says, I want to do this thing. And so here we are today celebrating that, bringing people from all over the world, and we have so many citizens like that here who contribute in the way that Byron is contributing today.
It's amazing.
Justin said last night when he was talking about Byron, he says, I don't know if what you've tried to do here is crazy or genius. It might be a little bit of both. But like you said, you see people in all walks of life, and Dr. Devlin's another one, where a single person can absolutely change the trajectory of something. I talked about Volkswagen moving in. Yeah. National politics, there's a lot of people argue about things and get fired up. Locally, it really is about jobs. And they brought 4,000 plus another 2,700 jobs. And if you think about every one of those persons, it's hundreds of millions of dollars going into the community and the schools and people shopping at the supermarket and buying homes. That's the engine that drives this. So it's really simple. Jobs, jobs, jobs.
So I'll tell you an interesting story. When I was mayor, we built Enterprise South with the vision of having an auto manufacturer there. And so I left office in 05. I was elected to Senate in 06, took office January 3rd of 07. I immediately called Volkswagen to come to the office. And we had some very clandestine meetings with them at my home here in Chattanooga. I'd charter a plane from Washington and meet with them. We eventually were able to attract them here. I'm sitting in an energy hearing in Washington, and I get the call from the corporate offices in Germany that they had selected Chattanooga. I was so overwhelmed and embarrassed myself that I had to ask them if I could call them back. I couldn't even talk. I still can't do it. And to know what that means to a community, unbelievable. We were out there yesterday, And they just introduced their ID4, the electric vehicle. But if you think about the thousands of people whose lives are very different because Volkswagen is here, all the suppliers that have come with them, and how it's affected our city. You go to a restaurant now and you have a lot of German-speaking people in there. So it's just been great. Our community has been successful in so many ways doing that kind of thing. But you're right, it is about people, it's about heads of households having good paying jobs and being able to raise their families in the way that they see fit, educationally and every other way. And that's the most important thing for a community.
These events, everyone says they do these studies about economic impact, but it's easy to lose track of what that means. But like, there's these dollars, and those dollars change. I don't know how many times they circulate, but $1 gets spent all over town. And so if you really think about it, I can see that decision just all of a sudden, the town was heading here, now it's heading there.
It is. And then, so what's our challenge now as a community? It's really workforce development, because people have discovered Chattanooga. They want to be here. Believe it or not, when companies make decisions about where they're going to be, they look at quality of life issues too. They want to make sure the people they're sending there are going to be in a good community, an embracing community. So now it's all about us keeping up with that and making sure we're developing the workforce for the next 50 years.
Well, before we get back to the racetrack, we've got to prep for our noon show. No more politics? You get itchy feet?
No, it was a great...
Because you're young, you're a sprightly 70.
I'm 70 years old, and I feel like that, first of all, what a great privilege it was to be chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and represent these people watching all around the world and see how respected our country is, but at the same time, how many challenges there are. But I did that. I told people I'd served 2 terms. I'm now back here in my community trying to make a difference. I don't think that's in the cards, but what a privilege it was to do it, and now to be able to hang around with people like you. So thank you.
Wow. Well, we're the ones that are honored. We got a full, as you can tell, that's what the Chattanooga Motor Festival does. The Chattanooga way brings everyone together. Thank you so much for being on. I know you're going to head to the racetrack. Enjoy it. You're going to see some great cars.
I'm going to go down there. I'm going to stay off the racetrack.
Please do.
Yes, sir.
Please do.
Thanks a lot.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Back to you, Brian.
One 1972 Dodge Dart with a V8 automatic transmission, 340 hood and fender graphics, houndstooth bucket seats, air conditioning, and Grant GT steering wheel. No reserve.
No reserve. Out of a 40, get it down to 30,000 out of 2, get it down 30, get it down 30, get it down 20,000 out of 2, 15,000 anywhere. 10,000 to bid, 12 here. 15, 17. 17, 20. I have it of a 20, get it on 17 bid, 20, get it on of a 20 here, get it on 20. I have it of it 17 bid, 20,000 out of here, get it on 20 here. I have it of it 17, of it 18,000 out of here, but of it 18, but of it 18 here. I have it of it 17 bid, 18 bid, 19. 18 on the internet. Everybody on the floor is out. 19,000. I have it at 18, 19. I have it at 19,000 out of here, but of 19, but of 18, but of 19 here. 19,000 out of here, but of 19. Last call. 18 bid, 19,000 anywhere, but of 19,000.
Nice to be back as you watch the Mecum auction. Some cars going across the stage there. And I don't know, Brian, if you've seen any of the cars going across the stage at the Mecum auction that you need to keep your wallet in your room to keep from buying. I know there have been a couple for me. But it's great. We were sitting there talking about racing, and I love to talk to like you and David Hobbs and Derek Bell about the times that you race. But I think the cool thing is you watched and you experienced technology change. I mean, think about the first race cars you drove versus the last ones and how technology changed, how safety changed. Did it change your mindset as a driver as those safety innovations came up and it became safer? Did it change anything about the way that you raced?
Well, not really, because my last professional year was 89, and so the technology wasn't so much greater at that point. The cars were better built. There were good monocoques, as opposed to the 917, right. Aluminum tube.
Well, you and I were just talking about
yes,
that. I can remember a picture of a mechanic picking up the frame of a 917, a single mechanic.
It weighed 80 pounds, the whole frame. And if you hit something hard, they broke in half right across the cockpit. Yes.
Oh, my God.
Well, the 9083 built only for 2 races, the Nürburgring, 14.5 miles and 170 corners, and the Targa Florio, 44 miles to 1 lap with 800 corners, and it weighed 1,100 pounds.
Now, obviously, endurance races, you've won, I mean, name one, and you've won it. Did you prefer endurance racing, or we all started as, you know, we wanted to be the Formula One driver, the IndyCar driver, whatever. It was all about me. You were singularly in the car, but then you had to adapt and adopt to teammates and sharing cars and all that. In the end, if you look back, did you prefer driving on your own, or did you prefer the endurance stuff?
No, I much preferred my Formula 5000 days with 4 years with Jim Hall, Franz Weiss, Troy Rogers, Davey Evans, Tony Connell. Those were my best days in racing. I loved it. I loved the single-seater.
And it was a time when the innovation, you could take advantage of innovation, right? I mean, Jim Hall, the big innovator, but I mean, people built their own chassis. It was theirs. They designed it. They built it.
Yes.
And when you look at racing now, do you kind of go,
No, it's unbelievable. I mean, today, everything, and of course, the computers came in, and everything is so down to the 10th, 100th, 1000th of a second. It's unbelievable, the whole thing. Studying with computer, seeing where you can gain a bit. We didn't even discuss lap times between teammates in the John Wyer and the Porsche teams. We never talked about lap times.
Did you talk about the line or where you drove and things like that?
But I was very lucky that I had 2 of the best drivers in the world as my teammates. Jackie Ickx in 1968 with Ford, with the GT40, John Wyer, and in 72 and 3 with Ferrari in the 312 PB, and then for 2 years with Porsche, Joe Siffert, the Swiss driver. Oh,
I mean, what cool names. I mean, as you sit and you tell these stories, it just gives me goosebumps. I mean, it's like...
So they were great guys. I actually, both Jackie and Joe were smaller than I am. I know that's hard to believe.
Well, I know Mr. Stewart is.
Yes. And so I just adapted to the seat, to their driving position. See, with Porsche, we each had our own seat. You put it in, you know, the pit stop for fuel and tyres, you had your seat. You took the old one out and you jammed the others in. I didn't do that because it saved about 5 seconds. So I used Siffert's seat and I used his driving position.
Oh, wow.
So I became adaptable.
Yeah, you had to be, right?
Yeah.
So did you see Ford versus Ferrari? You just mentioned
I
Ford
did.
and Ferrari.
So
was it?
Well, it was. I thought it was a good film, a good entertainment, but there was a lot that was.
Well, I was like, you know, it's like talking to a military pilot about Top Gun.
Yes.
All right, tell me what's missing. You know, this, that, and the other. I mean, I think it did a great service to getting people interested in the sport because it kind of looked, or it told the story from the opposite side, and that it is a people sport and it is personality that literally drives a lot of that stuff. So I thought that aspect of it was good.
Yes,
but I didn't have the detail that you did.
Well, Enzo Ferrari was never at Le Mans. It showed Enzo, you know, waving and whatever he was doing, but he was never there. And so a lot of that. And really, you know, you never heard one word about the co-driver, Denny Hume, at that time. There's nothing. There's no mention, nothing at all. So
it's like he didn't exist.
Yes. So it was a good entertainment.
Do you have any fun relationship stories with Mr. Ferrari or these bigger than life personalities?
My only story with Enzo Ferrari was in 1968. I was invited by Mauro Fagari, Engineeri Mauro Fagari, to come to Maranello and then test at Modena, Formula 2. And at lunchtime he said, "Brian, you see over there, under the trees in the raincoat?" I said, "Yes." He said, "This is Enzo Ferrari." What he's actually saying is, try harder.
Because the boss is watching.
So we went to lunch in Maranello, and there's probably 40 or 50 managers, executives, and he's at the far end of the dining room. I come in at the door, and he stands up, comes walking towards me, because the whole thing goes deadly silent.
I was going to say, it's quiet as a church.
And behind him on one side is Engineeri Giacomo Caliri, and on the other side is Engineeri Mauro Fagari. And he stops in front of me. He's actually quite tall. I was surprised. And I start to put my hand out like this to shake hands. and he shoots his right hand out. He gets hold of my cheek like this, and he shakes me. And then he said the only 2 words that he ever spoke to me, "Nice boy."
And that's it?
That's it.
Oh, my. I thought you were going to give me some long deal where he gave you some advice or nice boy.
Nice boy.
Oh, my. My. Throughout those times, you said Formula 5000 was your favorite. Can you tell me why? Was it the best car to drive? Was it because it was just you, or?
Well, as you know as well as I do, I mean, a single-seater is just so much more accurate.
It's magic.
You're much more part of the car.
You wear it.
Than you are in any sports car. Even the very best sports cars, it's not the same. I mean, I love the sitting there, the wheels. It's just fun. It was great. I loved it. Because it came to an end when they changed the rules and made us put bodywork on the open wheel car. It was a marketing exercise and call it Can-Am.
Yeah.
So I go to San Javier in Canada for the first race, never seen the car. I know, prepared by Chaparral, it's going to be good. I go out, I come in, Jim Hall said, "How is it?" I said, "It's good." He said, "What do you want, to change the balance?" I said, "Drop the front wing 1/4 of an inch." And on the next lap, at 170, it took off. Came down upside down. Went about 40 feet in the air, came upside down. Broke my neck, C1, smashed the shoulder, split my breastbone. Broke my ribs, the roll bar broke, and my helmet I went down on the road, wore each side of the helmet away, and the ambulance blew a tire on the way to hospital. And I was declared dead.
The ambulance blew a tire on the way to the hospital. That's a bad day. That's a real bad day. It started with a bad day with the car crash, but the ambulance, kind of the coup de grace.
The first thing I remember is, well, they drilled holes in my head here, and they put weights down the back of the bed, and I was strapped waist, ankle, and wrists like this. And I opened my eyes, and Jim Hall standing there, and he said, "How do you feel?" And I said, "I think I might have to miss the next race."
How long did that recovery take?
9 months.
Oh my. That, I mean, just, I say great stories, but obviously some of those great stories involve some misfortune, to say the least. Group 7 stock cars are out on track, modern stock cars. You spent, IROC stuff. Any other time in stock cars?
Well, in 1971, I got a call from Pocono Raceway. Would I like to take part in the USAC stock car race? And I was at Imola.
From the racetrack?
On the race on Pocono.
Yeah. But the racetrack called you, not a team.
The racetrack. There was no team in the racetrack. I'm in Imola racing a Porsche 917. And they say, "How soon can you get here, Bri? How soon?" I said, "Oh, Tuesday." "Okay, make sure you're here on Tuesday, Bri." Wednesday, no car. Thursday, no car. Friday, no car. Saturday, "We got your car, Bri." And I go to meet this car owner, a 69 Ford Torino. He's called Rich Giachetti. He's a retired boxer from New York. And he's got a cigar and a hat. "Hey, Bri, how are you doing?" So I go out in this thing. Now they're worried I'm not going to qualify, because I'm only in one qualifying session. Well, I qualified 15th. But during that session, one of those Dodge Superbirds, with a high wing, it spun, and it's at least a mile away, I nearly hit it. The brakes are non-existent. I pushed the brake. So now it's race morning. Well, first of all, I go to the driver meeting. I come back, nobody there in the garage. I go out to eat. I come back at about 8:30. No one there. Nobody there. So now I'm in the car. It's race morning. The greasy mechanic sticks his head through the window and says, "Say, Brian, there's something the matter with the brakes." So I hit the brake pedal, it went straight to the floor. We looked at each other, and then he says, "Maybe they're okay when they get hot."
Oh my God!
So I started with no brakes. I ran with no brakes, and it blew up on about the 10th lap.
Why did it blow up?
I don't really know.
Did you push your foot in on the clutch and the gas pedal all at the same time?
But it was a lot of smoke, a big bang. And when I got back, Rich Giachetti, the owner, said, "Hey, Brian, you okay? You okay?" I said, "I'm fine, thanks." "Wow," he said, "we thought you'd gone through the wall."
I've known race car drivers to be a part of engines blowing up before when they.
Yes, I've thought about
particularly good
that
place.
once.
Well, I laughed when we were talking about stuck throttles earlier, and I had one, like I said, back in 1992, as you watch a little sideways action, Joe Nemechek sliding around the corner in that number 8 Toyota Camry. I had a stuck throttle in the IndyCar at Laguna in turn 6, and by the time I could get the clutch in, the car was already off the racetrack and made impact with the wall, driver's right. And the Judd engine that was in that IndyCar at the time was very fragile. You couldn't over-rev it at all. And when I kind of rung my bell, and when I woke up, sitting there going, whoop, up, off the rev limiter, I'm like, you didn't blow up? Yeah. Well, why didn't you blow up this time? You know, you blow up every other time it gets over-revved or it hits the rev limiter. Why not blow up this time? Yes, not at all uncommon. A little bit of, looks like overflow from the fuel out of the back of the 24. Look at these cars around this racetrack, and I was talking about it with Jeff Hammond and Ray Evernham yesterday as well, and when kind of synchronized power oversteer there, that everybody always wants to know how much horsepower and how fast does it go. But really, when you look at a racetrack like this, horsepower is not necessarily your friend.
It is not. No, absolutely not. No.
It's all a matter of what you can do with it, and I think a lot of fans are surprised to know, like when they come to a driving school and you talk about racing in the rain as well, it's like, yes, this is a second gear corner in the dry, but it's a third gear corner in the rain, and they're confused by that. They're like, well, why are you going faster? I'm like, you're not going faster. You're staying off of the cams. You're staying out of the power curve in the middle of this corner, because horsepower is not always your friend. And I think about the cars that you drove, the 917, let's say, at Le Mans down the Mulsanne, what kind of speed did it have?
In 69, we chose not to drive it. It was brand new, and it was very fast. It was 20 miles an hour faster than any other car on the Mulsanne at about 230.
Good God.
But the trouble was, of course, nobody knew anything about aerodynamics at that time, and it was actually the aerodynamics, as was found out by John Horseman, John Wyre's chief engineer, when I was there and doing test at the Ostreiffring in October of 69. But in 69, it just wandered like this down the Mulsanne, 4 miles, no chicanes. It just
side to side, just
you're just like this all the time.
So, but what kind of horsepower did it have?
In 69, it was 4.5 litre, not 5 litre, as was allowed, and it was 570 horsepower.
And so you're looking at a car that had 570, call it 600 horsepower, that went 230 miles an hour in a straight line. And you look at some of these cars, especially in stock cars with 800 or 900 horsepower, if they're not running any kind of a restrictor plate, it's interesting that horsepower numbers went up so much, but then started to become in check, whereas street cars now, like you think about the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and GT Le Mans, modern GT Le Mans cars that ran up until last year had less horsepower than their street cars. So the Corvette C8R had less horsepower in race trim because of the restrictions that were placed on it than the one that came off of the showroom floor. Same is true for the 911, GT3 RS, and other things like that. And trying to get fans to understand that the magic is not in the horsepower number or the straight line speed number that it'll do on the salt flats or down the Mulsanne. The magic is in that marriage between its capability, its grip, its aerodynamics, its brakes, like you were talking about, and putting that all into play around the corners. The corner is the magic. And I think it's the racetracks that have those combinations of high speed, low speed, the technical sections where you need to understand what the car is doing. And it's not, driving a car like that is certainly not, it's not wrestling. It's ballet, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I think there's so many misconceptions of, hey, I'm just going to grab hold of this steering wheel and hold on to it as tight as I possibly can.
Yes.
And just stomp on the gas and stomp on the brake. But
well, I've been to many Porsche and Ferrari schools, and I prefer not to do it. Really,
absolutely.
I've had some scares and people have been killed, just passengers. But they're saying the number of people who, they get to court, and they're doing this. I said, what are you doing? Well, I'm feeling the tires. I said, oh, you really?
So, what do they feel like to you? Because they don't feel very good to me. No, it's and trying to get people to understand that, and that's where I look to drivers like you and drivers of your generation who drove the cars that you drove, where that ballet had to be even more so because you were just talking about aerodynamics and how they were not really understood back then, and how you were a part of all of that development and that growth, and it came from feedback like yourself. And data is great, but I can remember arguing with my engineer once he's saying the data says, the data says, the data says, and I would say, but my butt says it's doing this.
Yes. Yes. Because Porsche were always very keen on developing parts for their road cars on the race cars. So the 917 had a synchromesh gearbox. It was slow. The original one was 5-speed, but by 1970 it was 4-speed, and so 4 speeds at Le Mans was bad because of the high speed on the straight and the low speed at the Mulsanne corner. You could not get a good ratios.
Yeah.
You had to
Which
compromise.
makes sense.
And so there was always too much of a gap from second to third, and you'd be so careful with the gear shift. Otherwise you wreck the synchros. And in 1970, Joe Siffert and I leading by 4 laps. That's 32 miles. And suddenly Jackie Ickx appears in the Ferrari 512. Now they're racing like it's a $1 million race. And Jackie Ickx went off the track and a corner worker was killed, a marshal. And Siffert came out through the chicane. And there were 3 slower cars ahead of him, all having their own race. And he dived off to the right, and right in front of the Porsche pit, missed a gear.
Oh. So everyone could witness the sound of him.
Yes.
Yeah.
The 917 engine would go to 8.4 for 40 hours. If it went once to 8.6, it broke.
Wow.
You could not. There were no rev.
Like I was saying about my Judd. Why don't you blow up now?
And it went to a lot more than 8.6.
Yeah. Wow. There's interesting individual, and I got to give him credit. There's a guy named Till Bechtelsheimer who races now in the IMSA paddock, and out in New York, he's the individual who just bought Lola cars. And you said something that made me think about Till Bechtelsheimer, because you said Porsche was designing parts for their road cars. And I had a great conversation with Till at Watkins Glen this year. And I said, why did you buy it? I said, I know you do a lot of vintage racing. Why would you buy Lola? I said, did you buy it, nostalgia, or you didn't want to see it go away because of its great history or whatever? He said, no. He believes a lot in the future, different power systems that we'll have in cars, electric being one of them and all of that. But he said, I want to get back to having racing develop parts for street cars. I think we've gotten away from that. I think we've seen ABS, traction control, and things like this in street cars first find their way into the race cars. And I want to take Lola back to being a developer of technologies that we see go from racing and then back into street cars. And so it reminded me of that. And I think about the storied history of Lola, and I don't know your experience with Lola at all, and if there was any or not, but I just thought the coolest thing to see a name like that continue doing what originally Motorsports did.
Yeah. Yes, well, of course, the 5,000 cars were Lolas.
Right.
From 73 through 76, and then I instigated the T600 in 81 to the new IMSA regulations, GTP. IMSA were trying to break Porsche domination. Porsche had won every race for 4 years. And when I said to John Bishop, if Lola build a new Lola to your regulations, do you promise me one thing? He said, yes. What? I said that you don't change the rules halfway through the year.
Yeah, don't change the rules so that we can have some kind of a chance. Man, a great battle that was just going on. We were kind of talking about history and all of that, but there was history all out on the racetrack. The 22 of Raymond Webb and the 24 Sam Lecomte having a good go of it. They were side by side there through the alley of the greats. And these guys, again, this is supposed to be exhibition, but I'm watching a lot of sliding and a lot of pushing.
Yeah.
Good stuff, and especially cars like that around a track this tight. Joe Nemechek said, I'm not going to exhibit anything but speed. Coming into the weekend, he said, don't expect me to stay around, and he flashes by in his number 8. Good stuff. It's been fun to watch the different types of cars, and for me, and Tommy Kendall and I were talking about it, the great thing is, I mean, we have seen these cars recently because they're modern stock cars, but you look at the Group 1 cars, pre-1920 cars. I said, you know, the thing about it is they're not sitting in a museum somewhere. They're driving. And I think that's the thing that's just cool, whether it's that Group 1 or any of the other vintage up through that. I think when you take something and you stick it on the shelf and you just kind of look at it, it doesn't have the same magic if you take it out and share it with people.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
White flag is out on the modern stock cars. Could you see a time where you would have ever sat in the right seat of one of those 1908, 1911 cars and been the riding mechanic and trusting the guy beside you? I'm not a very good passenger. I can't imagine being a passenger in one of those with no seat belts or and a leather helmet.
Well, the first time I met Paul Newman, Daytona, about 78, so 935 Porsche.
Wow.
That's, you know, it's almost a 200 mile an hour. He says, Brian, can you take me around the track and show me the way around? I said, well, there's no seat. You won't be able to do it. He said, yeah, I've cleared it. It's okay. I said, oh, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to crouch in the back and hold the roll cage.
Did he do it?
Yes.
No way. You drove Paul Newman around
Yes.
Daytona in a 935 with
Yes.
him crouching, holding onto the roll.
Yeah, certainly 190 miles an hour on the banking, at least.
And that would never happen today. Oh, they would never let you out on the racetrack.
No.
Oh, my God. How many of those stories do you have?
A lot.
Didn't you write a book?
I did, yes.
And it's available.
It is.
Well, then sell it. I mean, give me a little more information.
It was a friend of mine, Jim Mullen, who raced.
Yeah.
Jim's most famous racing moment was when he went upside down at Road America in turn 5 into the trees.
Oh my!
In the Coca-Cola 962 Porsche. So he's a very, very smart, intense guy who had a huge public relations business, like 300 odd people up in the northeast, just north of Boston. And he decided he'd like to do a book. He likes writing. I wasn't too keen, but anyway, we did it, and it was finished in 2016, and it's been reprinted 4 times and sold about 7,500, which is pretty good for a book like that.
Checkered flag is out, and who else would it be other than Front Row Joe Nemechek? But some great battles throughout the modern stock car class, and like we were talking about, especially between the 24 and the 22, and it's cool to see those different liveries out there. Now, if it were a true NASCAR race, I don't think that sheet metal would be quite as straight as it looks right now, but it's great stuff. And as I was saying, it's just so interesting to watch the different classes. Did you ever spend any time in a Formula V car in your career?
Never.
No, because that was afterward.
Yes. I actually...
So what was the first car you ever raced?
A Morris Minor Traveller's car.
Really?
Yeah. I made mop heads, you know, the things you clean floors
Yeah.
with. And I delivered them all over the north of England in a Morris 1000 Traveller with a supercharger on. I put a Shorrock supercharger on. That was my first race. About April of 1959.
Oh, wow.
I never drove a single seater till I was 30.
And what was this
That
first
was Formula 2 car?
That's kind of a interesting first car to drive, Formula car to drive. I mean, that's well up the ladder.
Yes, yes.
Did they run Formula V in England and Europe?
They did, yes. It was a big deal, yes. There's a friend of mine, he said, do you want to turn professional? I said, what does that mean? He says, it means I'll pay you 30 quid a week, £30 a week, guaranteed for a year, with a car and a mechanic. And the car was a Formula 2 car. So there I was.
That's just super cool. I can't thank you enough, and I know that everybody that has been able to watch this, I mean, I could sit here and pick your brain for hours at a time, and you would probably go, you need to stop now. So we're going to stop now. I'm going to let you go, and I can't thank you enough, Brian, for being here. It's absolutely wonderful to spend the time with you, and I know that all of these fans that are out here. I'm sure you're going to get stopped multiple times up in West Village and all of that to have you tell stories and all of that. Thanks so much for being here. Torque Show's coming up, and you're not going to want to miss it, so stick around for Tommy and JB. They'll be coming up in just a short period of time.
Well, you can hear the drums, which means something rather special is happening here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It is day 2 of the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, it's time to get your engines started.
Set within the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains rests a city surrounded by sweeping views in the southeastern region, the Volunteer State. This is Chattanooga, Tennessee, a place filled with a collection of rich history ever since the mid-1800s. And today, history comes back to life as fans and drivers gather along the Tennessee River to witness both vintage and historic race cars as they hit the track on the 2.75-mile road course. It's a spectacle unlike any other, set in a location known as the Scenic City.
Drivers to your cars.
It's history, it's speed, it's cars. This is the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Wow, what beautiful fall weather here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and it is the right weekend to be in this beautiful city. It's a proud and dynamic and very entrepreneurial location right in the center of the car world for this weekend only, as we get to put on a very special talk show at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Well, you know, live vintage and sports car racing from the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend is just one part of this, whereas the celebrity panel discussions bring the big stage right here to Chattanooga, and of course, beautiful cars to lust over. We're going to be bringing you over 30 hours of live content during the weekend. This is the talk show doing things the Chattanooga way, and definitely for Tommy Candle and I, there is no place we'd rather be right now. Tommy, you've been here a day. It's a day in the life of the car world in Chattanooga. What are your thoughts so far?
It's unbelievable. Sitting here, looking around, looking up towards the bell tower. I look over here, I see a couple cars that ran, winged Dodges that ran at the Daytona 500, a Volkswagen Thing, a Bug, and a GTI. Everywhere you look, there is something to catch your attention, and it's not an accident. Byron DeFore is a master at sort of a showman and what piques people's interest. I couldn't be more impressed. The weather is absolutely perfect fall weather. Down in the 40s at night, beautiful blue skies and sun in the daytime.
Well, as he said, the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival is presented by Millennium Bank, but brought to you really by the people of Chattanooga. That's what's made this event so special. And while we've had the racing going on, and we'll get to that, we'll be talking to Brian Till over at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend in a minute, you can see it's just sort of gaining momentum. And events like this, well, when we compare them to events like Pebble Beach and Goodwood, 25, 75 years they've been going, just the fact that this event exists and is finding its feet and getting its own pace, literally, sorry about the pun, is really a significant part of the weekend. But there's been so many things, Tommy, that we've enjoyed. I mean, day one, just kicking it off yesterday, seeing people, it's almost like the word was out and they were making their way in. They remember the event from last year, but as they came into the village, they could see the cars starting to line up. And, you know, we're all used to seeing nice cars, but when you see a row of beautiful Corvettes, or you see the Ferraris gathered out the front of the Western, you know, something special is kind of taking place.
Well, it's kind of an interesting mix of hardware, the cars, and software, the people. They're both greats. They're both legends. The cars are what attracted us to this hobby or whatever in the first place, but it's the legendary characters and stories that come along the way, and we've heard from so many of those. I look around the stage and see, you know, you'll see Ray Evernham looking at that Marty Robbins Dodge he restored, and so we've been bringing you little bits of stories, but it's almost like Byron DeFore has stocked this area and the racetrack with all these legends of our industry, and they're literally just walking around, and you can walk up to them, and I see people saying, is that Jeff Hammond? Is that Ray Evernham? And is that Chip Foose? Is that Wayne Caree? Yes, it is.
I'm still waiting for them to say, is that Justin Bell? But it'll be there. It'll happen in a minute. Now, a big part of being here, of course, as you said, is the people. But moments stick in your mind. And yesterday, I am a British man in the South, okay? And I was corrected by one of you guys very directly that I was saying Chattanooga wrong. So it's Chattanooga, I get that now. Also, one of my highlights was definitely having Ray Evernham up here, NASCAR Hall of Famer crew chief. And you just realize it's that kind of a mind, rather like your Danny Binks, you know, with your career. How could you lose with Ray on your side? And, you know, then, you know, part of something very important to me, I had a little baby stroke last year and for other reasons. And just to hear Dr. Tom Devlin on the panel discussion with Keith Martin talking about everything that they went through, you know, what goes on, how it evolves, the treatments that are being pioneered right here in the middle of Chattanooga. Those are moments that will always stick with me.
Well, we always support causes, but that really put a personal meaning on the cause, hearing what literally is happening. Tom Devlin and his group, the money from this event is going to support that research. And I left hopeful that you've got a guy, almost like an Adrian Newey, who's the Red Bull Formula One designer. He's that kind of guy in his space making stuff happen. My memories at the racetrack, seeing the variety from pre-1920s cars, I rode in the 1911 Mercer Raceabout the other day, all the way to modern, you know, like a 992 GT3 car out at the track, everything in between. Formula Vs, you see a Shelby racing with a long hood RS Porsche. It was just, for a race guy, that was as good as it gets on that track under the Avenue of the Greats with those huge banners going through there. So that was a big part. And then just the vibe in this village. There is one other street course vintage race I know about in Pittsburgh. There's one other thing that has racing and a concourse at Lime Rock. There's a street course concourse down in Miami. There's none that has it all. And unique is an overused word, but there is nothing like this in the car world, so kudos to them. I'm glad to be a part of it. And this West Village vibe, I talked about all these people you could bump into. You add all that uniqueness and you throw Southern hospitality on top of it, and I'm blown away.
Yeah, you can see there, as you look there, Jordan, you've got Keith Martin, Ken Gross on a golf cart. You've got a huge screen at the end of the main avenue here as you look down and see the bell tower. I mean, just amazing. But let's look at some pictures of how it went yesterday. If you missed it, well, this is what happened. Yeah, it's pretty clever. Well, do you know, one of the things that is unique to this event is the drums signify the start of shows like ours. Every significant moment here on the property is signified by the drums. I love those guys. And of course, you can see the early morning at the track, the dust was flying. It was a pretty precarious few opening laps for these guys. And those boys, up to 1999, they are sports cars with speed, over 170 miles an hour on the back straight. Pretty wild. Look at him, get a little bit sideways coming up now. Woo-hoo!
Power slide into the Avenue of the Greats. He wants to enter his name there.
Mecum auctions. Now, I'm a man that has hosted another auction for quite a few years back in the day. This brings tingle to my spine because I love seeing the auction. The Mecum guys have bought a great game and so many cars. And there's the panel discussion I was talking about. But out the front, Tommy, you went and had a look around.
Gathering of the Greats, and they're filtering in. There was a couple modern day cars. There's a F40 over there. There's an F50. There's a 288 GTO. There's a couple 250 competitions, Berlinettas. It's like sensory overload. The Ferrari class here is kind of the crown jewel.
So one of the things I got to do was the Canosa Fall Rally, and in the words of, well, Tom DeFore, who is Byron's brother, he said he's lived here all his life and that was the best fall driving days that he's ever had. So as the evening ran to a close with the dueling pianos right in the crossroads just in front of us, what a beautiful way of ending it. The entertainment, quite literally, is from 8 in the morning all the way until about 9 at night outside the front of the beautiful Western Hotel here. So we had so much going on in the village, and as people are coming in, you can see what we've been asked a lot, what's happening. Well, if you're here on site, if you're not and you're watching at home and you're thinking about what to do next year, we've got the V8s in the village, which is literally all these big horsepower V8s up there on the terrace, all just showing the latest, I mean, whether it's vintage Corvettes all the way to a DeLorean.
Well, the funny thing is the programming's changing every day. Yesterday, it was all kinds of car clubs lining here. Here today, you've got the V8s, you've got the Concours de Lemons.
Okay, explain for people. I mean,
it's the weirdest cars, the quirkiest cars. Like you'll see an absolutely perfect Ford Fairmont. Nobody, like who would have a no-mile Ford Fairmont? But there's one there. For this particular one in Detroit, they had this 60-foot 8-wheeled van. Here they're specializing in some art cars, which are near and dear to my heart with my beloved chicken car. And so that's one of the attractions.
You guys are
I get asked
laughing,
about
but
my chicken car more than I get asked about my racing career.
Yeah. At this point, when we do the normal tour show, I have all my silly mandatory puns, which I'm not going to save these people from. But last night at the gala, which was just magnificent, a lot of money raised for the Neurological Research Foundations, but one of the highlights in the auction was Devon, who is a local artist. He had this very cool outfit on, trained in the studio of Andy Warhol, and he has these amazing pieces of art where they're like collages taking, this was a Steve McQueen Bullet one with the Mustang, it's just beautifully lacquered.
Done in resin or lacquer.
$20,000 paintings, but it was in a collaboration with Art Gallery 1401, which is just round the corner. If you're here, you know what I'm doing. If you're not here, come next year and find out. But 1401 is just over there. And just very, very, very cool to see. Who's your favorite? I mean, it's hard to say favorite VIP, but I know who can certainly hold his own against us, called Talking.
Corky.
Corky, yeah. Corky Coker is one of the big VIPs here locally and has a TV show, but there's all sorts of people here on the ground.
One that we haven't seen yet that's here, Donnie Allison, part of the Alabama gang, a guy that arguably should get a piece of every dollar of future NASCAR revenue because that finish to the first televised Daytona 500 where he and Cale Yarborough got together and his brother joined in the fight in 79 on the back straightaway. I've gotten to know Donnie pretty well through the Motorsports Hall of Fame. I cherish the time I get to spend with him. So but literally every single one of them I dig. We had Ray Evernham on here, Lynn St. James. We're going to have Wayne Carini here shortly. Tom Cotter, who's the barn find hunter. There's the name. I don't need to read them all. But Chip Foose might be the biggest name of all. He's crossed over into kind of pop culture popularity because of his overhauling show. One of the most talented people I've ever seen. Yeah. We sign autographs. He draws a picture for every autograph. He's that talented in 2 seconds. So
I could do that for you, but it won't be as good. But yesterday afternoon, I basically crashed a little private gig that Corky was having over at the Coca Tire Museum. This is a museum he and his father started many years ago, and it's kind of a local must-do when you come into Chattanooga. Check this out. It was funny and surprised a few people.
Well, that's right. I made my way from West Village to this hidden gem, the Coca Museum. Tell you what, we came and shot here and did the interview with Corky Coca just a few weeks ago and just blown away. It's a time capsule of the best of American motorcycles, early period cars. But of course, I'm a Euro guy, you know, skinny jeans and all that. So it's a 308 GTS, you've got an E-Type, I love that. And then a Model T, the car that changed the automotive world and brought mobility and liberty basically to every man and woman. Oh, and then you have a 300 SL. That's the car, isn't it? Every good collection has one, and every good collection I've ever been to seems to. But let's go in here. We're actually about to crash Corky's little party over here because, you know what? He's the one that normally does all the talking. So let's make our way in here. Past the Bentley, past the beautiful Dunesburg. I'm going to slide in here. Sorry. So, look, these guys talk more than anyone. Wayne Carini, he is not the docent here. This is the man himself. This is the...
My name is Justin Bell, and I used to drive fast, but now I just carry a microphone, and now I can't even hardly shift gears.
Yeah, so true. But do you like my mustache? That's what happens is...
he's got the third best mustache because he needs a little help. It's a starter mustache.
No, mine is the homeless look. That's what I'm going with. Wayne, come in here. Look, Wayne Carini, this is live. We're out there to the whole the village right now and at the racetrack. I came here and interviewed you the other day.
Yeah.
And I just said, any collection worth its salt has a 300 SL. Boom, there it is, right?
Well, I just called up my friends at Bonham's and said, hey, I want a 300 SL, and they sent me a bill, and it's here.
Isn't that funny how that works?
It's amazing how that is. It's nothing that you can't fix with just a little money, my dad used to say.
Well, Wayne, you live in that world. I mean, all the time. As you walk around Corky's collection here, started by his father a long time ago, what catches your eyes? Because I'm a Euro, as I said, skinny jeans, things like that. Don't look at my jeans. I just saw you do it. What do you like in here?
I like everything, and that's just the key. That's why Corky and I are such great friends. Yeah. We love each other, but yet we have similar taste in cars. And the 300 SL is a cornerstone of any good collection. If you want a real solid collection, you have a Duesenberg, you have all these great brass cars, and you have a 300 SL.
Right next to a Ford T.
Yeah, American Underslung, or a 1911 Mercer Raceabout. You gotta have one.
Well, I'm going to point this out. You know, Tommy Kendall is my host on the talk show. We just played the video of Tommy holding on to Corky like this as they drive around the track in the Mercer, because you get on it, Corky. But that's the point. You drive. You love these cars.
That's what we do. That's what we did today. We had a wonderful time at the racetrack today. I'm telling you, it was a great session. Group 1 did great. And let me tell you, we qualified first with a Coker and a Mercer. We qualified second with a Coker and a Mercer. We're knocking it out, baby.
That's great. I'm just very glad to say on behalf of my people who were once great, you need to take a big look at the Bentley on your way out, because that is right at the front for good reason. Because back in its day, you know, the British were pretty quick.
That was back in the day. Chip Foose, come over here.
Oh, Chip Foose is in here.
Chip
Wow.
Foose is in here. I mean, one of the best car
buddy.
builders
Nice to
that
see
you've
you.
ever seen, that you've ever known. Chip Foose is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Two of my best buddies. You need to come down to the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival today. If you're down at the Motorcar Festival, invite your friends. Two of the best guys in the car business right now. Three best guys in the car business right now. Yeah.
Chip, it's good to see you, buddy. I'm glad you're here. As a designer, I mean, everybody knows who Chip is, right? And you're legendary now, and what your influence on car design and the car culture. When you walk around a collection like this, what do you see that goes, God, there's an element of that I would love to incorporate?
Oh, everything in here can spark an idea. Oh, really? But the Duesenberg is something that I've wanted to do for a long time, and I've got a customer who just bought one, and he's going to be bringing it to the shop right after SEMA. And we're going to tear it apart because this car was being restored in the 70s. The chassis was finished and waiting for the body to get out of the paint shop. The paint shop burnt down. So the car was rebodied in the 70s. So we have bought this car. We're going to pull the body that's on it off of it, and then we're going to redesign it as if it were back in the 30s and hand build it. Because at Duesenberg, you bought a chassis, and then you went to a designer and a coach builder, and you built your car. So we're going to be doing that as if it were back in the 30s.
Do they live your life? Do they live the life we all want? I think they do, right? Round of applause for everybody here. Thank you. Appearing here nightly. No, that's a lie. All right, back to the track.
Do you know what? They were so civilized, but as anyone that's followed my TV career knows, I'm one step away from disaster every moment of my TV career.
That's what made those live walks at midnight at Le Mans or so forth with drunk race fans or there. You never know quite what, but you like to kind of tiptoe on the edge.
Consequently, I don't have a TV gig.
The idea of a Chip Foose-bodied Duesenberg, I can't even imagine it. On some level, people would say it's sacrilege, but that's what they did back in the day. They said, "I've got a chassis. Put your vision on it." So I can't wait for that. Yeah.
Wow. Well, coming up for the break, we have Jeff Hammond joining us, who is another one of those legendary crew chiefs. But I tell you what, he's a pretty smart, sharp-dressed dude. I saw him in his alligator boots last night. But right now, he's a gentleman farmer, cropping about 500 acres of hay. After the break.
Under pressure. This is the man you turn to. This is your difference maker.
Go kick the ball to mommy. You see that?
He's a natural.
I just need a little bit more.
You're making all the difference out there, kid.
Für Dortmund. Was ist nicht überhaupt? He's America's next big export.
No pressure, right?
Pressure.
Pressure.
So where do you think this pressure is coming from?
Everyone. Don't look at me. I'm just here for the mints.
So much
much pressure.
Pressure makes diamonds.
True.
Prolific! He scores! Incredible!
It's that time. You've been together for years. It took commitment, passion, patience, and a lot of love. And you know without any doubt that she's the one for you. For a moment like this, it's important that everything is perfect because you want her to look her best when you take her to her first show. Coker Tire, the perfect look for your classic ride.
We're back here in the West Village at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, joined by a NASCAR racing legend. Twofold. Everyone knows you as Hollywood Hammond, Jeff Hammond, but the reason people wanted to hear what you had to say was because of what you did as a crew chief. Your years with DW, 12 seasons as his crew chief.
A little bit longer than that.
Felt like 100?
Yeah.
19 years, 43 wins, 3 championships. I mean, I guess it's similar to the run that Ray had with Jeff Gordon. You're a ways removed from that, but that's what started it all. Talk about, I mean, how proud are you of that?
Well, I mean, honestly, Tommy, I don't think about it until people talk to me about it because, you know, during the period that I feel like I came along, being blessed to have started with a guy like Walter Ballard, getting a job offer from Herb Knapp, who was then Cale Yarborough's crew chief at Junior Johnson back in late 76. I mean, that's where it all began. I mean, it was all about being in the right place, the right time, and kind of climbing that ladder. I mean, I never dreamed when I first got that job up at Juniors that I would ever could aspire to being able to run that organization and be a part in a leadership role, you'd say.
What was it about you? Why do you think they saw something in you? What do you think is your secret sauce? What do you do really well? Not everyone can do everything well. What is your secret?
I think organizing and getting people in the right positions. I mean, every time that I was successful throughout my career, whether it was at Juniors or when I left and wound up going to Hendrick Motorsports with Darrell after he had left, I think making changes within the team or building a team. I mean, I actually built, Darrell's, what wound up being the Western Auto Group. Once we left Hendrick Motorsports, I mean, I built that team for him from the ground up. I think it's all about organizing.
Different challenge. The size of the team in the DW days was totally different than the scale later, and arguably every person was more important in different ways. But people had 2 or 3 jobs; they weren't just a specialist at this narrow area.
No, whenever you hired somebody, you hired a gear specialist. Okay, what else can you do? Oh, I can gas, or I can carry tires. I mean, everything had like an oh, by the way, what else can you give me or offer me to be able to get this job? And I was really I didn't just hire a tire changer. I looked for a chassis mechanic or somebody who could do oil lines or work in the engine room. I mean, it was one of those types of a responsibility back in the day. We need multi-talented individuals.
Yeah. A question I've always wanted to ask you is, because I know the answer from my point of view, we were decades of going to races to drive. Not sleeping the night before, waking up too early, nervous, oh, it's raining, whatever, Then you do TV, and everyone says, God, that's hard. And you go, actually, I mean, if you like talking, you know your stuff, you can go to a racetrack and really enjoy it, right? You're not responsible for anything, you've got no pressure, you just have to do the job. Did you really enjoy the TV side of things?
Well, I did. I mean, I was blessed because, you mentioned Darrell. You know how Darrell was. I mean, Darrell was the guy who was like, give me a camera. Where's the camera? I'll play the camera. I'll play the camera. Wherever the camera was, he wanted to be there. He wanted to be the center of attention. And watching him do this, I think helped prepare me to do what I got into, because when I went and did the audition for Fox, I worked with Darrell. I mean, they had us on a set and we worked with
I guess, the host at the time, and they would sit us up and we'd talk about this, that, and the other. But it was a lot easier for me to be able to make that transition because I think watching someone who aspired to be in front of the camera, not behind the camera.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, we talked last night about Trackside Live.
Yeah.
That was a phenomenon. I mean, it looked like 1,000 people behind you.
There always was at least 1,000 people behind us, literally. I mean, we were taking advantage of a captive audience. And when you go to a racetrack and you set up something on a Friday night, what are you going to do? If you don't leave the racetrack, where do you go with inside a racetrack? I mean, you can only sit around the campfire for so long. And I think that was one of the key elements and the geniuses of, at that time, Speed Channel of coming up with Trackside and, hooking us up, with Steve Burns and Larry McReynolds and all of us that they put there. We had camaraderie. We understood each other. We could play off of one another, and nobody took anything offense. I mean, you could make fun of me, and I didn't care because that was just part of the stick.
Yeah. Well, so Chattanooga, Tennessee. I mean, it's more your neck of the woods than mine, but
I would hope so with an accent like you got.
Yeah, I hope so. Believe me, I tried to. When I went and did a Bush test, they're like, really? I was ahead of any of the other Euros. And they're like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. They couldn't even understand me. This Motorcar Festival, a bit of a surprise to you that it even exists. They got a racetrack. They got the downtown.
Well, I got to thank my friend Ray Evernham for getting me introduced into the world of, really car shows and what goes on. I was at Amelia Island earlier this year, just blown away with what I saw down there. But I've watched a lot of television and seen how things play out because my buddy Mike Joy, doing those things. He's phenomenal. He knows cars like nobody else. But coming here to Chattanooga was an eye-opening experience. Just coming across the mountain the other morning was just beautiful because, hey, the mountains are known for the fall. And the colors just like out arms. And it was just jumping off the trees and the reds and the yellows. But when I got to this city, automatically I'm sitting there saying, wow, how proud they must be of Chattanooga. I mean, historically, it's one of the most unbelievable, cities in the United States.
Yeah.
But when you get downtown, you can tell they have put a lot into, restoring, renovating, and creating an atmosphere like second to none. And I'm sitting there thinking, don't get me wrong, I can't wait till the night when we're done so I can slip off there. Last night we had our gala, and I didn't want to miss it. But I can't wait to get downtown and experience some of the stuff that they've done down here. It's phenomenal. I tell anybody, if you're sitting there listening right now, you get an opportunity to come to Chattanooga, make sure you do.
Yeah.
Well, they've combined the old and the new in a cool way, which leads me to the next question. You were wearing a North Wilkesboro jacket when you came out here, and Dale Jr., I don't know if he was spearheaded it, he's been involved. Tracks like North Wilkesboro coming back, does that excite you?
Very much so. I mean, the people of Wilkes County took care of me for the period of time that I was working for Junior Johnson. I mean, they were just, you realize the hometown feel. And whenever Wilkesboro was shut down, I still had a lot of friends up there, and I heard and I saw what was going on. And one guy that always championed Wilkes County and the racetrack was Benny Parsons. You combine Benny Parsons with Junior Johnson, and they knew that's the roots of racing. I mean, Junior grew up there. He started at that racetrack. I mean, he knew and understood the roots of racing. And both of those gentlemen felt like it's got to come full circle, Tommy. It's got to come back to its roots. And with the encouragement of Benny and the encouragement of Junior Johnson, Terry Parsons, I think, took up the torch when both those guys were lost. And I think the world of Terry Parsons, and I basically aligned myself with her to try to keep a lot of things Benny was doing in the county. This past week, we had a golf tournament that Benny started to raise money for the kids and the needy in the county. And that continues to this day. But she not only kept that alive, she always kept saying, if we could ever get an opportunity to get our foot in the door, get somebody to take it and realize that Wilkesboro is very important. North Wilkesboro Speedway is a foundation track to the history of NASCAR. And this season, it finally happened because the people of Wilkes County, they got up and said, look, we're going to clean North Wilkesboro Speedway up. It was getting grown up like a jungle. They went in there one Saturday morning, started about 6 a.m. And by that afternoon, when I was there and I saw what had happened, it's like, wow, it's almost like Chattanooga. They made that place look like it was, you know, ready to go race.
And the All-Star race next year,
Yes.
you're going to see modern-day Cup cars out North Wilkes-Barre.
It's the kind of thing you want.
Totally. Well, Jeff Nesson, I know after Monday morning you'll be back on the farm.
Yeah.
You got a lot of hay to move in. We've been talking about that. That's why he's so. I mean, you're always
Literally
strong,
making
but
hay.
literally making hay, guys. Well, thank you so much for being on here. We got so much more to come up in this Power Nation special hour. But when we come back, we're going to head over to the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend and catch up with Brian Till, safely tucked away in Betty the Trailer.
The Krager SS, introduced in 1964, is one of the most recognizable aftermarket wheels in the world. Coker Tire is proud to now offer the iconic Krager SS wheel, specifically the Series 61C, along with thousands of other tire and wheel options. The Krager SS Series 61C is available in 10 sizes, 15-inch and 17-inch diameters, and in popular 5-lug bolt patterns as well as 6-lug. Combine these classic Krager wheels with any of Coker's authentic tires and take advantage of free mounting and balancing.
Did you know that owning an EV is like having a gas station right in your garage? A level 1 charger works on a standard household power outlet. Just plug it in at night and your EV will be fully charged and ready to go first thing in the morning. And with a range of up to 300 miles for just under $10 a fill up, a lot cheaper than gas. Home charging may be the only charging you need, but there's also easy ways to charge on the go. For more info, watch our video series on epb.com/EnergyPros.
Well, welcome back to the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival presented by Millennium Bank. As they say, what do they say? Bank locally?
Bank locally, live easily.
Oh, I wish my bank manager would tell that to me. That's part of the Chattanooga way. Anyway, you saw there's great scenes from the Avenue of the Greats down at the racetrack, which we call the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. I mean, just such an epic shot. I love it. But you know what? Talking to Jeff made me feel racy. I mean, just what they know and the stories. That is a fireside chat with Jeff one day, just to go deep.
Literally, you could go 20 hours.
20 hours. I mean, those guys knew how to push and extend and budge to the edge of the rules, right?
Well, and the rules, it's different.
Inside and out.
Yeah. There was more broad brush. You could get away with some pretty big things.
Yeah.
You know, Smokey Yunick's famous for driving away from, they thought he had too big a fuel tank, and they took his fuel tank out, and he drove away with no fuel tank.
Well, I don't know if that's happening over at the track. You know, before we join Brian Till, who is I hope he's a little bit warmer now. Brian, look how lovely this weather is. Let's take a ride around the track. I don't know who we're going to ride with. This is one of the Formula Vs. And it's Amelia behind the wheel. Look at that. This was, I think, the opening session that they had on yesterday. But this is going down the very fast back straight. Now, I've driven this, and you actually go from different surfaces down the streets that run along parallel to the waterfront, but about half a mile away from it, and this right sweeping bend. I mean, superbly fast. And last year, they had in one of the, the most modern era sports car, a Porsche, they were allowed to run full of, IMSA racing livery. He hit 175 miles an hour down there, brave man. But then you have a heavy braking and into the end corner here. You can see it literally is carving its way through the town of Chattanooga. And Tommy, this right-hand bend, many names for it, but for me it looks like the industrial, I'm calling it the industrial park. businesses either side, they close for the weekend, and this is a fast shoot before
It reminds me of, actually, not only the hay bales, it reminds me of some of the old tracks like Le Mans back in the day.
Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of corners. You know, it was basically the turn to get you going this way, maybe a little by the Maison Blanche and so forth.
Totally.
And so here, I mean, super, super fast.
This is a nice
Now you're coming back towards by the warehouses.
The Novonix building is on the right. Novonix, one of the real leaders in the electric battery industry. I mean, and they're based right here. They also have a family display area, which they call Energized by Novonix, right near where they are.
Tough brake zone here because it's not exact. To straighten it up, you need to kind of angle across the track. Now we're heading back into the infield.
This is the new loop.
Pit, yep, approaching pit in here.
2.7 mile track. Sorry, Brian, I'm stealing your lines.
Look
little
at that.
overtaker. Woohoo! And there is a little pit lane entrance on the right.
That might have been orchestrated. That was a 3-car pass in one spot.
I think he got a little bit braver very early. And now, Tommy, take us through this part. This left-hander leads to
quick left,
special.
right, and then you're heading into the, I guess, hairpin. It's a horseshoe at least, before you go to the Avenue of the Greats. Different lines through here. Some people would set up wide and do a long late apex. Some people would do it kind of a double diamond where you come in, carry some speed in, slide up a little in the middle. This is kind of a classic. Oh, actually, not even late apex, just all the way around the outside. That's a cool one. And then now in the Avenue of the Greats, underneath those huge banners of all our heroes, including your father, Brian Redman, Lynn St. James, Alberto Ascari, and Hobbo, the great Hobbo.
I love it. Look at that. And this is, they have this new sort of sequence as they go around, lead their way back to the start. And here in West Village, of course, you can see you up there, we have had such a wonderful time just talking to all the guests. I mean, I love it, the energy here in the village, seeing everybody. But you know, we tend to forget, you went over there this morning straight away and did a session, followed one of the races with our very own Brian Till. Brian, how's it going for you? Because I listened to you yesterday and I was literally, there he is, he's got his back to us. He's so busy. Brian, I sat in my bedroom and watched the last half hour and I realized why we pay you the big bucks.
Well, I'm sitting here with a moon pie, and I was actually on Realtor.com because I was looking at Chattanooga real estate because Tommy's got me thinking I need to move here, A, because it's absolutely beautiful, B, because moon pies are made here. So is Little Debbie. I'm going to put this down so we can talk about it. But, I mean, all the things that this area has to offer, it's absolutely fantastic, including the great racing that we saw a little bit earlier on. Talk about the different classes of cars that we have. 7 different race groups on the racetrack. Group 1, brass and tin top to 1920, and those are the cars. I mean, you think about that. They're over 100 years old. There's a Marmon Wasp, an exact copy of Ray Haroon's Marmon Wasp, and Tommy and I talked about it. There's that Marmon Wasp. That car, the original, was laser scanned, photographed, measured, and an exact duplicate of it. A riding mechanic. Justin, I'm willing to drive if you'll ride in the right seat.
I was going to say, people that know Indy, there was a riding mechanic, but for people that aren't that familiar with it, the riding mechanic was operating sometimes the fuel pump, sometimes switching the oiler over, and they were taking all the risks with no control. I mean, that
it's like being a sidecar passenger. But Brian, I've been so excited to see the Formula Vs out there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
Look at that. I mean, how many, I mean, literally, as you say, 50, 60 years,
there
so
are probably
many
more Formula V race cars in America. Maybe the Miata MX-5 has surpassed it, but for the longest time, the highest number of cars in any one class anywhere in the world.
And then we had historic stock cars on track.
I mean, this is my favorite era of NASCAR, especially those cars in the front. Some of these are towards where I did a few Cup races, but those early Fords, like the Mountain Dew car that Jeff Hammond tuned on for Darrell Waltrip.
Mercury Montego.
That's a Mercury. That's the Mercury version, not the Ford. And then we get into the under 3.5 liter sports cars before, I guess, 1972.
Yeah, correct. And there's a 914.6, which was the 6-cylinder 914, very rare. And the 911, the 912s, a Datsun. Tommy, you and I talked about that. Not a Nissan, but a Datsun. We're old enough to remember when the company was called that. And then you move into Group 6, which is sports and GT cars, 1973 to 1999, over 3,500 cc or 3.5 liters. And that's where I think the discrepancy is probably the biggest, because you have those 1999 model cars up against 1973 model cars. But all the greats that are there, and then the cars that we recognize, if you're a current NASCAR fan, call them modern stock cars.
This is arguably, this has become very popular. There are so many of these cars, especially as they change generation. So you got getting a little loose on the bottom, as they say. But these cars are so available and relatively cheap. The parts are totally available. And so when they change generations, there's a flood of these kinds of cars. So you want 800 horsepower. They're heavy, and so they're not a super lightweight car, but you want to run something that fast. It's the cheapest way you can run something that fast. And you get to choose your paint job, whether it's Mountain Dew or Milky Way or...
I love it. Well, Brian, we're going to let you get on with it because we've got a few minutes left of our Power Nation 1-hour talk show special live here from Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. You look warmer, my friend.
I feel
Just
good.
Keep going.
I've got my moon pie going.
We're going to send a shipment of moon pies, and you can just keep feeding yourself there like you're in a little hutch.
I'm loving it. And I've taken possession of Betty. I just want you to know that.
Well, when we come back,
the locks
we're going to
have been
have really a guy that knows as much about vintage, historic, and classic cars as anyone on the planet. Also, someone very connected to the whole world of stroke recovery. Keith Martin will be joining us. Stay tuned.
It's a fact. You get ready to take your collector car to market and bring more money with the right wheels and tires.
My cholesterol is borderline. I figure I can worry about it or do something about it. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free with guaranteed potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic.
Treat and protect against cold sore symptoms with Herpes-L. Pain Relief's triple action formula numbs pain and itch with lidocaine, while everyday protection helps protect against future flare-ups. Take back control of your cold sores with Herpes-L.
Did you know that owning an EV is like having a gas station right in your garage? A level 1 charger works on a standard household power outlet. Just plug it in at night and your EV will be fully charged and ready to go first thing in the morning. And with a range of up to 300 miles for just under $10 a fill up, a lot cheaper than gas. Home charging may be the only charging you need, but there's also easy ways to charge on the go. For more info, watch our video series on epb.com/energypros.
Nobody can tell ya. There's only one song worth singing. They may try and sell ya, 'cause it hangs them on to see someone like you. But you gotta make your
Life gets bigger when you break from the herd. The Volkswagen Tiguan.
Wow, what a beautiful morning it's been here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, presented by Millennium Bank. You can just see the sun is reflecting off the gorgeous Western behind me as it's illuminating down the street all the way to the bell tower at the end. Just all the cars, all the people, Tommy. I mean,
giving a little sense of the setup down here from literally bird's eye view.
Really, the scale of what's going on. And there's a lot more people today. You can feel it. The word's out. People are coming through here. I hear the track is very busy. As we said, we're going to be going to Brian after the show, after this 1-hour special. He's going to be taking it up with the racing. But of course, this event is brought to you by not just the efforts, the DeFore brothers, and led by Byron DeFore and his team. It's presented by Millennium Bank for a reason. Late this afternoon, I'm actually going to talk to Joel DeFore, who's the president of the bank. But it's brought to you by some really key partners. All these events need funding. They need not just money, they need the environment, the sort of infrastructure that a big sponsor brings, Tommy.
Well, and so obviously Volkswagen's a huge component in the community with their huge facility near here. They're activating at the track with their new ID4 and also here in West Village. I want to talk a little bit about, we've talked to Corky Coker, but the reason he's a big deal in this community is his business. He took over his family's tire business. You want to talk about a niche. They make, Brian Till said, where do you get tires for these? And Corky looked at me like, is he kidding me? Because Corky his whole business is making these tires for all these old cars that you can't get anywhere else. So where do you get tires for a 1911? Either a Marmon Wasp or those the Raceabout. They've got licensing deal with Michelin, Firestone. You want red stripe BFGs for your Chevelle? Corky Coker delivers those, and so they're doing some promotions with some giveaways with tires and bikes.
There's so much going on. But of course, it's also, the partners all come together for a very good cause, and it's all about the various aspects and innovation behind neurological research. Check this out. It's very heartfelt, and it really does tell the story in perfect words.
One of my best friends here in Chattanooga, his father passed away a year ago after dealing with Alzheimer's for over a decade.
My mom has had a mini stroke that has onset vascular dementia, right? And so I've watched her struggle with that.
I just lost a brother-in-law to a neurological disorder.
Alzheimer's has affected millions of people. My dad had it.
There's not anyone who has not been affected closely by Alzheimer's and other neurological issues. Nobody has been unscathed.
I'm Dr. Thomas Devlin. I'm the director of the CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center. The CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center and the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation are excited and proud to be the beneficiaries of this year's 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Dr. Devlin is a game changer, and the Neuro Center is a game changer, and to have it in Chattanooga is just one more thing that we should feel blessed about and be proud of our community for.
Over the last 2 years, the CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center has launched an advanced center of neurologic care in order to be able to advance cutting-edge research and to afford the people of the Tennessee Valley the very best medical care. The Neuroscience Innovation Foundation works collaboratively with the hospital to support cutting-edge research in Alzheimer's disease and stroke. The good news is, together we've made tremendous strides. We have a vision, it's a shared vision. We have our head in the clouds and we have our feet in the ground. This is what Chattanooga is all about. It's about doing world-class things in a way that can help not only our community, but has tentacles to benefit people from all around the world. Come join us at the 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival to learn more about what both of these tremendous organizations are doing to help you and your family. Together we can save lives in our area, and we can help save lives around the world.
Well, it's just amazing to hear Dr. Devlin. It's the second time we've heard from him. He is an amazing man, and spearheading something that just affects people on a local level, but really on a truly global level. And so many people last night, hand of who's been affected? Nearly everybody in the room by someone they know or care for. Anyway, when we come back here to the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, we have, well, Wayne Carini. He's the man that knows more than we've ever known.
The Cragar SS, introduced in 1964 as one of the most recognizable aftermarket wheels in the world. Coker Tire is proud to now offer the iconic Cragar SS wheel, specifically the Series 61C, along with thousands of other tire and wheel options. The Cragar SS Series 61C is available in 10 sizes, 15-inch and 17-inch diameters, and in popular 5-lug bolt patterns as well as 6-lug. Combine these classic Cragar wheels with any of Coker's authentic tires and take advantage of free mounting and balancing.
It's a lovely day today, so whatever you've got to do, you got a lovely day to do it in, that's true. And I hope whatever you've got to do is something that can be done by two. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely day.
Welcome to In Charge Life with an Electric Vehicle. You're in for a special treat today because we're going to be Rivian road tripping from Tupelo to Oxford in this amazing looking R1T right here behind me.
I love it, it's so beautiful.
But even better, we're doing it with an electrifying person, the amazing Lexi Burke.
It's Redman.
We're going to go do some tailgating at Ole Miss.
That sounds amazing.
Well, just look at the people, look at the cars, feel the sunshine. It's warmed up here in more ways than one at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival presented by Millennium Bank. Tommy Kendall and I are sitting here with Wayne Carini. First of all, great hair, as we know, all the time.
Second of all, great mustache, which Corky
great mustache,
says the second greatest in the car world.
Third of all, last night at the gala, I looked around for you to help me with the auction, and you're already headed off. Do you know that happened?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately, I've had a cold since Hershey and wasn't feeling very well, so I went to bed early.
You're really going to put him on the spot like that?
I actually really am, but you know, thank God your taller stunt double, Corky Coker, took over and did a great job. We had a great time.
He's a good man.
You love this event. Obviously, you keep coming back. You are very influential in the way this has all come together. Chattanooga, the cars, the people, all of it.
That's what I love. I love everything about it, you know, and what they're doing here for neurological research too. I mean, that makes a big difference in where I go and what I do. Well, about the charities. And it's about the people, it's about the cars and the friendships that you make when you go to events like this. Seeing you guys, it's always a plus, you know, and so that's the reason I keep coming back.
Now, obviously, you've been chasing cars for your whole life, but once they put you on TV, you're the same Wayne Carini you've always been, but now you're famous, and I see people, you walk by and they're like, there's Wayne Carini. You still feel like the same guy, right? But
same guy. I mean, you know, nothing's really changed in my life, and that's why I wanted it. You know, I just wanted to make sure that I was true to myself and my family and to our hobby. And so it's worked out really well.
Well, cars have become an asset class, and anyone who's ever sold a Ferrari or a Porsche or whatever almost regrets it because they keep going up. But like stocks, there's penny stocks, there's the blue chips that everyone wants.
Yeah.
What do you see going forward if we're going to stock tips? What do you like that you see out there that's on the come?
I always recommend that first off, buy what you like, because if like the stock world, everything goes to zero tomorrow, you better like what's in your garage. And the next thing is low production. So low production cars, I mean, when there's more people to buy one car and there's very few of those cars made, it makes the value go up. So low production cars, buy what you like, and just be in tune with what's going on in the marketplace. And so there's, and I must give you a plug, I'm going to take a plug myself, Speed Vision is coming back. So Bob Scanlon and I and some guys from Discovery, so we own Speed Vision, and Speed Vision's coming back. So we're going to be able, and there's going to be different shows about how to invest in cars coming up on the shows.
I can't tell you how many people chiming me with messages, I miss Speed Channel so much. God, I miss Speed Channel. That is going to be welcome news.
Yeah, well, and you know, we were all part of it, and one of our best friends, Alain Decadene, was such an inspirational part of that network, you know, Legends of Motorsports and the other shows that he did. And so I think that we're looking forward to it so much to bring Speed Vision back to the public.
Did you, that I know everybody's always wanted that. Tommy and I will obviously be sending you our resumes. Right, well, actually, I have it right here. When yesterday, and I jumped in and bumped in on your conversation, you know, over at Corky's place, and Chip told us about doing a Duesenberg, his style with the body. I mean, we were just talking about it earlier. That's one of those exciting things that harks back to the early glory days of coach building.
There you go.
Right?
You know, Chip's been looking to do that for many, many years. I've been looking for a Duesenberg for him to do that with. And I think he's got the right situation at the moment. He's such a great designer and such a great friend. I mean, and that's, to me, he's just my friend. Yeah. But he's got such talent. And to bring that and have this goal that he's been thinking about all these years and to finally be able to do it, that's really something
Talk
great.
about
tomorrow
breadth. I mean, from the Illuma Coupe to a Duesenberg, you'd think, well, stay in your lane. He doesn't have a lane. He can literally do it all.
Yeah. And I think that's the key. That's what's going on with me too. I love every car from the 1800s right until present cars. You know, I just ordered an RS6 Avant wagon, because I think it's kind of cool. It's a great looking car, but I want to do 200 miles an hour in a station wagon.
Yeah.
And
and
it'll do it.
I'm sure.
Is there a car you love that has just never gone anywhere?
Cosworth Vegas. I love Cosworth Vegas, but they've gone nowhere. Okay. You know, so I mean, there are.
Buy what you love.
Yeah.
Buy what you love.
Talk about tomorrow. Of this whole area, lots of fans here watching. Tomorrow, this becomes the concours, the center tomorrow of the car concours. It's the third element to what goes on here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Talk about the cars. Talk about what a concours brings to an event like this.
Well, I mean, we've got unbelievable cars here today. Everybody showed up with, you know, we got Concord at Lemons. We've got all the great car clubs here. But yet tomorrow the big guns come out, and you're going to see spectacular cars from the 30s, the 50s, the 60s. You're going to see unbelievable Ferraris, one of which I've restored. It's one of only two. It's a 365P center steering car.
Oh, the Triposti.
The Triposti. I restored it for Luigi Canetti back many, many years ago in the 80s.
That same white car?
That same white car. I dreamt of that car as a kid, saw it at his dealership, his dad's dealership many years ago, and I finally got to restore it. And when I stored it in my garage at home, when my daughters were born, I used to put child seats next to me and drive them around our town in that car.
Because it wasn't restored for Pebble this year. It was optimized and taken apart and buffed with Q-tips. But that's your restoration still.
Yeah, it's my paint job on it still.
That's
oh my goodness!
So cool.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's very cool.
Chattanooga's obviously bought something special, but it's the people that make this event.
It is.
You know, we talk about. You know, we think about the cars, we pay homage to the cars, but there's been some really important people that have forged the way for us. But also in our own environment, we've had people around us in this event. Jim Pace was someone, that's why it's called the Pace Grand Prix in honor of Jim Pace. My first race in Florida as 18-year-old in a little Barber Formula Ford series, Jim was there. It was just amazing. He was this big, handsome, big guy, and I was like, that's what it's all about. And Byron DeFore has made these beautiful plates that are actually going to bronze, that are going to be inside the Western forever.
Wow.
And Jim was so special.
Sadly, you do the math. 59 years old for Jim Pace. We lost him to COVID.
His fiance is here, and she's still emotional as you'd expect, but really thankful that everything's being attributed. And Alan DeCadney, I mean, what do we say about Alan? He was the flamboyant voice of historic cars in a way that we all wish we could be.
What a wonderful friend and a friend to everyone in the automotive community. I mean, he talked to anybody. He was so knowledgeable about everything. At Monterey one year, when I used to watch his show, I said, "Who writes your descriptions of the cars?" And he looked at me like I had two heads. Well, I do, of course. You know, and we became such good friends based on that.
And he was here last year. I mean, literally, I got a great photograph of you all talking over there. I said to Lynn, I need to give it. This was the last event that he actually went to in a public forum, and he was struggling with his health. He never showed it to anyone. And, you know, the other day we had a memorial the family did. His son, Aiden, has just become a man, you know, through this whole experience, and he represents the best of his father. But the love in the room, and no one quite understood Alan because he was a mystery. You know, he should have been a swashbuckling Spitfire pilot. You know, he rode motorbike. He was just the best of everything.
Even when he was alive, and in death even more so. But I've never had more people comment. Have you ever met Alan DeCadney?
Yeah.
And he connected with the audience. I mean, the enthusiasm. I'm not sure anyone lived life more fully than Alan did.
One of the best films, and everybody should go and look at it, is on YouTube, and you'll be able to see Alan DeCadney being buzzed by a plane over at Goodwood, which is Spitfire, which is one of the best things in the world. I mean, whenever I want to put a smile on my face, I put that on YouTube.
You just watch it. Well, I mean, that's what's wonderful about this event. Byron has such a connection and a loyalty to the people that have been a part of this event. Alan and Jim will obviously live on here forever as a part of Chattanooga history and the Motorcar Festival. Final quick thought, just 10 seconds. What do you want people to take away from this event?
I would just want them to be able to enjoy themselves and enjoy this beautiful weather and the people, the community of Chattanooga. I think that's really one of the best things that we have here is the community.
It's the community. Nothing could be better. Thank you so much for watching us on Power Nation. This is a final tribute to the wonderful life of Alan de Cadenet, and there's going to be a moment of silence around the entire property today. God bless.
Ave Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena, Ave, Ave Dominus, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in meribus, et benedictus, et benedictus fructus ventris, ventris tui, Iesu. Ave Maria.
Good afternoon, folks. We're here to bless our track and racers as we did last year. We certainly give thanks for CHI Memorial Neuroscience Center and the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation. We pray for the staff who've put all of this together, the drivers, the crew, the patrons, first responders. Thanks for the human gifts of innovation, good Lord, for creativity, for the healthy spirit of competition and respect. And we pray for the safety of our drivers, their crews and spectators, and we ask God's blessing on this track and all that are held here in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In my tradition, we use holy water in our blessings, and we'll offer that ceremoniously. So blessing in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
the show.
Oh, here we go again. We get to talk about race cars. It's the Pace Grand Prix. As Linda said yesterday, it should be the Jim Pace Grand Prix.
Jim Pace Grand Prix,
at
for
the
sure.
Bend. And so glad to have you back over here. And you brought me presents.
I did. I
So-
brought you my Hall of Fame coin. I was very honored to go in the Motorsports Hall of Fame along with Tony Stewart and Dario Franchitti. We made some coins. That's when I started in '66. When you take the cellophane off, they can see it better.
Well, I don't want to take the cellophane off.
But that's okay. The bottom
Okay.
line is I'm in the Motorsports Hall of Fame, and I was the first woman to go in, and I'm so proud of it.
And you also brought me,
a billboard from Detroit.
yes, but that you're going to have to sign. I've got a Sharpie
That's
sitting there before
That was
we're
a
done.
billboard shot 30 years ago for Detroit, and they wanted some nostalgia pictures, so I brought you one.
I love that. So I was just saying to you, you should have frequent flyer miles for the amount of miles or steps that you've put in this event over just the last 2 days.
Oh, it's been wonderful.
And we
though.
still have a day to go.
Everybody's been so fantastic, and it's so good to be back home again. You know, I was born down in Dalton, Georgia, and I don't forget where I come from. I just don't know where I'm going.
So tell me about the gala last night.
The gala was wonderful. We raised money for the hospitals, and I just think the doctors were just absolutely wonderful, and I'm going to get a painting done for next year. I hope that we can make some money for that. But the bottom line is a lot of people don't realize how important the DeFord family and what they really do, and to do this for the hospital of people that have had strokes, even young children that's had strokes, have a place to go and be taken care of, and it was my honor to get to be a part of it last night.
Well, and I think, too, I mean, you just hit on something really, really important, and that's the age range of stroke victims. And we tend to think, well, it's our grandparents or whatever.
No.
You just talked about small children. Justin Bell, who acts like a small child from time to time. And
he is.
Yeah, well, he is. He had a little mini stroke last year. He called me and he said, you know, I haven't called you in a couple of weeks because I had a stroke. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? It's so much more prevalent than we think
Is he a diabetic? Sometimes if you have diabetes, I'm a diabetic, and we do a lot for fundraising for diabetes. But I had a small stroke and a heart attack, and I'm so blessed to have the friends that prayed for me and got me through all that, especially my family. And it's wonderful to know these doctors, because I made a reservation with one last night just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Got a standing reservation. Well, there you go. The other thing that you did today that I think is so important, and I was blessed to have both you and Lynn St. James in here
she's
yesterday
my hero.
on a great panel today talking about women in motorsports and the future of that. And I know both of you very involved with trying to get women introduced to the sport, because a lot of women have never been introduced to it. And these young women who, once they are introduced to it, love it like we all do.
Or they're hooked, and you know, girls buy a lot of cars. It's just like the guys. I used to do the exciting world of speed and beauty, but they'd only let me interview the guys. And I said, well, I want to interview the girls, because they're a big part of our industry and our sport. So I back it up, and we formed an organization called Spark at the Motorsports Hall of Fame. Ms. Edelbrock gave us $150,000 to get it started, and we're going to help educate the kids and let them go take courses. I mean, there's some girl might want to be an engineer, a chief engineer, a mechanic, or a driver. So I think we're pursuing it in the right way. Well, I didn't have that. I was the only girl in shop class.
Well, and that's what you were saying yesterday, and it's funny. It's every woman that I know is probably smarter than every man that I know. You know, inherently,
well,
and so
we
it's
don't
like
want to admit it. It's called woman's intuition.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm like, you look at some of the really great sports car engineers recently, and they are female. IndyCar engineers that are female, because there's nothing that separates the ability to do that. A lot of times, it's like you said, it's just the introduction into it.
That's why I admire Mr. Hello, it's been a long day, Penske, what Roger has done. I used to work with Roger. I did a lot of the Formula One events with Roger Penske and the family, and the education that I got, I didn't learn it in the books, but going on the Formula One circuit when I did, I learned so much more to apply to when I come back home. And he'll enjoy the little sports car that I sold last night. And
she no longer owns that.
They dropped me degrees yesterday, folks, but that's okay. I've learned so much, and I'd like to pass it on. And then my cousin that's here said to me a while ago, oh, I think I'd like to get Ada to take a driving school. And I said, well, ask Ray Everhand. We want to get the young people, whether it's a young boy or a young girl, interested, because eventually they're going to be driving us around when we get old and can't throw the clutch in anymore.
Well,
so I want to help.
And exactly, and I think about Lena Gabe, who is one of the premier Audi engineers when they were finishing their sports car program, and has now come to the States and has been on both IndyCar and sports cars over here. I mean, she's a multi-time Le Mans 24 winner from an engineering standpoint.
Yes.
Engineering victories for Audi.
I admire her. My next door neighbor in California is an engineer, and she is so smart. And we kind of help each other because she didn't know too much about racing in her own car. And we've communicated back and forth. And she goes, this is real interesting. I'd like to take a driving school. Well, that just thrilled me to death to hear that, because there's no age limit to what you want to do in this sport. If you want to do it, you should do it.
Well, and I think the reason why we haven't seen more women involved in it, like I was saying a minute ago, it's not because they don't have the ability, it's because they hadn't been introduced to it.
Right.
And I think a lot of times when they are, it was really interesting to hear about, when watching the kind of preamble into the show, into the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, easy for me to say. There was a gentleman who said, I never thought my wife would enjoy, a car show, but we came early and we stayed late, and she loves it. And it's just the introduction.
Plus the fact that he probably never even realized that she was going to love it. And now he sees a whole brand new way of having fun together.
Well, absolutely.
Mac Hilton at the Motorsports Hall of Fame, my birthday party a couple of weeks ago, got up and thanked me for introducing the women to racing the way I have. What a compliment to come from the vice president of the Daytona International Motor Speedway and NASCAR. But I felt so wonderful after he said that, and I get to thinking, boy, I did bring an awful lot of ladies into the industry and the sport. The engineers at Goodyear, they were women. They were behind the scenes. I'd go over and interview them. I've tried to take care of the ladies, and behind every man, there's a gorgeous lady. So.
Well, and true, and I think some of your best relationships in the paddock are with the wives of drivers.
First.
And there's another side of it when you think about, okay, you look at the male population that are drivers, and the women behind them, they need the support and the friendship and all
Absolutely.
of that. And
just like I told Lynn when she was at Indy her first year, I said, Lynn, when you put your helmet on, you become race car driver. Not male or female, you become race car driver. And that's how I treat everybody. That's the way it should be treated.
Well, it's like
black, white, orange, red, whatever.
Race car driver.
You put your helmet on, you become a race car driver. That means you are special.
Well, and really, shouldn't it be that way all over the world in whatever sport and whatever business you're in?
Absolutely.
You just come in and do your job.
Come in and do your job.
I don't.
Yeah.
Other than that, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. Don't ban the bra, and don't mistake not putting your lipstick on. You're still ladies. Be a lady and go for it, because we respect you so much more.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I look through. We've got cars on the racetrack now, which I think is awesome, because this is the Group 1 cars, and we were talking about this, Tommy and I, earlier. It's one of these deals where these cars, they weren't put away in a museum somewhere, like a lot of them are. They're being run, which is what they're supposed to do.
Run what you run.
Well, I mean, you don't want to go into a museum. I don't want to go into a museum. We don't want to go into a home.
No, not yet.
And sit there, right? We want to keep going.
I have to keep going.
Until we don't go anymore. Which is why you do what you do, right?
My mother said to me, I come driving home one day in a 6-speed Pontiac John Lingerfelter built, and she goes, aren't you ever going to grow up? And I go, no, ma'am, you want to drive it? And I gave her the keys.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, and that's really the case. It's like I was saying, nobody wants to be a museum piece. You want to live it. At least I think.
Remembered in the museum, though.
Yeah. You want to go down in a history book.
Yeah.
But you don't want to get put away. And I think that's the thing that's cool about these cars. All over 100 years old, and again.
1918. Yeah.
They're out there running, and I got to tell you, I wouldn't be sitting in the right seat of one. Would you? With no seatbelt?
Oh no. I'd be covered in a helmet from head to toe.
Well, and that's the thing.
Well, the Hans device.
Well, exactly right. But I look at some of these, and you see the number 32, which we were talking about, Kendall Jolly driving that. That is the exact replica of Ray Haroon's Marmon Wasp that he won the first Indianapolis 500
My
in.
girlfriend is Marmon Wasp, and she, Ellen Greenleaf, I won't throw out her name because she still has the car, and we have the painting, and we also have the car in the Indy Museum. So
that is so cool.
She's still, that's just a boat racer, so you just never know.
I remember the 100th anniversary of the 500, and they had a car there for all the drivers to sign, and it was that color. It was Marmon Wasp yellow. And every driver who had come for the celebration that year signed their autograph, and it's sitting there in the museum somewhere with my name scrolled somewhere on it. But
isn't that wonderful?
It's awesome. And again, it's kind of like what we were talking about yesterday, the magic of the motorsports that draws you into it. And it doesn't matter whether you've driven one of these or not. It's just you got to see it.
There's Byhurst Oldsmobile is in the Motorsports Hall of Fame Museum in Daytona, and every driver that comes in has signed it, and we leave it
that
there.
is awesome.
And I thought, what are they going to sign my $30,000 paint job? And of course, Tony Stewart was the first to sign it. Yay!
Well,
I'm so proud. I'm so proud.
Tony would be the first one to do it. That's for sure. Kendall Jolly out in front in the Marmon Wasp, but right behind him, I believe that's the number 18. Well, it was just a minute ago of John Coker. I don't know, timing and scoring hasn't changed, but it may be.
Look at those tires.
There it is. That is the 18.
Yeah.
One of the Cokers charging to the front. Now, they had qualified pretty well for round one. And he goes around.
A little too much in the turn.
What happened to an exhibition? This is a real race. This is an exhibition. Easy for me to say again. John Coker around in the 18. That was.
I'm proud of John Coker.
Wow, that was impressive. That was the Mercer 1918 model automobile, and Kendall Jolly says thank you very much. Gives him a little breathing room, and who's going to slide in? It's the number 11. Is that Corky? It is.
It is Corky.
It is Corky. Corky's going to the front.
Yeah.
He's going to chase it down.
Win.
Yeah. Brother John has slipped backwards.
See you, brother.
Corky trying to go to the front. And it's like I said, they say exhibition, but you're watching these guys right now.
They got their foot in it.
So I just knowing them the short period of time that I have, I think there's some ego on the line
of
here.
Course.
Some bragging rights at the end of all of it.
It's called competition.
Yeah. Well, it's called anybody who steps into a race car, they're not going to just drive them around.
That's a beauty.
Isn't that a great shot?
That's a beauty.
Look at this. It's great. Side by side, looks over, checks to his left. He's got the run. Corky's going to pull in behind, see if he can get a draft. Yeah. I mean, I think about that car that Corky is driving, the 1911 Mercer. He said that's the most valuable of the cars out there, and it's worth a lot of money.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It really is. He loves what he's doing.
Well into the 7 digits, and yet he's out there just pounding the pavement in it.
You know, his restoration shop over there and all the work that they do, it's amazing how much goes into taking care of these cars.
Well, that's what they were saying. There's a wood shop over there.
Wood shop over there.
A metal shop, obviously, an engine
wonderful,
shop.
Wonderful wood shop.
Yeah, I haven't been able to go, and people would go, well, why is there a wood shop? Well, I mean, there are dashboards in these cars, but some of these cars have a lot of wood on them.
A lot of wood, absolutely. And the engine shop, I went to all of it because I had to get in there, so I really enjoyed it.
Something tells me, Linda, that you can probably get in pretty much anywhere you want to go.
Well, I tried to. Sometimes where I'm not supposed to go.
Well, yeah, but I think if you and I went to the same place and we got caught being someplace we weren't supposed to be, I think I would get thrown out and you would get to stay.
Well, I'd probably talk them into joining some kind of organization with us or make a contribution to the Drivers Fund.
Yep, absolutely.
I do a Racing Angel Foundation, and we've had a lot of beautiful winners win. It's people who help people, and I formed this beautiful Racing Angel. It's a bronze, and we only have one left now after 15 years of doing it. So we got one more left, and unless we get a sponsor, I probably won't be able to continue. They're very expensive, but it's such an honor to recognize someone and take care of someone that's kind of a left-out hero that no one mentions. Or in some cases, they've been some of the race drivers. And the young couple that dove in and saved Jack Roush's life down at Talladega when he crashed the plane into
crashed
the
the
water.
plane, yeah.
They're deaf and dumb, but they could feel the vibration. They dove in and saved
didn't
it.
know that.
So I gave them the last recipient of the Racing Angel Award.
Oh,
It was
wow. I
beautiful.
knew it because I knew about Jack's crash there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I knew that there was a house nearby, but I had no idea
Yeah,
that.
and he was a Navy man, and he felt it, and he went and jumped in the boat with him and his wife. not being able to hear anything, but they felt it, and they went out there and jumped in and saved his life. So they were racing angels to me.
That was one of Jack's warbirds.
Yeah, it was. Well, I knew Jack when he was a drag racer. A lot of people didn't realize he was a heck of a good drag racer.
Well, and Dorsey Schrader raced for him in
Yeah, I know.
IMSA, and Dorsey would say he would get in a plane with Jack and said Jack knew nothing about flying the plane other than take the throttles and push them all the way forward.
All the way forward.
All the way forward. Dorsey said, they've made several trips. Look at this. Talk about using all the road. Big wicked slide all the way out
Tires are
to
getting
the wall. Yeah. Well, there's not a lot of tire on them, right?
I know.
Kendall Jolly using all the road there aboard the 32, but Dorsey said he would get in the plane and there would be like cylinder heads out in one baggage compartment, another one in another baggage compartment, and he might be holding a block on his lap, and Jack would say, hold on, we got to go. Yeah, we got to go. We got to go to a racetrack somewhere. And so the drag racing side of Jack Roush does not surprise me because I know the flying stories that go with it.
Yeah, back to drag racer.
Calvin Fish actually tells a great story about running at Daytona the first time in the Rolex 24 for Jack. And he said it was his first time. It was the middle of the night. And, at that point in time, you still had to kind of take care of the cars.
Right, absolutely. So, to get finished.
Yeah. So Calvin was running a pretty good pace at night and gets this call on the radio. Calvin, you need to slow down. And Calvin's like, who is this? And he goes, Calvin, it's Jack. You need to slow down. And Calvin said he was sitting in the car thinking, Jack? Jack who?
Oh, no.
Because he hadn't talked to him all weekend long. He said it took a second. He was like, oh,
Richard Petty called me on my birthday, and I said, Richard who? And
Richard.
I thought, oh, my word,
Petty?
why did I do that?
Yeah, Calvin said the same thing. He was like, Jack who? And then he went, oh, maybe I better not say that and listen to Jack. Mechanical problem.
Uh-oh.
So the riding mechanic turns into 1 horsepower, I think, or half a horsepower.
Yeah.
To push him around, you can see the drive shaft.
That's why I say, look at the drive shaft there.
Turn it, and they're going to take it off to the side. Is that the number 10? I believe it may be.
The wood wheels.
I think that's the number 10, which at least on my screen, let's see. Yeah, that was the number 10, Robert Goodrich behind the wheel of the Chalmers 1908 model car. And so he'll get that pushed out of the way, and we'll keep going, and so will Kendall Jolly aboard the 32.
I love the Wasp. It reminds me of a hornet that ready to sting you.
Well, and that's what they were saying in the beginning, that's really kind of where it's got its name. It's got a fair amount of smoke coming out of that front cylinder of the front exhaust. Showing 6 minutes left to go in the race, and he's slowed down a bit, but this kind of reminds me, obviously, you weren't around when they were racing cars like this, Linda. But
I read about it.
Yeah, but the history that you've seen, do you have a favorite era?
60s. Oh, the music was great. The racing was great. The cars were great.
And
60s.
you had no hesitation. You just,
60s,
boom.
baby. Absolutely.
Favorite memory of the 60s?
Me and Miss Hurst Golden Shifter in 1966 and going around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Daytona Speedway and the Darlington Speedway. Those were 3 of the greatest memories ever.
Wow. I don't know if something happened to Kendall Jolly, but the 18 of John Coker just took the lead, and we were talking about the smoke that we saw coming out of the 32, so perhaps he's losing a little bit of power.
Yeah.
John said, thank you very much. I will take that.
Well, the oil gets hot in those cars, too.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And think about that. How do they ever run 500 miles?
I don't know. It's amazing. I love to go to the museum up in Indianapolis and I try to catch up with the archives. So interesting. But how we've come a long way. I used to start all my speeches at schools and stuff. America is the automobile. It's almost America was the automobile now with all these changes. And I really pursue the aftermarket business and try to keep people innovated to work on American cars and American parts and pieces, bring manufacturing back to America, build them with pride again. And I'm pushing that all the time. I probably sound like a broken record, but that's how I grew up.
Well, if you don't get, if somebody doesn't stay on you and give you the message all the time, you're not gonna let it sink in. So keep preaching.
Oh, I do keep preaching.
Preach it, sister.
I do, brother.
John Coker out in front. Where did everybody go? So Kendall Jolly's still holding on back there, and he may have found. Well, no, he's lost some speed. I think he may be dropping back. The white flag is out. One lap to go. I think Corky may be the next car that gets past Kendall Jolly because he's right there behind him. He's going to come through the bend, and there he goes.
There we go.
And he can see him up in front. He's one lap to go, and you know he's going to be up on the wheel, as much up on the wheel as you can get, which I guess is a lot on one of these things. You don't have any seat belts holding you in.
Come on, baby. I'd like to see him.
Well,
pass
and you're
him.
just kind of like, just make it to the end. So
Beautiful Jim Pace Raceway.
Oh.
Yeah. God
well,
bless
and
Jim Pace.
the plaques that they have dedicated. Good golly, John Coker sliding through turn 3. I think they probably have dinner bet on this or whatever.
They probably have some bet on that.
Corky and John have some bet going because John was
pay
not
for
slow.
His campaign, pay for his campaign to run for president.
There you go. He's looking over his shoulder going, where is he? Where is he? A little bit of a slide there. Just about a half a lap to go. But yeah, we were talking about Jim, and I was saying yesterday I met him when I worked at Skip Barber, and he was a student sitting there on a car saying, yeah, I'm about to quit medical school.
Skip Barber?
You probably did.
I think that's where I met you the first time.
Probably did.
Yeah, I encourage the young ladies to take that school.
I think everybody should. We were talking about this yesterday with a couple of different people. You know, there are people who think that children, teenagers, shouldn't be involved, or young adults shouldn't be involved in racing because it will teach them to be crazy on the street. And it's like, it should be because it saves their lives.
It'll save their lives. Well, you know, Ford now, when you buy like a Chevy Mustang, they give you a driving school, which is very important, especially with that much horsepower. You need to learn how to handle that car.
Well, think about it. You talk about back in the 60s, your favorite era of racing, and Brian Redman and I were talking about this. The horsepower available on a street car now is more than certainly was available on the cars that he ran at Le Mans and Spa and things like that.
Absolutely.
And really, to some extent, more horsepower than the race cars that we see on the racetrack now.
Look at my Cadillac. I got 585 horsepower in a Cadillac. Well, it's a CTSV, V's for Vaughn, no Victory. But
I never knew what the V was for. Now I know, Linda. Now I know.
But who would think that that Cadillac would have that much horsepower and to go and win and run it to 24 hours and last? I mean, it's amazing.
And it's because the technology is there to get more power out of the same cubic inches. And but the thing about it is, I think it lulls people into a false sense of security because they have anti-lock brakes and airbags like it.
That's why all the more reason to take the driving school.
Absolutely.
For safety reasons.
Physics is physics. All those things will take care of you and help keep you safe, but they don't defeat the law of physics.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The only thing that can do that is what's between your ears.
Oh, I can't defeat the law of physics in trying to build a race uniform that will fit me.
That will fit you?
We get it to fit in some places, then it won't zip in other places.
Yeah, I would imagine that the tailoring there would be interesting to say the least.
Bill Simpson used to crack us up when he'd make our uniforms.
There's another character.
I miss him. Oh, I miss Bill Simpson.
Anybody who would be willing to light themselves on fire to show you that what they're selling you is the real deal.
And he did it at our press conference in Indianapolis where we introduced the Hearst Jaws of Life, and Bill set some stuff on fire, and I didn't know about it, and I'm standing there with Jackie Stewart and James Garner, and Jim says, what is this all about? And I about fainted because they wanted to surprise me. Well, they did.
Well, they did, yeah.
They did, and we had all the chiefs from the fire departments all over the United States. George flew them in for the special occasion. And it goes to show all that Nomex underwear that we sold to the fire departments have saved their lives.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bill was a brilliant engineer, brilliant man.
John Coker takes the victory in Group 1. And look at that. You sit there and you brace on a pedal on the outside if you're the riding mechanic. Thank you, no. Thank you, no.
I love you, but not that much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bill Simpson, another one of those guys who's forgotten about because he's gone, but what he brought to the sport, both from a product standpoint and a personality standpoint.
Oh, absolutely. He was definitely one of my mentors and very instrumental in my getting voted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame. God bless Bill Simpson. He saved me and my legs and all my models' legs into Indy 500 because you don't see the flame. It's a wave. And I said, you can put some blue in there so it pops off and we could recognize the fact that that was on fire, but he made sure all of us girls had safety equipment on. He was wonderful that way. He really was.
Yeah. I mean, another visionary, right?
Yeah, very, very much so.
And you see those changes. I mean, think about the modern Hans device.
Oh, absolutely.
And
we'd still have Dale Earnhardt, but they had the Hans device then.
Yeah, and I remember when the original version of the Hans device was first kind of coming on the market.
Me too.
And it looked like a vampire collar. It
That
was
did.
giant and tall and had cables that attached to your helmet.
But it
and
sure
you were
has
like,
saved a lot of lives.
yeah, you were like,
Yeah.
nobody will ever wear that. And now it's turned into this streamlined, life-saving piece of equipment that Jim Downing was, you know, he and his partners were the first ones who kind of created that concept and created the Hans device. And lo and behold, I'm sure it was like when seatbelts first got put in cars.
Absolutely.
And everybody went, yeah, who'll never
Most
will wear 'em.
wonderful invention.
Yeah.
I just wish we'd have had it before. A lot of people don't realize the test drives and the test pilots of the airplanes and the Air Force and the Navy, the Marines. I've worked with all of them through George Hurst Armed Forces clubs, but you'd be surprised how many, unfortunately, people we've had to lose because of their saving your lives today and making it safer. Look at the equipment today. Fireball Roberts wouldn't have burned to death had we had fire retardant clothes at that time. Dale Earnhardt would still be with us if he had to snap his neck without a Hans device. And these are people that have sacrificed their lives to save others. And you out there can drive a safer car because of all this. You really can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think about it, and you talk about the innovators and those people who have meant so much to the sport. Obviously, you have as
Thank
well.
you.
And again, thank you for coming
Thank you.
here. And
love this sport.
that's going to get signed by you before
Okay.
you get out. I'm not going to let you leave before you get that done. But Group 1 is done. I'm going to send Linda on. She's
Thank
running
you.
around like crazy around the Motorcar Festival here in Chattanooga, getting all of her stuff done. Coming up, the Michelangelo of cars and design. That would be Chip Foose. There's a
Yes,
panel
Chip.
with him in just a second. Absolutely great stuff.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Get the drum roll.
Yeah. Wow, that happened quickly. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ken Gross, and I'm sharing the stage with the legendary Chip Foose and the equally legendary Wayne Carini. So let's hear it for those guys. So, I thought we'd talk a little bit about, since Chip is our focal point, if you will, and have him tell you a little bit about how he started. I knew Chip's dad, Sam, who was an artist of the in metal. And Chip, I guess you grew up in the shop and learned to do everything, yes?
Well, my first memories are actually in Gene Winfield's shop. Because my father ran Gene's shop in the 60s. When I was 3 years old, I would go to Gene's shop with my dad on the weekends. I'd watch what the crew was building there, and you know, it was amazing because the company was AMT, which was American Model Toy, which if you have ever built the little plastic model kits that you can build, that AMT builds those models. And their shop, they were building the full-size cars that were then turned into the models. And so I'd go to the shop, I'd watch my dad and Gene and the guys build these cars, and then about 8 months later, my dad would bring home a plastic model kit that I would put together of the cars that he was building. And then also Mattel was building Hot Wheels of those cars. So I always had Hot Wheels in my pocket of the cars that my dad was building, and building plastic model kits of the cars that they were building. But like I say, I started going when I was 3 years old. And when I was 7, my dad had his own shop, and I started going to the shop with my dad. I'd like to say I was helping him, but I think I destroyed a lot more than I actually helped in the beginning. But
How old were you when you learned to weld?
When I learned to weld?
Yeah.
I was painting before I was welding.
Okay.
So I started painting when I was 9, painted my first car when I was 12, but I think I was probably around 14 when I started welding.
And that would have been a Settlin, probably?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and working in the shop is not exactly where an artist works, but you're an artist. How? When did that begin, that element of art and realizing you had that skill?
Well, I said that I was going to the shop with my dad when I was 3. Yep. My dad was quite a talented artist himself, and at the same age of 3 years old, I would sit next to my father when he was at the table drawing. And I had my own pad, and whatever he was drawing, I was copying it. And when he would finish his drawing, he would leave it at the table, and I would draw it over and over and over again, because my father was my hero, and I wanted to be as good as my dad.
Wayne, jump in any time here. So
that's fine. I did the same thing. You know, my dad was the founder of the Model A Restorers Club of America in 1951, so cars were our thing in our family. And when he found out I could paint, he would get destroyed fenders taken off of cars, and then he'd let me paint them to learn how to paint. And I was the official painter at the shop when I was 14. You know, and of course, not with the technology that we have today. That was in an old cow barn back at the family farm. But you know, Chip and I had very similar experiences. I can't draw as good as Chip can, even though I graduated art education. But Chip's the master at that. It's unbelievable. Whenever we do signings together, Chip draws everybody a car. Now, don't expect that to happen today, but
Wayne sells you a car.
That's right. Chip draws them, I sell them.
I think we first met when you were working at Boyd's.
Yes.
And Boyd Coddington, who passed away all too soon, yes, you know, was a genius in his own right, a very imaginative man. There are people who think, you know, he was kind of a grumpy guy in a Hawaiian suit, but shirt. But I think there was a lot more to it than that. How did you get to Boyd's, and what was it like working with him?
Well, I graduated Art Center in December of 1990, and my senior project was a Chrysler-sponsored project. And when Chrysler asked us...
We'll get to that in a minute, too. I know what that was. Great.
Well, that was what led to my meeting Boyd.
Okay, great.
And, and what we're talking about is Chrysler sponsored a project at Art Center, and they wanted us to create a niche market vehicle, is what they called it. And the example they gave us was somebody that likes to exercise, might have an exercise bicycle that charges a battery. You could put that battery in your car and get to and from work that day. Well, I knew that was something that I would probably never do in my lifetime. And I created something that was actually taboo at the time at Art Center. I looked at doing a niche market vehicle, but I wanted to cater to a niche market that was already out there. And I did several presentations based on the information that they gave us, but I did a second presentation without talking to any of my teachers or any of the students or anybody at Art Center, because when I was at Art Center, if you were drawing hot rods or muscle cars, that was really frowned upon. But I did a second presentation, and I put both presentations up, and Tom Gale, who was the president of design for Chrysler at the time, he came in and he says, he looks at my two presentations, he says, I know what you're doing here, this is our project, but what are you doing here? I said, well, you asked us to create a niche market, and what I'm doing is, when I looked at what you asked us to do, you're asking us to create a customer also. What I'm doing is I'm catering to a customer that's already out there, because there are thousands and thousands of people that are out there trying to put modern technology in their muscle cars or their hot rods. I'm designing a brand new hot rod or a muscle car. I had done several presentations. He liked what I had to say, and I had done one sketch that was based on a hot rod. I had done a plan view of a 33 Plymouth and a side view of a 70 Cuda. And I blended those together, and I created a car that I called Hemisphere. And when Tom Gale saw that, he says, I want you to build this. So I built that model, which was actually the, shall we say, the lead-in to the Prowler. To say that I designed the Prowler would be a slap in the face to all the engineers and designers that finished that as a production vehicle at Chrysler. But my model was definitely the inspiration for it. And when Boyd Coddington saw that, he asked me to start doing some design work for him. Well, I had done that model right as I was graduating from Art Center. And I worked for a company in Santa Barbara, California, named Asha Corporation, and we were a design firm. Well, Asha paid for me to graduate Art Center, paid for me to go through. So I went back to Asha and I was working there, but I had met Boyd, and I started working for Boyd 30 to 50 hours a week, just as a hobby and a side job. And I worked for Boyd for 2.5 years, like I say, 30 to 50 hours a week average. And I never gave him a bill in that 2.5 years. But if I needed wheels for something that I was building with my father or for myself, I had wheels the next day. And that was basically the relationship that I had with Boyd. And when Asha Corporation started running out of work, they asked me if I could bring Boyd's work in to their facility and they could bill him. I said, well, I don't bill him. This is just my hobby. And my boss asked me if there was something I could go do for about 6 months while he was waiting for a big project to come in from China. And so I called Andy Jacobs at Ford Motor Company. I had done an internship with him when I was at Art Center, and he made me an offer to go to the Ford Truck Studio. And right after he made me that offer, I got a call from Jay Mays, who was the head of the Volkswagen studio. And Jay had seen my presentation when I graduated. And he said, I heard you're going to Ford. And I said, well, it's only for 6 months. He says, I'm putting a team together right now. I want to do a new Beetle, and I would like you to be on the team. I thought, that'd be cool. He really loved what I had done for Chrysler. And he said, you know, what I said to everybody when I designed that stuff is I said, it's not today's designer's fault that somebody in the past chose to go away from a great form. The two best car examples of a form that basically evolved through its life, to me, were the 911 Porsche and the Corvette. I said, we have an opportunity now to go back and grab a form that was great in the past and evolve it into something new. And that's what I was doing for Chrysler. And Jay said he loved the way that I put that, and that's what he wanted to do with the Volkswagen. So I was deciding whether I should go to Ford or go to Volkswagen. I thought I needed to let Boyd know because I had designed a couple cars for him. I called Boyd and told him that I was going to either one of these companies and that maybe we should get another designer involved because I'll be gone. And he says, come down and see me. So I drove down, I visited him, and he made me a better offer than both Ford and Volkswagen. So I ended up going to work for Boyd full time, and I was there for 8 years before he went bankrupt in '98.
So could Boyd sketch? Was he an artist as well, or did he have a vision and have people like yourself do their input to make things work?
Boyd's true talent was he knew talent when he saw it.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew how to bring the people together and how to find the customer.
Right.
And what's amazing to me, and something I didn't even realize the whole time that I was there working, is Boyd's basically went away in '98. He started up again later, but it was a different company. And when Boyd had the wheel shop and he had the money coming in for the wheels, he was able to build cars. You know, we weren't making money on these cars. Somebody would have an idea for a car that they'd want to build. If they went to any other shop and asked how much to build it, it was going to be $300,000 to $500,000. And Boyd would build it for $175,000. But he was keeping the best cars being built at Hot Rods by Boyd and keeping Hot Rods by Boyd wheels or Boyd wheels on those cars, promoting the company. When Boyd's went away, the hot rodding, the whole industry exploded. Other shops started growing and sprouting up all over the place.
Because he was first with those.
He didn't have the control and wasn't able to build cars as cheap as he could for people. Right. People started spending the money elsewhere, and the industry just exploded after '98.
Well, the cars that came out of Boyd's shop in that era, going back to almost that 33 Ford that was done for, I think it was a guy in Texas, they were elegant, smooth, clean, kind of a shaved.
That was Jamie Musselman.
Jamie Musselman, right.
Yeah.
So that was part of Boyd's vision, I guess? And
yeah, well, Boyd always had great designers involved. He had Steve Stanford, he had Kenny Youngblood, Larry Erickson, Tom Taylor.
Right.
And, you know, I was one of the lucky ones that got to work with him. It was the shop, the talent in the shop that was amazing.
Right.
And, you know, I would have an idea, just do a sketch, bring it in, show it to Boyd. He said, yeah, go build it. You know, it was better than owning my own business.
Right.
Because I didn't have the money to go ahead and start building whatever I dreamt of. But Boyd would just say, run. And he would find a customer for it before we built it.
So most of the people who go to Art Center, their goal seems to be to work for an OEM, a conventional car company. Was that, and you kind of flirted with that a little bit with Volkswagen and Chrysler, but it sounds like that wasn't where you really wanted to go.
Well, when I graduated, I had 14 job offers with different car companies. But like I say, Asha Corporation, they paid for me to graduate. I had gone through halfway through Art Center and left because I couldn't afford to stay.
Right.
And I ended up going to work for Mark Sternberger, who was it was Sternberger Gala at that time.
Right.
And I worked as Mark's apprentice for 3.5 years before he left, and it became Asha Corporation. Then I became director of design. And then I had an offer from another company to go to work for him in Holland, Michigan, called Prince Corporation. And I accepted that offer, and I told my boss, Alain Clenet, I told him I was leaving. I was going to go to Prince Corporation, who was one of our big clients. And Prince Corporation, they were the ones that created the sun visor with the door that opens up and the lighted mirror in it. Well, we were working for them and creating other ideas. And one of the ideas I had that we patented and sold to Prince was your garage door opener that's in your car now. It used to just be a plastic box that had a spring clip on it. I had the idea to put that into the sun visor or into the car. We patented it and sold it to Prince. So that's why you now see it either on the center console over the car or on the visor. But they offered me a job, tried to steal me from Asha Corporation. I accepted their offer, knowing that if I worked there for 3 years, I'd be able to go back to Art Center and pay to graduate. I told my boss, Alain, that I was leaving. Shall we wait for this?
Yeah, we can edit around it.
So I told Alain that I was going to Prince Corporation. He asked me why, and when I told him, he says, don't go to Prince. I'll send you to school, I'll pay for it, and you give me the 3 years after you graduate. And that's exactly what I did.
Sorry, the city seems to be burning down in our background here. So I think we're all curious, how did that evolve into your building these absolutely fabulous cars that won so many shows? What was the step that got you there?
I'm still living my childhood. I grew up in Gene Winfield's shop watching my dad and Gene and his guys build these amazing cars. And then I worked with my father for 15 years. I was a body man and painter, and we had the custom shop. And then at Art Center, Strother McMinn was one of my teachers. He taught me how to loft and do all the sections. And once I learned that, then I knew exactly what to do to build a complete body. And I was lucky enough to go to work with Boyd, and I was able to sketch these drawings, and I could either build a quarter-scale clay model or just loft it all and build those cars. And it was a lot of fun to build a full-size wooden buck and start shaping metal. And I had a second college education when I worked for Boyd, and I spent most of my time at Marcel's Custom Metal, working with Marcel and his two sons, Mark and Luke. I learned how to shape metal with those three guys, and it was the four of us building all those bodies for Boyd.
So along came some of the many clients you had at SEMA last year. There was an exhibition of Chip's cars. There must have been, what, 20 cars?
There was 20 cars.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. I mean, and they're not all lookalikes. They're very, very different approaches. So how did that kind of happen? How did clients found you? You began to build cars for them?
Well, I grew up building cars with my dad, and when I worked for my dad, I loved the fact that we were building cars, and I would see guys at car shows, and they'd be driving those cars that I built with my father. Because that's passion, and that's a, shall we say, it's not a livelihood. It's something that is...
you love doing.
Yeah,
it's
well, I don't know the word I want to use for that, but you know, it's our passion. It's something that we grow up in. It never goes away.
No. Well,
then I worked for car companies, and I would build show cars that would go and win these great awards, and you know, like the 2000 International Detroit Auto Show, the car that I designed with Ford won Best of Show. And that car just got put away. It goes away. So that's a career, not a livelihood.
Well, you know, you mentioned Gene Winfield as an influence and a place you work. Gene is 95 years old,
Yes.
and there was a picture up online yesterday of him chopping a top and showing everybody how to do it. And the fact that and I remember him on the cover of Rod and Custom in 1953. I am that old, and he's still doing it. And I'm sure he does it for the same reason Chip just mentioned, because he loves doing it. And
Well,
live
that's
long.
what I was-
Chop tops live longer. I'll tell you that.
That's what I was getting at. When I do work for the auto manufacturers, that work is shown for one season, and it's gone.
Right.
I can go to a car show, a Good Guys event, and I'm seeing guys that I worked on their cars 30 years ago. They're still driving them and enjoying them.
Yeah, Gene's still chopping tops, and he still has black hair.
Yeah.
At 95 years old.
No, he's really pretty
unbelievable.
pretty incredible.
He was inducted into the SEMA Hall of Fame this year.
And well deserved.
Yes.
So that display at SEMA, I mean, I wish we could have had something like that here. But when you see all those cars, what do you think? I mean, they're all yours. They were your inspiration.
Well, my dad always says you're only as good as your customer allows you to be. I have been extremely lucky and blessed to have had the customers that I've had, because without them, I couldn't have built those.
Well, and your dad did some brilliant things. My favorite car that he ever did is that green 4950 Ford two-door that's sectioned and chopped. He reproportioned that car in a way that Ford Motor Company could never have imagined. And talk about a classic. I mean, did you work on that car?
It's
as well?
interesting that you mentioned that car. Harry Bradley's a good friend of mine.
Yep.
Harry Bradley's another designer. And Harry Bradley called me to his house one day. And I come into his house, and he's showing me this project that he was working on and asking me some questions about it. And then off to the side, on the floor, leaning against the wall, was a drawing of that 49 Ford that he had done in 1983. It was I remember it from 1983 in Street Rodder magazine. And it was interesting. I turned and I saw that, and I said, I've got an interesting story about this sketch that you have here. I said, you did that sketch in '83, and it was in Street Rodder magazine. My dad and I bought a car because we were going to build it. And he says, well, actually, this project that I'm talking about with you is not why I called you here. That's why I called you here. Because Don Long had started that car in Portland, Oregon. And he had done the chop top and sectioned it, but he had only sectioned the doors. There were no quarters and no front end on the car. And he said, Don started this project. He wants to bail out of it. It's for sale. And I want you and your dad to finish it. So I ended up buying it from Don. I flew up to Oregon, I bought it, and I brought it back to Boyd's, and I was trying to figure out how I could pay my dad to finish it, but I was working for Boyd, so I didn't have a lot of money. And one of my dad's good friends, Jack Bernard, found out that I had this car, and he looked at it and he says, I'd like to buy it, and I'll have you and your dad finish it. So we finished it for Jack Bernard, and really, really happy with the way the car came out. Harry was really happy with the way the car came out. And I love the car, but I always see things that I would change. And I did a car with Troy Trepanier called the Sniper. And it was a 53 Belvedere that we cut up. And when I did the drawing of it, right after Boyd's had basically gone bankrupt and went away, Steve Koonin from Rodder's Journal asked me to do a series of drawings for the magazine. So I took the Sniper drawing and I did a 51 Vicky. And I did the same proportioning changes and things that I did, and had the ideas of what I wanted to change from the Harry Bradley car that my dad and I had built. And that drawing was in Rodder's Journal. And when that magazine came out, I got a call from Jay Mays again. Now, Jay was no longer at Volkswagen. He's the one that was trying to get me to go to Volkswagen. He was now the head designer for Ford Motor Company. And he says, I'm looking at this Rodder's Journal, issue number 11. He says, you've got a 51 Vicky in here that you've drawn. I want to build that for this year's Detroit Auto Show. I said, well, do you want me to start with a 51 Vicky? or do you want me to do a clay model? He said, let's do a clay model. So I did the clay model. He came out and looked at it, fell in love with it, and said, we're not going to Detroit this year. We're going to take this car to production. And that car was slated for production, but it won the International Auto Show. And there was a lot of other designers that got involved, but that was where the car came from, was from that Router's Journal issue.
So a question for both of you. You really didn't start out as television stars, TV personalities, and so forth, but you became that. So I think people would like.
We can't figure it out.
Well, I'll give you a real quick example. I remember at the SEMA show a few years ago seeing a really long line. This is the Specialty Equipment Marketers show, and there's all sorts of great aftermarket products. And here's a line of people. It snaked around and went around again. And I thought, there must be some babe in a bathing suit signing posters here. And it was Chip. And they were all waiting for Chip. So how, I'd like you to answer this, and I'd like Wayne to, hopefully we have enough time. How did you evolve, segue, if you will, into television? So maybe Chip would answer, and then Wayne, we'd love to hear your point of
Well,
it too.
for me, it was, when I was at Boyd's, I worked with Jesse James. And Jesse had done his show Motorcycle Mania. And then he was starting Monster Garage. And I got a call from Jesse, and he asked me to come to a meeting with Discovery Channel agents, and he says, but bring your portfolio. So I go to this meeting, and I showed him my portfolio, and they explained to me that we're going to start this show called Monster Garage. Jesse wanted me to be his co-host, and then I was going to be a builder with him. And they explained to me that the first car they want to build is going to be a Mustang that we're going to turn into a lawnmower, and it'll pick up golf balls. And the second one is going to be a Ford Explorer that we're going to turn into a trash truck. We're going to make an arm that'll pick up a trash can and dump it inside. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm trying to build the most beautiful pieces of rolling art that I can build, and you're going to put me on television building these monsters? And at the end, if we don't get it done in a week, we're going to blow it up or burn it or do something. And I thought, this is going to overshadow what I'm doing because it's going to be on television. I don't want to do this. And I actually said no to going on Monster Garage. And it was the best known business that I've ever given.
Right, absolutely.
Because Discovery Channel knew Bud Brutzman. They sent Bud over to my shop and said, do something with Chip. So Bud came in. He said he wanted to do a show, and I said, well, what's your show based on? He says, we're going to do something like Motorcycle Mania with you. And he said he was going to follow me 24/7 and film the next car that I'm building. And I said, well, the next car that I'm building for a show is 11 months out. You don't want to film for 11 months for one episode. I said, let me call Ford Motor Company, see if they'll donate a SEMA project car, and we'll build that and go to SEMA. And Bud says, well, what's SEMA? I said, trust me, that's the show you want to go to, because every type of car that anybody likes cars, they're going to find it there, and that's what you need to show. So I called Jay Mays again at Ford, and he says, oh, we're about to release the Thunderbird. Let me send you one of the new Thunderbirds. And he sent me that. We built it. We filmed the pilot episode of Rides, and that was building the Speedbird. We went to the SEMA show. It won the Best of Show, awarded from Ford Motor Company. And Bud comes to me after the show airs, and he says, Discovery loves it. They want it to be a series. And I said, no way, because I had spent 7 weeks building that car. I lost 26 pounds. I was working 40 hours straight, then sleeping for 8, working 40, sleeping for 8.
Wow.
I barely got it done in time to get it there. And I said, let me give you a list of 25 shops that I know. You can call the owners, find out when they're starting their next build, and then you can send a film crew once a month, and in 10 months, you're going to have 25 episodes. We can never do that in my shop. I didn't know that I should have owned it, but I had just given that to Bud. But, you asked me how we became television personalities. Bud didn't think I was going to be the personality on the show. Bud hired Chris Jacobs and Courtney Hansen to be the two hosts of the show. I was just a builder. He had his crew trying to find other builders that could build a car in a week, and he never found any.
Because it's pretty near impossible.
I didn't have a contract with Bud to do the show. I was just one of the builders on the show. He thought he was going to use Chris and Courtney and go to different shops and get different people to build the cars. So it was a learning experience for both of us.
I think. Wayne, what about you?
So I was restoring cars and building cars with my dad, and running an auto body shop, sort of like Chip. We all grew up in the body shop business, and but restoring Ferraris specifically and taking them around the country, and I got a very good reputation for the restoration. And but I bought a Hudson Italia. I chased it from when I was 16 years old. I wanted that car, and I finally bought it when I was 52. And Donald Osborne, who we know from Jay Leno's Garage series, a really great friend of mine for 45 years, he wrote an article that appeared in the New York Times. And that article was called First Love, finding a car when you're 16 and pursuing that car and finally getting it when you're 50 years old. And the head of my production company, Jim Ostrowski, read that article on Sunday and called me Monday morning and said, "You seem like a pretty cool car guy. I want to do a TV show about you." And I said, "Well, who are you, local TV station?" He goes, "No, I do stuff for Discovery Channel." So he said, "I'd like to get the camera out of the car and just follow you around." I said, "As long as you don't get in my way, let's give it a try. How much does it pay?" And he says, "It pays absolutely nothing." But you never know what can happen.
And that was 16 years ago.
That was 18 years ago.
18, yep.
18 years ago, 200 and I think we're at 212 episodes. We're shown in over 100 countries, and my voice is dubbed in 52 languages. So I think it worked out. I have no idea how or why. I don't know why anybody would want to watch me do what I do, but it seems to be working pretty good till today.
Now, the pilot episode of Rides, I didn't get paid a dime, but I spent $80,000 building the Speedbird.
Yeah. Well, everything changed with that a long time. And now we've been on Motor Trend. It's been a great run, but I'd like to announce that Speed Vision is back. I've partnered with Bob Scanlon, was the president of Velocity Channel that we all know. And Bob started with Roger Warner and created Speed Vision years ago. And Bob Scanlon, myself, and a couple other guys now own the rights to the name Speed Vision, and we are going to be bringing new programming back on the air starting this coming spring on Roku. So please tune in. You can go online.
Aren't you guys excited? Come on. It first.
Speed Vision is back, and we're so excited about it. We're going to be talking with Chip. We want to bring, like, the band's getting back together again. You know, everybody that was on Speed Vision and all the good networks of Velocity, we're trying to get everybody back together again and do as many great new shows as possible. So that's going to be on Roku, on your streaming, and we're doing also a podcast channel on Sirius satellite radio. So
all automotive content?
All automotive content.
Very cool.
Yeah, so you're going to get your fix on automotive content on Speed Vision.
Well, I'll just end with one thought. I don't know if Chip and Wayne will be doing this when they're 95, but I wouldn't bet against it. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Chip. Yep.
Great to see you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Yes, no. Reserves off. I can't see you. I have it of an 80, get it on 2, get it on 80, get it on. Reserves off. I have it of an 82, 2. Sold Chris $80,000. Sold Chris $80,000.
S127, a 1966 Ford Mustang Fastback. All original body panels, original glass transmission and rear end. Refitted with an original 1965 Mustang engine when the build was completed. It features a K-Code 289, a 4-speed manual transmission. One of only 5,400 Mustangs with K-Code engines for 1966. Possibly the last moss green K-Code ever.
I have it of a 2, I have it of a 2, get it over 100. 100,000 on it here. 75 here, get it over to 75, 50,000 anywhere. 50,000 on it here, get it over to 50, get it over to 50 here, get it over to 40, 50. I get it on about 50,000 on it here. Get it on 40, get it on 5, 50. 50 bid 5. I get it on 5, get it on 50, get it on 5 here. Get it on 50, get it on 55 here. 55,000. 50 to bid 52, 55. 52, 55,000 on it here. Get it on 2, get it on 5. 55 here. 52, get it on 5, get it on 55,000. 52, get it 53. 55. 53, 55, 55, here you get it on 3, get it on 5, out of a 55, 53, 55, here you get it on out of a 5, 55, 57, 57, 55 out of a 7, 57,000 out of there, get it on 7, 55, get it on 7, get it on 7 here, 55 out of a 7, going once, 56, 57, 56 bid, 57. I get an out of 7 here, get it on 6 in bid, 57 here, 57, 60. 57, 60. I have it at 60,000. I get it at 60. I get it on 7 to bid, 60. I get it on going once, 58. Now 60. I get it at 8 bid, get it on 60. 58 bid, get it on at 60,000. Now get it on 60. 59, 60. I have it at 60. 59, get it on at 60 going once. 59, 60 twice. 59 bid 60. I get it on 60. Now get it on 60. 59, 60. Are you all done? 59, 60. Close it, and the bid goes on.
S128, 1965 Corvette convertible featuring a 396, a 4-speed, red leather upholstery, custom wheels and air.
I have it a bit, I have it a bit, take it on tonight, here, get it on 200. I get it a bit, two, get it on. I have it a bit 200,000 out of here, get it on 2, give 150,000 out of here, give 150 here, give 150, 150,000 out of here, give 150 here, give 100 here, give 100, 150, 60. I have it a bit 60,000. I get it on a bit 60. I get it on 50 to bid 60,000. Anyway, I get it on 60. I get it on 70. I have it a bit 70,000 out of here. 60 bid 70,000 anywhere. A pretty car here, but a bit 70. I get it on 60. I get it on 70,000. Get it on a bit 70. I get it on 65,000 anywhere. 60 bid. 65,000. I get another one 5. I have it at 60 bid, 65,000. You all done? Get it on 5 here. I have it at 60 bid, 65,000. Last call, 65,000. Close it. Close it. And the bid goes on.
S130 on the block now, showing a 1957 Ford Thunderbird E-Code. Original winter sticker with it. It comes with a 312 automatic transmission and finished in raven black. E-Code.
I have it about 150,000 on it here. Give 150 here. Give 150 here. Give 100. I have it about 100,000 on it here. Give 100 here. 25, 30. I have it about 30,000 on it here. 20, 30 bid 5. I have it about 35. 5. I have it about 30 bid. Put about 5 here. 35. 5, 40. I get it on 40, get it on 35, 40, get it on 40, get it on 35, 5, 40. I get it on 40,000 out of here, get it on 40. I have it about 40 bid, 45, 40 bid, 45 here, get it on 40 bid, 45, 5, get it on 50, 50,000 out of there, 50. I get it on 45, they get it on 5, 52. Okay, 55. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement. Reserves off. 52, 55, 55, 57. Hey, get it on 7 here. Get it on 5. Get it on 7 here. 55. Get it on 7 here. 55. Get it on 7 here. Get it on 7 here. 55, 57, 55, 57. Would you say 53? I'm sorry. 54. 53, 54, 55. You're out, sir. 55. 54, 55. Yes, no. Gotta go. 54, 50. 55, 56, 56, 55, 56, 57, 57, 57 here, get it on 6 and less, no, 57 here. Sold, $56,000 sold, 56,000, Chris.
Out of a private collection, private no reserve collection is S130.1, a 2013 Lamborghini Gallardo featuring the 5.2-liter V10, a 6-speed automatic with manual shift, rear view camera, carbon fiber dash. Recently service performed at Lamborghini of North Scottsdale on May 31st, 2020 for $17,000. It only has 36,000 miles showing, a clean Carfax, and offered at no reserve.
Selling at no reserve. I'm going to number of a time, get a number of a 200,000 on it. Get a number of a 2, get a number of a 2, get a 150. 100,000. 100,000 out of here. Get a double of it. 75,000. 50, 75, 75, 100. 100,000 out of here. Give 100. I have it at 75. Give 100. 100,000 out of here. 75 out of 100. 100,000 out of here. 75, 80, 90. I have it at 90, 100, 110, 100 a bid, 10, 110,000 a bid, 110 here. You get a double of a 10 here. 100 a bid, 110, 110,000 out of here. 100 a bid, 110 here. 100, you get a double of a 10 here. You get a double of a 10 here. 100 bid, 110, 120, 120, 110, 20, 110, 20, 120,000 out of here. 110, 120, 120,000 out of here. 110, 120. Are you all done? 120, 110, 20, 120,000.
Six figures for a Lamborghini at the Mecum auctions, just a part of the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, and great to see fans in attendance up on the hill enjoying this absolutely gorgeous weather. Down at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, just finishing up with Group 2 sports cars, and quite the race it was. They keep saying that it's really more of an exhibition than a race, and the drivers keep proving us wrong. The finish of the Group 2 race, pretty spectacular. Robert Spence holds on for the win in his Porsche 911, but Joe Palmer, the Shelby Mustang, 65 Mustang right behind him. And in third, another 65 Mustang driven by Steven Seitz. Good stuff. These cars sliding around the last lap. It looked like Joe Palmer was maybe going to have enough to get by Spence in that Porsche. Nothing doing, though. He holds on, takes the checkered flag, celebrates the win. 7 groups, Groups 1 and 2, have completed both of their races here. We'll move on to Group 3 here before long, and just absolutely wonderful to see such historic cars on the racetrack here. Formula V is Group 3, and they'll be up next here at the Pace Grand Prix. And if you're up in West Village and you want to come see the race cars, come on down. There are shuttle services that will take you anywhere you want to go over to the convention center for the Mecum auctions, down here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend for the race cars, up to West Village for the concourse. And remember, all of this made possible by a stellar group of supporters. The other way to get around, you can win a free Monster Cruiser from Coker Tire this weekend. All you have to do is stop by any of the Coker Tire booths and enter to win a super cool 3-speed touring bike on Coker Tire's special 36-inch tires. They're giving away 3 of these this weekend, so all you have to do is stop by to enter. Enjoy some family time down at the Nevonics at the Bend. All kinds of stuff going on there. Ferris wheel face painting. Some stilt walkers as well. Urban Story Ventures, Millennium Bank, big time partners here, as is Sunbelt Rentals. And 3 Spine and Baker Donaldson as well. All of their support makes the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival possible. And all of the proceeds from the festival go to help for research at Chattanooga Heart Institute's Memorial Hospital. Their Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center really focused on trying to find and improving brain and neurologic health of the people of Chattanooga and beyond. And it's such a worthy cause. Every one of us knows or has been touched, had a family member touched by stroke or dementia, and having a powerful force behind like the Chattanooga Heart Institute and their Neuroscience Center trying to delve deeper into the cures helps not only the people of this area and this region, but it helps people worldwide. And it's great to be a part of such a special event. And remember, Chattanooga has had a long and storied history in the automobile industry. It was the Nyberg automobile that was manufactured here in Chattanooga in the early 1900s, 1911 to 1913. And now, obviously, the landscape filled with Volkswagen as far as the manufacturer of automobiles go here in the area. And you can see all of the 2022 and 23 Volkswagen offers that they have here, both in West Village and here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Their 2023 Volkswagen all-electric ID4 assembled right here in Chattanooga. You can pick up some Volkswagen and custom Chattanooga Motorcar Festival commemorative swag as well. And Tommy Kendall was talking about it earlier in one of their panel discussions about what an economic impact Volkswagen has had to this area, the employment opportunities that it brings, and the dollars that are pumped back in to this community, both as far as systems to support the general public, the healthcare system, the education system here in Chattanooga, and the plans here for the Bend, where the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend is being held, is just absolutely amazing when you look to the future and what the future holds, not only for Chattanooga in general, but the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. If you think about the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, you see the cars, you walk down the street, you see the displays, you see the panel discussions, and even the race cars on the racetrack. But let's take an opportunity to dig a little bit deeper into just what the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival is and means.
There's nothing better than going fast. Doing the vintage racing dance in a racetrack here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. What a thrill it is.
To build a racetrack in the downtown city, absolute kudos to them.
It's amazing everything that it takes to make this happen has happened.
When I came down to Chattanooga and I started seeing the banners up and the preparations for the show, and I just thought, look at this is car culture.
The automobiles brought to this community and the people who display them with such pageantry is just phenomenal.
Goodness knows the value of these cars.
They're beautiful. They're loved by the people who own them. That's pretty phenomenal.
The Motorcar Festival is another great way to sort of showcase Chattanooga.
Having a motorcar festival in Chattanooga is a dream, and it's coming true.
I look around, who's in the crowd? Who's here? And I see families.
Families can come for the weekend, watch professional drivers drive these beautiful cars, and enjoy the beautiful scenery around the city. So that's exciting.
I would have never dreamed my wife would enjoy a motor car rally. We got there early and we stayed there late.
Racing, auction, concourse, rally, it's all right here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Looking wildly forward to seeing it again. What's new and what's different.
It's going to get even bigger every year.
If you haven't seen Chattanooga, second week in October is the best time to do it.
Just super cool, and cars on track down here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Group 3 Formula V out on track right now on their pace lap. All kinds of things to do today up in West Village. Remember, the Street Festival starts tonight, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. All kinds of balloon artists, face painters. Got a band on the main stage, 5:30 to 7:30, and then another band, the Mailmen, on the stage from 8 to 9:30. The laser show at 9:30 tonight, and the weather should be absolutely fantastic. Awesome restaurants up there. Racing here until 5 p.m. in Mecum Auctions. Well, the gates open at 8 a.m. for them. They're still selling cars, and they will continue to sell cars until the last car sells today. So got a little extra change in your pocket. Might head to the convention center, take one of the very convenient shuttles, and see if you can find a new ride home. Right now, the ride home is about to get going. In Group 3 Formula V, it's actually a Formula Ford up front. One Formula Ford in the field, Stanford Van, aboard the number 48. He was the winner of the first race. great things on track. These Formula V cars, really interesting. The front suspension off a Volkswagen Bug. So is the engine. Horizontally opposed 4-cylinder engine, so it's a very simplistic power plant. Parts readily available as well, and it is a great place to start. All of these cars, there's not one more current than 1972, but they are a great starting place if you want to start a career, or a hobby, I should say, driving Formula cars on the weekend. There are all kinds of places to race them. You can run them in autocrosses, which take place in parking lots. You can run them in speed events, solo events on the racetrack where you go out singularly and see who can lay down the fastest lap, or you can run them in SCCA, the Sports Car Club of America competition. They have regional classes and a national class for Formula V as well. Great place to start because they don't have a lot of horsepower, very simplistic, so easy to work on yourself, not incredibly fast because obviously not a lot of horsepower out of that little Volkswagen engine in the back. But that means that your driving craft must be at the top of the game because you can't afford to scrub speed, lose momentum in these cars. And it was really funny. I was talking to some of the competitors about the older cars. They still have drum brakes on them, and that drum brake is a lot of rotational mass. It's out there in the wheel. It takes energy to turn that. Some of the newer spec cars are beginning to go to disc brakes, which is less rotating mass and more braking capability, but they were saying you've got to be careful about that increased braking capability because you can overslow the car very easily, and with limited horsepower on tap, it's hard to make up for that speed that's lost if you overslow the car on the way in. And so much fun to watch these cars too. Drivers who have been in this type of machinery for a long period of time, others that are essentially brand new to racing, and they decided that this is where they wanted to come to get their experience, cut their teeth, if you will. Going to complete one lap, and looked like saw a little bit of debris on the racetrack. We'll have to wait and see, but as they come back around, be coming back around to complete lap number 1 through the hairpin, the horseshoe, whatever you'd like to call it, down the alley of the greats, through turn 13, that little right-hand bend, and it's got a significant bump in it as you head down a slight decline, and then down what I guess you could consider the back straightaway. Elliott Barron there aboard the number 23, that bright and shiny 1972 Pegasus Formula V out of Terrell, Texas. Let's see if we can see with the replay. There's a piece that comes off the car. Man, it gets deflected up. Can't tell what it is. Could be an air intake off the side. These engines are air-cooled, and now the 113, that's Hunter Barron pointing the first 3 by. He may have a problem. Hands the lead to the number 9 of Simon Hughes in his Lynx. These chassis, interestingly enough, I mean, different designers out there, and these cars are relatively simple to put together. As I said, relatively easy to work on. Arnold Albaugh above the on board the number 12 in a car designed by Bob Riley. And if you're a sports car fan, you know Bob Riley, his son Bill Riley have been stalwarts of sports car racing for years. They've won and had their designs win at the Rolex 24, at Sebring, at Le Mans, just about any race you can imagine around the world in prototypes and in GT cars. The Rileys have been very, very involved, and Bob Riley actually designed this Lynx back in the day. Cool little cars, and they are momentum cars. 4-speed transmission with pretty rudimentary suspension on them. Simon Hughes has dropped back to second. Looks like the 23 of Elliott Barron has moved up to third. We'll wait for that to be official. They get back around to finish another lap. A few more corners to go down the alley of the greats one more time. And here's through 13. 14 will get a look as they come down that hill towards the back straightaway. And a good little tussle going on. It's the 98 that's in front right now. Jason White aboard a Zinc Z4, or C4, I should say. That's a 1965 model Formula V. And the thing about Formula Vs is the hunt has always been for an engine builder who can give you the horsepower. Even a half 1 horsepower gain is a lot, but the biggest thing really is the aerodynamics, because if you can find a little bit better aerodynamics, you can slip through the air just a little bit quicker. The quick car right now is that of Simon Hughes, as we said, in his links. And these cars draft incredibly, incredibly well. Speaking of that, I think drafting to the front right now may have been the 23. Indeed, it was. So the 23 now to the front, Elliott Barron, as they streak down towards turn 3. Braking at the end of this long, long run. Barron down a gear. I can't tell if that's engine smoke trailing out of the back or perhaps locking that right rear wheel just a little bit. 48 looking up the inside. That white 48 Stanford van, that's the Formula 4, and we expect that car should be to be much faster. It's a 1970 Caldwell D9. It's a sister car to the car that Skip Barber, if you're a racing fan or if you've ever paid attention to racing schools, Skip Barber won the first Formula 4 national championship in the United States in the sister Caldwell D9 to this number 48. It runs off of an inline Ford Cortina or Pinto engine, and so it's got considerably more horsepower. It would not be racing against the Formula Vs in national competition. It's just of similar speed and similar category, so he's been placed with the Formula Vs. As you see the Southern Belle on a tour down the Tennessee River. Cool motorized vehicles everywhere around the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival this weekend, including the Southern Belle out on the river. So Stanford Vaughn has leapt out in front in his Formula Ford. I believe he started a little farther back in the pack. And now the 9 back up in front. We've seen Simon Hughes at the front before and then drop back. We'll see now if the 23 of Elliott Barron in that very shiny number 23, the Pegasus, can get a little bit of a draft and get back by. The long straightaway is coming up, and to some people, they wouldn't want to be leading heading on to this long front straightaway, because if you're up front, you are the target. They're going to use you to draft off of, and that's exactly what we see here. In fourth across the line, or in this order, I should say, Hunter Barron, I believe, in the 113 at the back of this 4-car train, trying to hang on to the draft and see if he can make something happen. Hunter Barron in a Kellison Mach 1. It's a 1969 model car out of Terrell, Texas. It's a 1200cc Volkswagen engine, and for the 23 of Elliott Barron, every time he breaks into the corner at the end of the front straight, turn 3, I see that smoke off the back, and with a almost solid rear end on these Formula Vs, I don't know if he's lighting up that right rear tire under braking a little bit, or it's some blow-by oil in the engine that's causing that blue smoke out of the back of the 23, dropping wheels around the bend as they head to turn 8. And there he is, he's back by the 23. Elliott Barron has gotten back by the 9. It's a good little battle back and forth. Being told from the pits it is for sure oil smoke out of the 23. Oh, look at this. Look at this. The 9 coming back as they head through that 10-11 complex. Simon Hughes wants back by. Is he going to get it inside into the hairpin? It's going to be the over-under. Took the position for just a moment. Elliott Barron takes it back. And Simon Hughes loses 2 positions, in the smoke coming a little bit more prevalent out of the engine of the 23, Elliott Barron. Now the 98, Jason White has inserted himself in this battle. And really good battle there through the inside. I mean, see the 9 of Simon Hughes is going to make this kind of desperate run. He gets good pressure here, and it's like, I got this, goes down to the inside. And from that inside line, he just can't hold it. The 23 gets back by, and along with him goes the 98 of Jason White. Good stuff. I thought this was supposed to be an exhibition. These guys, everybody wants to stand on the top step of the podium, regardless of where you are. For the 48, Stanford Van, in another class of his own, literally, in the Formula Ford category, the only Formula Ford here, he will streak away. Look there in the back of the shot for the first of the Formula Vs. And there they come. This has been a great battle. These 3 cars, and the 113 had been in there as well of Hunter Barron. He's dropped back a little bit, but now the 98 of Jason White right there in his Zinc C4. Good stuff. We've seen this position change in this group almost every lap. Elliott Barron holding on to it in that Pegasus, the 23. Gets a good run out of turn 14. The tires chatter over those bumps, and now Jason White slides out a little bit wide. It's going to open the door for Hughes up the inside. Is he going to get it done? In turn 17, he does. Little out-braking maneuver, had the preferred line, able to sneak through. And that'll be interesting to see if White aboard that 98 can do anything with a draft down the straightaway, but a good run through those couple of corners. The black number 9, Simon Hughes, able to pull out about 4 car lengths. Through the alley of the greats one more time, and smoke continuing to get a little bit more dense each time around for Elliott Barron. That polished bodywork on the number 23, just glowing in the sunlight today. Absolutely beautiful day, and this beautiful Formula Ford out in front. Formula Ford, another class that is a class that's run worldwide as the white flag falls on Stanford Van. A class that is run worldwide, and it's one that a lot of Formula One drivers cut their teeth in when they first got into motorsports, from go-karts into Formula V or into Formula Ford, as you begin your career ladder and try to move up in the ladder of open wheel racing. Looking in that long shot again, Stanford Van pulling out a little bit more each time, lap after lap. His last lap time of 2:23, a full second quicker than Elliott Barron, who runs in second overall, but first in the Formula V category. And I think it's so interesting to look at the different ideas from the manufacturers and the designers in these Formula Vs. There's a Kellison Mach 1 out there, a couple of Lynx, a couple of Zincs, a Pegasus, a Scorpion, a Form Car, an Auto Dynamics Formula V. And everybody had a different idea of how to get these lower horsepower cars through the air a little bit quicker and eliminate the draft. And you can tell some of the earlier cars a little bit more rounded, the more modern cars, and I say the more modern cars, the most modern one that's out there is 1972. That's both the 23 and the 73. 23 a Pegasus, the 73 a Scorpion. you can see those different ideas out of how to get these cars through the air. One last time through turn 14 at speed for Stanford Band. Down the hill. About a half a mile to go to the start-finish line, and he will have taken the top step, leading the rest of the field around. And as we said, you would expect that in a car that's a little more powerful, but a larger car as well. It's bigger, it's heavier. Stanford Band across the line, sees the checkered flag. Congratulations, sir. You are a winner at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. And the 23 holds on, and that was going to be close. We knew it was. Elliott Barron, that blue smoke coming out the back of that 1200cc Volkswagen engine aboard his Pegasus chassis, holds on for the victory. What a great run he had with Simon Hughes, Jason White in there as well in the 98. Also saw the 113 of Hunter Barron, part of that battle for a while. And I'm sure these guys had a lot of fun around this 2.7 mile, 18 turn circuit. Great stuff. Group 3 is done. 4 groups to go here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend for the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. While the cars head to Victory Lane and the celebrations begin, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Under pressure, this is the man you turn to. This is your difference maker.
Go kick the ball to mommy. You see that?
He's a natural.
I just need a little bit more. You're making all the difference out there, kid.
Für Dortmund, was hier ist nicht überhaupt. He's America's next big export.
No pressure, right?
Pressure, pressure?
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Pressure, pressure.
So where do you think this pressure's coming from?
Everyone.
Don't look at me. I'm just here for the mints.
So much pressure.
Pressure makes diamonds.
True.
Pulisic! He scores! Incredible!
It's that time. You've been together for years. It took commitment, passion, patience, and a lot of love. And you know without any doubt that she's the one for you. For a moment like this, it's important that everything is perfect because you want her to look her best when you take her to her first show. Coker Tire, the perfect look for your classic ride.
You couldn't ask for better weather here in Chattanooga this weekend. I will admit it's my first visit here, and Justin Bell and Tommy Kendall alluded to it earlier. It is a magical place. Makes me want to look up some Zillow or Realtor.com while I have a moment or two, because this seems to be the place to be. What a beautiful area. Southern charm, Southern hospitality. As someone who was born and raised in Texas, I certainly recognize it and appreciate it, and I have missed it in the time that I have been gone. Talked about Volkswagen earlier. As I said, make sure you check out all the Volkswagens on display located at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend and up in West Village to get a close-up and really personal look with the Volkswagen fleet and the 2023 Volkswagen all-electric ID4 that is indeed assembled right here in Chattanooga. Don't forget to pick up some VW and custom Chattanooga Motorcar festival commemorative swag while you're there as well. Stuff that you can do. And we talked about the Mecum auctions up in the convention center, the car shows in West Bend, everything that's happening tonight, or in West Village, I should say, everything that's happening tonight, and just the magic that exists here in this entire festival all weekend long. We're down at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. And if you like what you see here as far as the racetrack goes, well, I think you'll like the plans for not only the racetrack, but the entire Bend area that the developers have in mind. Fortunate again to have another special guest that returned. You actually came back, Ray. Ray was with me yesterday, Ray Evernham. Great to have you back. This is probably like the perfect group coming up for you because it's historic stock cars. You'll know much more about that than I will, but have you enjoyed the last 24 hours since you were in here?
Oh, man, I love it's a fantastic event, and I don't know about you, but there's a gazillion more people here today than yesterday. This thing has gotten popular. We had a really awesome time at a gala last night. You know, it was like a 40s cocktail party, great music, great, you know, they raised money for a great cause. And today, amazing cars and coffee, the Concours de Le Mans, where we
I saw some pictures of it.
You know,
I mean, fortunately and unfortunately, I'm down here And I haven't gotten to see any
They
of
got
that.
you locked up.
They got me locked up. I haven't gotten to see any of it, but
Yeah.
I've seen the racing and I've
I'll
seen
get
some
the key.
pictures.
I'll get the key to those cuffs here to get you out of here.
I did see some pictures from the Concours de Lemon.
Yeah. I mean,
Or should I say Le Mans?
Le Mans. It's great. Cars up and down the street. People out there. We need to call Justin and TK and say, hey, you got this guy locked up. Give him a break. Well, Jeff Hammond's hanging outside. We'll buckle him in your seat, and you and I will run down and get some cars.
We'll go up there.
Yeah.
I mean, good time for sure. And the racing, we were told that all these drivers have been told it's an exhibition.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah,
they're still, they're given a trophy.
Yeah, I didn't.
Right?
Yeah, and that's all that matters.
Exhibition and trophy doesn't work.
But it doesn't even matter if there's a trophy, does it?
No. It's. I was talking at the for the women in motorsports today, and I was like, hey, men and women do think differently. Like, we are idiots when we get behind the wheel. Women are very calculating, which is, I said, the perfect time for women to get in the sport now is because you got to have a high IQ to drive these race cars.
Absolutely.
Really strategy. Look out of a big windshield. With us, hammer down, shift that thing, we were kidding with some of the NASCAR historic NASCAR guys over there, about all the power these things have. And, that class that we're about to look at, there's some incredibly original cars over there. And you think those guys care when they're winging them things around? Heck no.
No, they don't care at all. And I was actually talking to Linda Vaughn about that because she was there in the panel that you were talking about. And I said, I think one of the reasons that we don't have more women in motorsports, whether it's from a driving side or an engineering side, even though it's becoming much more prevalent, is because they just weren't introduced to it. Because I said the same thing that you did. Women are smarter than men.
Oh, yeah.
So from that standpoint of it, they've got it sorted out. They just weren't introduced to it. There have been numerous engineers that have been spectacular as far as winning big races. Lena Gabe, who worked for Audi for years and has done some IndyCar stuff and sports car stuff here in the States. One of the best engineers on the planet. Women are capable of this. And we've got women drivers, female drivers, who are very capable when they're put in the right equipment. I just think we need to see more of them. And then it'll be the age-old machismo of the guy that gets beaten by the girl and just can't stand it anymore. Because, when we get more of them, we're going to get beat by more of them.
And, now with the cars being more technical and the simulation and all those things, the physical part of driving these is coming closer together.
Yeah.
And it's not really, you don't have to be a big, giant guy to wheel these things around now. And I'm going to tell you, there's some girls out there that are really close to being somebody that can challenge for wins every week.
Well, you make a good point. I think really IndyCar, one of the few formulas left that doesn't use power steering. Mm-hmm. Where it's still the G-loads and the kickback of the wheel are pretty significant. Not that a woman can't deal with that. Simona Del Silvestro is very talented behind the wheel of an IndyCar. Seen her a lot. But, I mean, especially with power steering where, like you said, physical strength is not all that is required. Brian Redman and I were talking, it's a ballet. It's not about how much horsepower do I have. It's how do I balance the horsepower with the grip, with the braking that I have in order to get the best out of this car. And I think a lot of people have that misunderstanding. It's about being brave. And I always say, it's not about being brave.
About being smart.
It's about being smart. Absolutely.
Yeah. I look at, my wife, who I think is an incredible driver, was the only lady ever to win a world about. Yeah, and she's watching too. So,
exactly.
The only lady ever to win a world of outlaw sprint car race, and people think about that, and she beat Steve Kinser, right? So she's like, you're thinking, and like her whole key, anytime the track was slick, she was so good at working the throttle and getting that thing to move forward and do whatever. And it's like, look, when it came down to brute force, she's a little lady. Probably she wasn't going to beat Steve Kinser when it came down to brute force. But on the day that it came down to being precise and being slick, again, she took that thing to victory lane.
Well, it's like in a rain race.
Yeah,
You have a road race in the rain, and all of a sudden the talent comes out. Mm-hmm. The guys that are actually really good with the feel, and I say guys, but I use that
drivers, right?
As a general term. They're the ones who stand out because they're the ones who have the feel. Is there room? Look, who's this guy out here?
Oh, Jeff Hammond. Who's
that?
Heck yeah.
Hammond wants in.
Yeah, well, I was telling the guys last night, when we were together, Jeff and I, there was a time we wouldn't have been together because we were competing against one another. But there's 100 NASCAR wins between us and 5 championships, right? Two, right? Yeah. So 5 championships and 100 wins between us, and introducing Jeff to the crowd and things that are going on here. We get to do a lot of things now in our semi-retirement that we didn't get to do when we were racing a bunch.
They didn't have a rodeo for you to get to or anything like that? We were talking about that yesterday when you left. They were talking about baling hay today, but I'm thinking that the rodeo thing, because you're baling, you're not taking bales of hay. You're making big rolls of hay. Yep.
They weigh about 1,200 pounds. Yeah. It's bigger than ones they've got out here around this racetrack.
But you did what I did as a kid, too, I'm sure. Taking those strings and picking them up, not on 1,200-pound bales of hay, but bales of hay.
No, they weigh about, between 55 and 65 pounds, depending on what you're putting up there. You're looking at...
It depends on how much it rained in the field before you got to them.
Or if you got alfalfa versus fescue or orchard grass. Yeah. But this other night, I went over to my daughter's house, and they've got a barn over. We hooked up the elevator, and we took and put 200 square bales in the barn.
I can remember as a kid, we had a little farm outside of Houston. We didn't have the acreage that you did. The whole thing was like 38 acres, but we had a 12-acre field of coastal Bermuda grass.
Right.
And you would bale it, and in typical Texas weather, it would rain, and so you couldn't go pick it up, so you'd let it sit for a while and dry again, and the fire ants would build the nest in the bottom of it, and then you grab the strings and pick it up and knee it up to throw it up on the trailer and go, what was all of that? That fell all over me.
Did your daddy not tell you to roll a bale over before you pick it up? Because around home, you got to watch out for copperheads.
Yeah, I was going to say the snake underneath.
Yeah.
Well, I think he let us do it the first couple of times so that we would learn on our own, and then he'd go, have you not figured this out yet? You might want to know what's underneath it.
Right. Roll it over and then pick it up.
And then he would laugh at you.
Yep. I can understand that.
Well, absolutely. And speaking of that, he hadn't done healing on you because I know we got away from the cars for a second, but we were talking rodeo and stuff yesterday too.
Right.
And I was saying I had a girlfriend in college whose brother did some rodeo stuff, and I asked him about healing. And I was talking to Jeff yesterday. I said, "Are you a header or a healer?" And he said, "Mostly a healer." And I said, "Well, this guy taught me about healing by saying take off running through the backyard."
Huh.
And then he went.
Roped
my feet.
No,
he hadn't done that to you yet?
Come on, man. I'm from New Jersey, right? You know what I mean? Like, you're talking about, like, it's like we didn't, there was a lot of concrete and beach. I lived by the beach, we got to worry about a jellyfish, not a cottonhead. But no, we didn't, we weren't roping and doing all that.
Copperhead and cottonmouth.
Copperhead, cottonmouth, but whatever. I wasn't poking around throwing hay and stuff like that. But yeah, we had clams and crabs and fish, but I didn't have a lot of them. And we didn't rope them. You just get them on a hook.
Oh, my. So I was thinking about the wins between the two of you guys. And I'm looking at your hands right now. You probably have a lot better fingernails than you did when you were working on a car all the time.
Scars.
Or did you?
Lots of scars.
Lots of scars?
Right, a lot of scars.
You have all your knuckles.
Yeah.
Your finger injuries, though, are not from working on cars.
No, they're working on cars also. But at the same time, I had to have this cartilage in this thumb replaced because of a jack injury I got into. And then, like I say, the end of this here has been sewed back on because of a rope.
That was going to say, that was a rodeo thing.
Right.
But he used to do the flip to jack like Junior. You got to remember, they didn't pick it up and carry it. Junior used to flip it. So then he taught Jeff. Jeff would come running around the car and he'd have that jack flying, and it would fly through the air because we didn't have all those lightweight jacks and all that stuff. That jack would probably weigh, 90 pounds, and he would fling it through the air from one side of the car and just slam it under the car.
It was about 70 pounds.
Yeah. And you didn't want to be in the way of it when you were coming around the car.
But the thing was, with Junior, that's the way he did it. He didn't like bending over. Okay, he's kind of a big guy, but he figured out how to be able to take off running with it, and he would literally pass the jack behind his back and bring it around and place it underneath the left side of the car. And so when he told me, he said, I want you to jack for me. Well, I did what anybody would have done. I went down there, picked it up first time, and no. You either do it my way or I'll get me somebody else to do it.
That was the first and the last time you're going to do it that way. From now on, this is...
Yeah, it's you're going to have to do it my way because my way's faster. And honestly, you can't argue with him because they had one of the best pit crews on pit road. And when I started doing it, I had many people challenge me there's no way that you can get around that car as fast as I can by picking up and doing it. And every jack man ever challenged me, I beat him. And I didn't mean beat him by just a hair.
Beat him.
I mean, I was beating them by a second. And even when we went to the aluminum jacks, it was still quicker. It was just easier.
Yeah.
You know? But no, it was, it's evolution. That's the one thing Ray and I laugh about, is that we have been so blessed to have come along when we were in like transitional periods of NASCAR. You know, from power steering to no power steering to power steering, no air conditioning for drivers to air conditioning for drivers. I mean, you just all the things that we take for granted today, we work through.
But some of that evolution, I mean, you just said it. The old way was the better way to do it at the time, even though there were guys that thought they knew better. How many times have you run into something like that in your career where you just sit and shake your head and you go, no, Junior, that's not going to be the better way just because you have an engineering degree or whatever. I've done this for a while.
Yeah, that's a hard conversation to have with certain people. Stand there and tell Junior Johnson.
No, when I said Junior, not Junior, I just meant.
Oh, man, yeah.
Example.
I've had
the new guy, yeah.
When I first went to Hendrick, Harry Hyde was still there.
Yeah.
And Harry would be like, why are you doing that? I was like, well, Harry, and he'd be like, well, it'd be tough to say, one day I'd tell him, well, Harry, this is the way I'm going to do this. And he said, hey, you do what you want, but we don't do it like that down here. And I was like, well, let me try it. He said, well, you're going to get your ass fired.
Cars on the racetrack?
Hay bales.
Hay bales. No hay bales on the racetrack yet.
No, not yet.
I'm thinking if one of these hits a hay bale, it's going to go all over the place. A little bit of memory lane here.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, those cars that are on the track right now, that some of them are so significant. That car, that obviously right there you're watching, Bill Elliott, Coors car, again, one of Carlos Gann's cars, accurate car that Bill Elliott drove. But that car right there, the number 9, that Mercury, incredible car. That is the Bobby Allison Matador that Penske had. Then Penske had it as a Mercury. Dave Marcus drove it. Then it went to Bill Elliott when he bought the team from Penske. Bill Elliott drove it. Then it went to Junie Donlevy, and Dick Brooks and Ricky Rudd drove it. So that car, I mean, I sure hope he's careful with that because that thing's got some serious history. And these cars are accurate. They're all Banjo Matthews chassis, just like they were. Rear steer cars, really, really neat cars. I believe the 14 car is actually a Busch Grand National car. That may be a front steer. I believe that's a Hutcherson-Pagan car. But the other 3 are all Banjo Matthews cars and original race cars.
Which would make sense because at one time, Dick Hutcherson and A.J. Foyt were paired together, as far as crew chief and driver back in the Home and Moody days. And he did a lot of cars for A.J. Foyt out of their shop at Hutcherson-Pagan.
Well, that one happens to be owned by Mike Slutz, and Mike, the paint work and everything on that car is beautiful. And they run them really hard. I believe that Chris Evans is driving in that Coors number 9.
He is.
Again, good guys all out of the stable that Carlos Gann has put together. Carlos is a big supporter of this vintage racing, and Bill Elliott. When Carlos shows up with one of his Dodges, it's one of my old cars. Bill Elliott drives it, and man, are they quick.
Right, you bring up the history of a lot of these cars. I think about the one, excuse me, that Darrell Waltrip started his career in.
Oh, yeah.
The Mercury that he has, it sits in his shop up here in Tennessee, or down in North Carolina, but it was literally driven and won the Daytona 500 with Mario Andretti at the wheel. And what year was that?
It was 67, and it was actually Fairlane body, Home and Moody car, and then they put a Mercury body on it, and it was Darrell's first car. Yeah.
I can't even remember the last time I thought Mercury Montego. I mean, that's like a mark that's gone out of my memory banks until you see it out here.
And they were good-looking race cars. I mean, really good-looking race cars. But that number 9 that's facing, you look at that's the car, the body style, the paint job that set the world record close. 212 miles per hour at Talladega. And you're in that race.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, it's so funny is that, we were talking about how fast he was. He beat the whole field by like 2 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, that's just amazing to me. For a guy that went 240 miles an hour in an Indy car, that made sense.
Yeah.
200 plus miles an hour in a two-frame car to me. That's why I always looked at the NASCAR guys and went, I'm not that brave.
Yeah,
I'm just not that
sitting in
brave.
a van seat.
Yeah.
You know, Bill's got the original car, and I think it's right now it's in the Henry Ford Museum. But Bill said, in Bill's way, Raymond, every time I walk by that car, it scares me to death. Because they used to narrow the tread width up so much. Back then, there were lots of things we could do, right? You know, but that car was 5 inches narrower than the cars that they normally ran. 5 inches narrower, 55-inch tread width. Yeah.
I can't even imagine that. So what's in this trim? What kind of horsepower are we talking? These guys are getting?
I don't know, Jeff. You know, the cars probably all have period correct motors in them because that's what Carlos does. So at that time, we didn't have a lot of horsepower. You know, I would say everywhere between 600 and 700. Probably.
Well, I was going to say maybe even a little bit on the lower end. It may be closer to 550 to 6. But the thing is, as those guys will tell you, talking to them, they've got more than enough motor. They just got to figure out how to keep it wide open longer.
They got more motor than brakes on these cars.
Well, that's just it, right? And, Brian Redman and I were talking about that, and I think even we were talking about that yesterday. Everybody always wants to know, how fast will it go and how much horsepower does it have? Mm-hmm. And that's what Brian and I were saying. You looked at the cars, the Porsche that was going 220 miles an hour at Le Mans back in the 60s with 475, something like that. And he said, but it floated. It's almost like getting a boat up on a plane. He said it just floated all the way down the Mulsanne side to side, and you just had to kind of
chase it.
Chase it.
Not really chase it, but just kind of re-guide it. Re-guide it.
Had such a crown in the road down the Mulsanne there, since it is a public road, and it just had so little aerodynamics.
And you talk about test pilots. Those guys were test pilots. They're like, hey, let's try this.
Well, and that's what Brian was saying. He said at the time we didn't really know about aerodynamics per se. I mean, you knew about aerodynamics, obviously, because we had airplanes and they flew, and somebody had once figured out what would make them fly, but on the race car yet, he said it hadn't gotten that sophisticated yet.
You asked a question a moment ago about, going fast. If Ray and I could go back to our peak years and take the information we have today for that 1 year that we had really an outstanding year, let's just say 1982 for me, 12 wins. If I knew what I knew now, we'd have won every race that we started. Would you not believe that you could do that?
Yeah. I look back. The only race we wouldn't have won is the one that Rusty Wallace wrecked us.
I've been down that road before. I know Rusty does that.
I was going to say. Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Here we go.
No. It's what's funny is we're all friends like now. Finally, after all these years, right? We were out riding sand cars at Ron Pratt's place, and Jeff and Rusty are there together, right? And you're done riding sand cars for a day, and it starts the cocktail hour, and you do whatever, and so finally, after several cocktails, Rusty goes, hell yeah, I wrecked you. You were a little smart ass, and you wrecked me the week before Bristol. And I was like, bingo, he finally admitted it. Took 20 years, but so there's some good times that happen when you get these guys together now. And that's what's great about an event like this. Tomorrow, I'm going to self-promote a little bit, but I get to have Jeff Hammond and Donnie Allison talking about the wing cars and the aero battles.
Oh, yeah.
So tomorrow morning, we're going to get together and talk about that. And it is just so neat because there's nothing like hearing it from the people that were in the battle.
Oh, absolutely. And you look at those cars and you talk about seeing technology come along, and all of a sudden we had these winged cars at Daytona and stuff, and you were like, where did that come from?
Well, that's what happens when you get creative and you start looking outside your box and you look at somebody else's box and said, well, this is what they did to make something better. Why can't we put it on our
Yeah, why can't we do that?
We're racers, and a lot of times okay, let's go do it.
Well, and that's how all of the advancements have been made, right? Somebody goes, hang on a second. It says on this line you can do this, and on this line you can do this, but in between it doesn't say you can't do this.
Yeah, and there weren't many. The rule book was not that thick when we were doing it. It's pretty thick right now. You got to have an attorney to read it now, but back then it wasn't that thick.
I still have an original copy of the first rule book that NASCAR put out.
How many pages?
One.
One page.
One page. One page.
What did it say?
It just told you the years and the makes that were allowed and everything. I love it when somebody gets in here and tells you, don't break any rules. Hey, let me tell you something inside the truck over there, Keith Alessandro.
Yeah.
Racers don't know how to understand that. That's what we do. We break rules.
We made rules. We didn't break them. We just made them.
We were not rule breakers. We were rule makers.
Yeah.
Every year that Ray was around, They added 10 more pages.
They would make another 10 rules.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question right now. You're looking at the 9. How would you make it go faster right now today?
That one right, I put Bill Elliott in it. His name's on the roof. Chris doing a good job. Mike Sluice is, he's a good racer and he's that Oldsmobile. But I would say that the front of that 9 car looks a little bit high. I might put softer springs in the front of that. Then I'd probably raise up the back again because those cars, remember we used to drop the nose and get the tail up. It would actually give more downforce and it would make them turn a little better. So I think if you said, hey Ray, pick that 9 up. First thing, give me Bill Elliott. Second thing, I'd drop the nose, pick up the tail.
Well, do you remember that Buick Regal that we used to run in 81 and 82 that won so many races with?
Well, as a matter of fact, I do because I restored one of those for Scott Borchetta.
Okay. When first thing we do in a race, we learned about this halfway through the first season. If you took and which was not permissible, but if NASCAR wasn't looking after you started the race, you dropped the left front 2 rounds and put 2 rounds in the right rear, pin that left front down on the ground, go cat go.
So that was you. I wondered why that rule. There was a rule when I came in that said no adjustments on the left front. Now I know why that was there.
Just
gives you that cross weight that you're looking for.
Yeah, but it gives you the aero balance you're trying to get to by keeping that left front planted and that right rear a little bit more balance on the back.
And these cars, they honestly just didn't have the suspension really worked out. So, the rear steer cars would just tow out incredibly, and you couldn't do a bunch with them. And the guys just had to figure out how to adjust around that.
They had a lot of bumps here.
Terrible!
Are you serious?
Terrible! Terrible! This is something you measure with a tape measure, not a dial
because obviously, the cars that I drove, it was like, no.
Yeah, 5,000 is too much, right? They'd go a quarter of an inch.
Yeah, quarter to an inch.
If you had a good
you had a good bump.
We had bump spacers like
God.
an inch and a half. It was crazy.
Well, but think about it like this, and this is the other thing that's kind of like amazing when we made the transition from rear steer to front steer. Think about this: when you go off in the corner and you're turning in, you're getting on the brakes. What's happening? The wheels are trying to come apart. With rear steer, the tie rods are flexing, just like the drag link. So it's getting worse. But now when you get in the middle of the corner, all of a sudden, now it'll cut. It'll come off really good. With the front steer car, where's the tie rods are and what's happening there? When you go in that corner, they're trying to pull apart. They don't stretch as easy as you can bend.
Yeah.
So totally different feel. Totally different feel.
Wow.
Jeff Gordon used to say, man, I'm not comfortable getting in. I was like, you ain't going to be. You're going 180 miles an hour. The rear wheels are barely in the air, and the front wheels are pointing in different directions. I can't help you, bud. That's what you get paid for.
Pull your belts down tighter.
Yeah.
I never knew that, which is why, again, in was one thing, out was, okay, I'm good with coming out of the corner and getting the power down and coming off. But
well, it's like learning banjo chassis, home and movie chassis at the time, the way their roll cage structure was. If you ever wanted to twist one of those cars, put a jack on it, put an indicator on it, and when you start loading it and twisting that frame, you can watch the master cylinder on the firewall deflect a ½ inch.
Oh my!
They've come so far.
But it's so funny. It's such a different world than what I came from. And A.J. Allmendinger, I knew Dinger when he was back in Skip Barber and through all the Atlantic stuff. And I can remember talking to him when he went into NASCAR, and he goes, "This is the craziest thing."
Yeah. Well, he's figured it out now.
But he was saying, because it's the craziest thing. We were in Atlanta and doing a test, and I came in and I said, No. This thing's just bouncing all over. We got to hold it down with some rebound. Put some rebound in it. And the crew chief is going, you don't want to do that. He's going, no, it's just bump. I feel like I'm on a pogo stick. We got to get it. Got to hold it down. So they're like, okay.
Lesson number 1.
And the crew chief goes, okay. Checker flag is out. And he came in. And he goes, yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, that was perfect. It felt great. And they handed him the times and went.
A lot slower.
Yeah, it was a lot slower. And he goes, are you kidding? So he went back out in the next session. He said Gordon went by him into turn 1 in Atlanta. And he goes, "Oh my God, Jeff's about to die." No, he didn't die. How did he do that? And he was like, "Is this what this is going to be like?" But yes, he's learned how to do it. But he said it was just such a
fantastic job. Yeah.
Well, I think anybody that's ever driven a race car, especially like a torsion bar car compared to a coilover car, if you don't keep it loaded up and keep pressure and drive it like you stole it. If you ever back off, what does it feel like? It's getting ready to leave the racetrack. It's going to leave the racetrack. So, I mean, there's so many times you just got to suck it up, buttercup, and drive it off in there.
And you know from driving a race car, that response, like you're expecting a response, and the response is time, right?
Yeah.
Like how you've got this thing that programmed in your mind what you're supposed to feel, right? So you go and you're ready to feel that, and you get out of an Indy car, you get in a stock car, and it's like,
where is it?
It feels totally different.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, what happened there? You know?
Going from an Indy car to a Trans Am car with a Detroit locker in the back. I mean, the ability to pick up the throttle early, it just wasn't there. I'm like,
yeah.
Why does it do this? Why does it do this?
Well, Mike Slutz gets himself a little victory there. A lovely car. Mike is, he is a lot of fun to be around. Bit of a crazy guy, comedian.
Yep.
But he is, he's at a lot of the benefits and charity. Mike likes to buy and collect fire suits, and it could be an AJ Allmendinger fire suit or a Kyle Larson, kind of a small guy. And if Mike comes in, he'll put that suit on, and Mike's a big guy. So every once in a while, you'll see Mike parading around in a very vintage suit that's way too tight for him.
So I got to ask you this. I mean, you guys can compare wins and all of that kind of stuff, but here's what I want to compare. Who's been to the Hall or more? And who were you more scared to go see? Bill Jr. or Mike Helton?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
So who's been more?
Who do you want to fight with? That's a Frankenstein or the Wolfman. You're gonna get your butt kicked no matter what you do. You know what I mean?
No,
it's like
no win proposition.
That was one
Either
of them
way.
deals. When you got called there, you were. I remember the first time that I got called there. I went in there with I knew the rules. I knew I'd broken the rules, but I knew the rules, and I was going to go in there like an attorney, and I was going to give Bill France a piece of my mind. And when I went in there, I started. And Bill smoked at that time. He took a cigarette and he inhaled it all in one shot. And he pointed at me and he said, "I will not stand." And fire flew out of his mouth. Fire flew out of his mouth. And remember the Wizard of Oz when the Cowardly Lion wanted to jump out the window? I was like, I was trying to jump out of the window because my career was flashing in front of my eyes. And that was the last time I went in there to give them a piece of my mind. The rest of the time I sat there, and you've been there with Mike when Mike takes that little card out of his pocket and starts writing, and you're like, oh man, this is not good.
He's writing down something. He's getting ready to tell you.
Like you're out, you're done.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, with Mr. France, I've been called on there several times, and it was always the same story. You need the sport more than it needs you. Don't forget it. So it's like,
have a nice day.
Have a nice day. But with Mike Helton, I remember this one time vividly because I'm Mike's an intimidating guy.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You remember Gilligan's Island?
Yeah.
At Sonoma, back in the day, they didn't have enough pits.
Yeah.
So if you didn't qualify well enough, you were out on Gilligan's Island.
Yeah.
We're getting the end of the race, and I was working for Roush at the time, and Chad Little, and it gets down to the end of the race, and we had filled up our cool down tank. Everybody used to have a cool down tank in case you overheated. You come in and you put water in a radiator. Well, it gets to the end of the race. And the guy said, "You ready to break down?" I said, yeah. I mean, we had like 3 laps to go or something like that, 4. And I said, "Yeah, it's good. Let's start picking things up. I think we're okay." Guys dump all the water out of that tank. Well, all of a sudden, there's a caution. And they come over the headset where I'm listening to the NASCAR guys. "We got water on the track, They had dumped it in such a way it ran across Gilligan's Island and into the very entrance of coming into the hairpin. Okay? So they had to throw the caution. I'm sitting up there. I didn't realize that we had created this. Mike Helton come down, and back in that time, that's where the NASCAR tower was right on the island. He comes down, and he is trying to get at me up at the pit box, and he is cussing me and pointing his finger at me.
And Mike's 9 feet tall.
I was going to say, I don't know why
he's 9 feet tall.
Yeah, I felt like Godzilla was coming up after me. I mean, it was like, this is ugly. And get your, GD butt up to my trailer right now. And it's like, what did I do? And my guys come and said, "Man, they just got through chewing us out. What did you do?" He said, "We dumped our water out." I said, "Oh, I guess I am responsible." I go up there with my hat in the hand, and he had already calmed down. He apologized to me. He said, "I didn't understand what happened. All I knew was I had to throw a caution. It kind of screwed things up for us, and we took us long." I mean, like I said, I knew all the extenuating circumstances, but Mike was at least understanding, I'm not going to kick you out of racing. I'm not going to hang you in effigy or anything like that. But it scared the heck out of me. A man that big coming after
He scares me when I just see him walking down pit lane at like the Rolex 24, and he's in a good mood.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
that intimidating of a guy.
He's one thing I will tell you about Mike. Mike's always fair and he's always consistent.
Yeah.
That's you know where you stand with him.
All you can hope for.
Yep.
No,
so, but you guys never answered this question. Who was there more?
God, I would say Jeff because he was, he was, him and Daryl were always in trouble.
We've been in trouble a couple of times.
Yeah. You're not even going to argue that.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like that was part of the sport.
Yeah.
And I worked for owners and for drivers who would not been happy if we didn't push the envelope.
Yep.
I never run a big engine. I never softened tires.
Whoa. What,
I said
were you the crew chief at the Winston?
Yeah.
And that motor wasn't big.
No.
It just happened to blow up going across the start.
That's exactly right.
That just was. It was just a bad motor.
No. Let me tell you what was wrong with that motor.
It was too big.
No, it's Junior Johnson. Junior Johnson built that engine with light rods and light pistons, and he designed it.
And big pistons.
No. They still had the block. They still had the block at one time. You could go and look and examine it. It was not
it's a shame it blew up. They couldn't measure because it blew up.
And I was asking Redman about that. He was talking about some engine that blew up at the line when he was racing. I said, was that because your left foot was on the clutch and your right foot was on the gas?
So you didn't run a big motor.
Yep. I didn't soften tires.
Didn't soften them.
No.
You had some wheels that were interesting.
Yeah, now those right there we weren't going to talk about. And the reason why those wheels.
That's in his book.
That's the reason why those wheels were in existence was because of Darrell Walter and Buddy Parrott. Yeah, David If. Yeah, that group right there.
I would buy the beer.
Self-defense.
I would buy the beer for this conversation.
Oh no! Hey, but there's a third member missing here. They hit the rest of the stories. They didn't get Andy Petrie involved. He cheated way worse than me and Jeff.
Yeah, but you know what? He will claim. I never cheated. I never cheated. And never got a fine. But I know of 5 things he's done.
Oh.
I said I know of 5.
You know of 5.
I know of 5.
Unequivocally.
Unequivocally.
And another like 100 that you're pretty sure of.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is that never underestimate Andy Petrie's creativity.
That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. And like I say, he was sharp enough not to get busted with it.
Well, he got busted a couple times.
He says he never has.
Oh, that's Andy though. He also says he's younger than me. I'm like, how can you be like but he swears he's younger than me. I'm like, there is no way. But that's
okay.
his Andy, yeah.
That's okay. I know I'm older than both of them, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Oh, you guys. Like I said, I'll buy the beer later. We can continue this. I'm just going to sit back and let you two go. But
he don't like drinking beer, but he does like, red wine.
I like a little wine once in a while.
Wine.
Mimosa in the morning. But, this is the fun about something like this. We come here and have a great time just talking about all the stuff we used to do. We've met incredible people and get to see great race cars, and people want to hear our stories.
Because it's freaking fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it just is.
And let's don't miss the fact that we're in an unbelievable city, Chattanooga.
Yeah.
Well, it's really a cool place.
And I'll go back to the underlying cause of all of this. And we come here, we forget about it because it's all about the cars and da-da-da-da, but it's not. It's all that, the proceeds going to the research for Alzheimer's and stroke recovery. So I think that's the thing that's really important about all of this. I'm going to let you guys go because I got to go get some tissues to wipe the tears from my face because I'm crying. I'm laughing so hard. Thanks, Ray.
Thank you,
Jeff. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming back. We'll see you guys.
All right.
Always great to have the guests that we've had, and I mean, absolutely fantastic weekend. And that weekend made possible, we've talked about this before, Baker Donaldson. For over 130 years they've been here. They've built their reputation on achieving results for their clients nationally and internationally and on a wide range of legal matters. So thanks to them. 3 Spine for their low back total joint replacement that was developed right here in Chattanooga. Of course, Coker Tire. This weekend, our sponsor, Coker Tire, helping us to find a cure for Alzheimer's by donating 5% of all of their sales to the 50 Plus Foundation. And to sweeten the deal, Coker Tire offering free shipping this weekend. All you have to do is use the code ChatMotorcarFest online at CokerTire.com. Stop by one of the many Coker Tire booths right here and order your tires today. Focus Consumer Healthcare as well. And of course, Millennium Bank. Many more for making this all possible. Day 1 started this festival in great fashion. Again, the weather Woke up to an absolutely beautiful day on Friday morning. The rain had come through on Thursday, and Friday the dawn was absolutely gorgeous, and it got everything started here in Chattanooga.
Something extraordinary, something totally unique, and something rather fast is about to happen.
Down 10, 11, we're good. High on 10, 11, no reserve. High on 10 down, 11,000. Here she goes. High on 10 down, 11. High on going to do 10,000, 11,000, not a bit down, 10,000, down, 11,000. So $10,000, so $10,000 to the internet.
Number 165 is a 2015 BMW 650i X-Drive. Twin turbocharged, 444 horsepower, 8-speed automatic transmission, all-wheel drive. What a beauty.
You're buying Jordan. I'm buying 40. I'm buying 30. High 30, bed 15, 20, high 25, high 25, 30, high 25, 30, 30 pound out of 25, 27, high 25 pound out of 27 pound out of bed. I have 25 here, 27,000. I have 25,000, 27,000 out of bed. You have 2,500 negative 27,000. I have 25,000 out of bed, 26. All-wheel drive, twin turbocharged for $26,000. 7, 8, 28, sir. 9. 29, here goes. I had 28, 29. I had 28 to bed, 9. I had 9 to bed. I had 29,000 out of bed, 28,000 out of now, 9. I had 28 to bed, if I'm going to do 9, 9, going to be 9 to bed, 29. I had 28,000 out of 29,000 out. Is anybody else? Close bid, 28,000.
Number 166, a 1971 Corvette 454 automatic transmission, air conditioning, T-tops. Sell the Corvette, Russ.
You're buying. How much here? 50, 40, high 40 bed. You're 40, high negative do 15, 20, high 20 bed. If anything, do 5, high 25 again. If anything, do 5, and 30, high 30, 27, 30, high 30 down out of bed. High 27 bed. If anything, do 32, high 30 bed 2, high 30 down out of anything, do 2, 32 down out of now 30 bed 32, high 31, high 30 down out of now 31,000 out of bed. 30 grand, 31, high 30 bed now 1, high 30,000 out of now 31,000 out of bed now negative 30 down 1. I have 31,000 out of here goes. I have 30 down 31,000. 30 bed. $31,000. Anybody else? 31, 2, 2, 3, 33, 33, 32, 33, 34, 34, 34, 5, 35. I'm going to do 35,000. I had 35,000 out of bed. 36,000 out of bed. I had 36. You want her shirt? 37,000. I am going to do 37,000 out of bed. I had 37, 38,000 out of bed. I had 37, 38, 39,000. I'm going to do 9, 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9 out of bed. I'm going to do 9. I had 39,000 out of bed. Down. 38.5. Now 39. 41, 41. 40 grand 1. Reserve is up. 40 grand, 41. I have 40,000 out of now 1. I have 40 bed, I'm going to do 41,000. I have 40 to bed, 41,000 out of bed, I'm going to do 40 down 1. I have 41,000 out of here, go 40 bed, 41,000 out of night. So $40,000. So $40,000, Paul got.
Car number 166.1, a 1963 Mercury Comet S convertible. It's a 260 V8 and a 4-speed manual transmission. Highly original condition. One repaint, original red interior, original parade boot for the convertible top, and the original dealer invoice.
Good, I'm at your get 50, high 50 bed, 40, high 40,000 out of bed, 40, high behind of any negative 20, down 5, and 20 bed of any negative 5 here, 30, high 37, down 30, high 30 bed of any again, 30 bed of any negative 2, 5, high 35, high 35,000 out of bed, high 32,000 out of 35,000 out of bed, going to be 5, 35, high 32 to bed, 35,000 out of bed, high 32, 35, down 5 bear, down 5 to bed, 32, 35, you want to get 33, you want to get 33, 32, 33. I am 32,000 out of now 3. I am 32 to bed of any negative 33,000 out of bed. I am 32, 33, 100 down negative 3 to bed. 32, 33. I am 32,000 out of now 33,000 out of bed. I am 32, 33. Anybody else? $33,000 on a Comet convertible. 32, 33. Here it goes. 32, 33. Anybody else? 33,000 out of bed. 32, 33. I am 32. Going to be 33. Close bid at 32,000.
167, a 1982 Toyota FJ40 Land Cruiser. Frame-off restoration. It's a 4-cylinder engine, 5-speed manual transmission, 4-wheel drive with air conditioning.
Yes, sir. High back to the cruiser. Time 50. High back to 40. 40 bed. High negative 15, 20. High 20 bed 5. High negative 5, 30. 30. High 25 bed negative 30,000. High 25 bed. 30 bed. High 25 bed negative 30,000 out of bed. High 25,000 out of 27,000 out of it. 25, 27, I am 27, 30, I am about to make it 30, 28, 30, I am 30 bed, 28, now 30, I am 28, 30, and now 32, sir, 32, 35, 35,000, I am 30, taking to be 35, I am 35, 36, 36, 38, I am 38, get 40, I am 40 bid, 40, now 40 bid, down 2, I am reserve is off, 42, you're out here, you're out there, 41, 42, I am 42, down, 42, 42, 43, I am 43, 44, 45, 45 pounds and out of bed. Anybody else? I am 45 pounds on. 46,000, you're out here, sir. 45, 46. Internet, you're out. 45 back at 46,000. So $45,000. So $45,000, Paul got.
Number 168, a 1967 Camaro Super Sport. 327 automatic transmission, deluxe interior, owner states original Protecto plate.
$60,000 bed. Minimum now negative 60. High 25, 30. High 25, negative 35. Now 5, now 5, 30, now 5, 40. Now 40, high 35, 40. High 35, negative 40,000 out of bed. High 37, 40. High 37,000 out of now 40 bed. 40, high negative 40 bed. Now negative 40,000 out of bed. 37,000 out of 40,000. I am 37 now 40. I am 37 bed of negative 40. I am 40 now 2. I am 40 bed of negative 2. I am negative 5. If I am 45,000 out of bed. I am negative 45,000 out of bed. I am 45, 47. I am 45, 47 deals on. Reserve is off. 45, 47. I am 45 negative 47,000. I am 45,000 out of 47,000 out of bed. Anybody else? 47. So 45. So $45,000 to the internet.
Car number 169 is a 1970 Lincoln Continental Mark III. It's a one-owner, unrestored, original delivery paperwork, original owner's manual, the dealer check receipt, dealer bill of sale, power warranty card, sells at no reserve.
No reserve. I'm about to negative 20. 20 bed, negative 15,000 out of bed. I have 15,000 out of now. 15. Negative 15,000. 10,000 out of bed. And 10. Negative 5,000 out 6, 7. I have 6,000 out of now. 7 bed. 8, 9, 10. I have 10 bed, negative 10, 11, 12. I have 12 bed, negative 13. Negative 13, negative 13. I am 14, negative 13, 14. I am 13,000 out of now, 14,000, 15,000 out of bed. I am 15 bed, negative 15,000 out of it. I am 14,000 out of 15,000 out of bed. I am 14, 15. I am 14,000 out of now, 15,000. So $14,000 Dallas.
Car number 170 is a 2004 Chevrolet Silverado. 5.3-liter V8 automatic transmission. Odometer reads 69,800 miles.
Hey, it's a little step sign, guys. I'm a chair. 30, 20. I have 20 bed. I'm back to do 10, 12. I have 10 back to do 12,000. I have 15 bed. I have 15 bed. I'm down to do 13,000 out of bed. I have 13,000 out of down 20 bed. I'm back to do 13. I have 13,000 out of bed. 14,000. I have 13, 14. I have 13 bed. 15,000 out of bed. I am back to do 15, 16, 17. I am back to do 17 to bed. I am 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 18. I am at 18, 19. I am back to do 19,000 out of bed. I am at 18, going to be 19, going to be 19, going to be 19, 19,000. I am 19 to bed, down to do 19,000 out of it. I am 19 to bed, 19, 20. Ryan going to be 20. 19, 20. I had 19, 20,000. Reserve is off. 19, 20,000 out of bed. I had 19,000 out of that 20 bed. Down negative 19,000, 20,000. Sold $19,000. Sold $19,000. Paul Gag. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Jeff Nosp.
Number 171 in 1987.
I just do whatever I'm told.
Yeah, you just do it.
I don't know what voice it comes
There we go. Lynn just does whatever she's told. The Grand Prix at the Bend. The Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Welcome back, everyone. A beautiful day. Group 5 cars on the racetrack right now, headed down through the Alley of the Greats, where you will find the banner of Lynn St. James, the Grand Marshal, for this weekend's festivities here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. And again, Lynn has been so gracious to come and visit us in Betty, our booth here, the 1970s era Airstream that is our booth, and Justin Bell, Tommy Kendall use it for the Torque Show. We're using it to broadcast this weekend. Lynn, thanks so much for coming back in. You were here yesterday, and obviously, I don't know if you got paid a lot, so you were willing to come back, or you just decided it wasn't quite that bad. You would come back and visit with me. I very much appreciate that. You have been busy.
I have. But it was also too long. It's been too long since we hung out.
Right.
I mean, I see you in passing sometimes at an IMSA race, but I listen to you on television, watch you on television when you're doing broadcasts. But, we used to see a lot more of each other over the years. So to be honest, I kind of look forward to coming back.
Well, we got Group 5 cars on track, which before your time, sports car wise, because that's pre-1972 and under 3.5 liters. So
just right under my radar.
Right under your radar. We should have had you in for the next group, which is a little more current. But
I'm actually supposed to be here for 2, I think.
You must have been very bad.
That was what I was on. Yes, yeah. They said, would you get her out of here and get her over there?
Either somebody wanted you gone over there or you'd done something wrong. But tell me about the panel discussion that you guys had today. I know you and Justin, Linda Vaughn were there. Was Tommy Kendall there? No, Ray Evernham was there.
Well, he was there representing Aaron. Yeah. So it was Mr. Crocker was there.
Okay.
Yeah. His, Aaron Crocker being his, okay. I mean, it was fun. I mean, Linda's, of course, 50 years she's been in the sport. So, I mean, she's like a walking history book of, of knowledge and of her legacy and legend. It's like a living legend, a living legacy. And
I asked her when she was going to write her book.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's...
Well, she has one book,
right.
but it's not everything. And, I'm not sure she'll ever tell everything. She could never tell everything. But she's still such a legend in the sport and loves the sport so much, has represented the sport so many years.
As she said, it's heart.
Yeah.
I mean, it's her life.
And she's so smart. I mean, her recall of information, of people, she's seen it all. And so, and I'm, not... I mean, I've been around the sport a long time, but I'm hoping a more reflection about today and also the future. And poor Ray was just stuck there, because Aaron was not able to come. But Ray's really an interesting person too, because he is married to a race car driver, which I continue to hassle him that he took one of the best off the market, because Erin, she came to my driver development. I was very high on her, and she did. She has incredible skills. But life choices we make, and I'm glad that they're happy together, and they have this lovely daughter, Kate. But Ray is really, I think, has become more open-minded and more supportive about the fact that women, should not to have to work harder than any man. I mean, it's a tough sport, but they just shouldn't have to work harder. And I've heard him say that. I said, I'm going to reel him in and put him to work.
I'm going to take that quote and I'm going to put your name on it
and you're going to
put
come
you out there. Yeah,
you're going to come with me and figure this out.
And it's interesting. You and I talked about this, and we were just talking about it. Ray and I and Jeff were mentioning it as well. It should be in any position, and really, and Linda and I were talking about it earlier, it should be in any position in life, in any company. And you'll be glad to know that the person that's going to talk to you in your ear, if anyone talks to you when you're on here, is Amanda. You know, it's not Keith. We've kicked him out of the truck, but Amanda's doing it. Why shouldn't an Amanda do it?
Right.
Or a Lynn, or a Mary, or whomever.
Right.
Because you're just as talented, just as smart, and there's no reason that a woman shouldn't be driving a race car, or engineering one, or working on one.
Right. Right. I mean, it's still, as I said, it demands the best. It demands the best at what it is you do. How do you get to be the best, though?
You have to have the opportunity.
You have to have
but
you also have to have experience to get you to be there, so that you get the opportunity.
Yep.
I mean, it's a chain. It's a chain of knowledge and a chain of experience that you have to fight to get. And of course, you know, as you well know, it's not like there's unlimited opportunities either. You know, there's only so many seats at a race car. There's only so many people that work on a race team. So the numbers are small, but the growth, because if we get more numbers showing at the door, knocking on the door, we'll get more race teams, we'll get more opportunities, you know.
It's like your kid playing or wanting to play on an elite travel team, whether it's travel baseball, football, basketball, whatever the case may be. They've got to be good enough to get on that travel team. Well, how do you get good enough? You've got to practice, and you've got to have the opportunities to practice to be good, so that you can try out and you can move up. And I think that's what's been missing. And you talk about the experience. You've got some experience, and I keep saying, as we watch the leader flash by, in your experience, is this an exhibition? I'm watching this guy, the leader,
walk away,
but he's not running away for sure. That's the number 8. We've seen Tom McGlynn in his 914 quick earlier, and then the 24 just behind him, Brady Raffining. These guys, this doesn't look like an exhibition to me, Lynn. These guys are driving. Watch them work.
Well, but you know, vintage racing not that many years ago was considered not that respected. And now there are more young drivers, you know, when you talk about how do you get experience, a lot of them are getting experience in vintage racing, then they move on to more serious racing. So I actually met a 17-year-old gal, Amelia Phillips, earlier today, who was in the Formula V race. And even though she's very new, you know, her dad races as well, but she has some aspirations. And so this is a great way for her to get experience. And some of these, I've seen some other young guys that have come out, and I can't remember their names, but that have come out of vintage racing that have gained enough experience that then when they get a good opportunity to run in the Carrera Cup, in the Porsche Carrera Cup, or they run in some other serious race opportunity, because they've earned this seat time, shall we say, at a relatively low cost compared to others. And there's some serious racers out here.
Well, even Tommy Kendall was saying, you know, because we were talking about that hook, when did it first start? You know, and he was saying that they had a car dealer that his dad, once he became a little more successful, was selling him Porsches, and then would always say, well, you should have the next, you know, and so on and so forth. And eventually the guy was racing and was talking about buying him a race car. You know, you should buy a race car to Tommy's dad. So Tommy's dad bought a race car and said, okay, you and your brother can drive it and you can share, and you need to do your homework and do all those other kinds of things.
I loved that. I listened to it.
But
I mean, when he said his sponsorship was his report card, you know, I learned a lot about Tommy during that interview.
Which was perfect, but he didn't start with aspirations of becoming a professional race car driver, and ultimately the champion that he is and Hall of Fame member that he is. So,
and I didn't either. I mean, none of us
did.
No, I mean, it just.
I didn't have the success that you guys had, but when I raced a go-kart in college, it was because I had been to SCCA races, and I had seen a black Crosley Formula Ford at Texas World Speedway. I remember it vividly, with gold numbers on it. It looked like a John Player Special Lotus, and it was like, I'm going to have one of those one day. When I graduate from college and I have a job and I'm making this kind of money, I'm going to have one of those. And that's all I ever wanted to do, was drive a Formula Ford in the SCCA. I've never driven a Formula Ford in the SCCA. Yeah,
but it got you.
But that was the dream, you know, and it didn't have a professional aspect to it. It just
it was called
involved.
Do It. It was called Do It.
Yeah.
But see, that's kind of this, if you can see it, you can be it kind of concept that we're using right now for women in motorsports. But it's the same. If you could go to a race and see something that you connect with, take gender out of this. It just takes action. It's an action plan. You know, then how do you, and then you're like, how do you I call it you follow your nose. You know, you do some research and you follow your nose because I mean, in my days, we were going to the Yellow Pages. Today, you can Google and, you know, you've got all these great social media and sources of information, newsletters. You know, I mean, it's almost overwhelming. Now it's almost the opposite. There's so much information out there. How do you then sort out where do you go? How do you get started?
Well, and how do you sort out what's real and what's not?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I read it on the internet. It's bound to be true because it can't be on the internet if it's not, right? The Alpha on the move, and that is Glenn Marr.
It's a great graphic, isn't it? I like it.
It's such a cool car, and actually that's a whole family operation. Chase Marr in the 31, this Honda CRX, I think had a good run in race one, moved up a little bit, and we just saw the Alpha pass the Volvo. And that's the cool thing about this era of sports cars. That was the number 41, Gary Jepsen behind the wheel of that Volvo P1800. I mean,
there's a good pass. There's a pass.
Yeah.
He's got it.
No, it's an exhibition, Lynn. It's not really a pass. Did that look like an exhibition to you?
No.
No.
That was a legitimate pass.
Yeah, now he's got the
he's coming back.
Yeah, he's got the little Lotus up in front now. But it's one of those things where you look at all the different cars that are out there. There are a lot of people who wouldn't recognize a Volvo as a race car here. But I remember even when their 240 model was a pretty stout car in the SCCA.
You know,
Look at this again.
I know. When I watch that, though, I don't know about you, but I'm like, I'm in that car all of a sudden.
Yeah,
I'm like,
absolutely. You're like,
I just feel it. Yeah.
Turn, release.
And I'm in that one that he just passed.
Yeah. I got this.
I'm going to get him back.
The over and under. I got this. I mean, it's true. As a racer, you sit and watch it that way. Now he's got that little Lotus just in front of him. That's the Lotus Elan. I think it's the 24A of Clark Lance. 1964 Lotus Elan. You think about the differences in the type of sports cars that are out there. That little Honda CRX that we were talking about earlier, a front-wheel drive car with a locked diff on it, which you would think would make it understeer like crazy. You don't think that he's working hard? That's Tom McGlynn, once again, aboard that number 8 914.
That 914, and, you know, they had a great camera shot there where, I mean, you could see he was working the wheel.
Yeah.
I mean, reverse, steer and all that. I mean, that track is bumpy.
Watch his hands.
Yeah. I mean, it is busy.
Yeah,
and if you look just at the outside of the car, it looks like it's just floating. But, you know, he's in there working.
And Brady Refrenning just behind him, not letting him get away in that 911.
So what's the guy's name that's behind him?
Brady Refrenning.
Yeah, but that's a well-known name.
That's a well-known name.
Yeah. What's his dad? Is it his dad
Watch his
or
hands
whatever?
again.
Yeah. I just love that.
Then back down with some correction.
Yeah.
And then back up.
And look, you can see the front tires.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing that, but yet the car's, the car continues to go laterally in that right direction.
And then you can see him open his eyes as he got out of the corner.
Yeah. And
I'm just kidding.
He exhaled, I think, too.
Yes, exactly. He finally breathed. Finally took a breath.
Yeah.
No, I mean, these guys are working it, and Refrenning has ran strong in race 1 too. And Tommy Kendall was in here, and he goes, "I know that name."
You know that name.
And
but
I'm like,
I wonder if it's his son or nephew, or I can't remember the fellow's name, but he was well known in racing in the SCCA.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always looked for those names. It used to be how I would find women in racing. I would go to Speed Sport News and I would read all the race results, and I would just look for a female's name, to see if there were any women racing.
Well, yeah, but now you're falling into the trap of the Saturday Night Live skit with Pat. Do you remember the Saturday Night Live Pat? Pat, nobody could ever figure out Pat.
Oh, because it could be either name.
And
right.
Pat had friends Chris.
Right. Well, that's true. It was never clear, but it was it was usually a pathway that I could find one or two. And then when I would look at the SCCA has the solo nationals, and they have a ladies class, and then I would look and see if there were any of the ladies that ran in the ladies class who also won in the overall.
I mean, this racetrack, I call them bumps.
Well,
Jeff Hammond was calling them character.
Oh, they're bumps. I talked to Kurt. I don't know Kurt's last name, but he's the quickest car here all weekend. He's in a Porsche.
Oh, yeah. And Group 6. That's Kurt Swearingen.
Yeah, and he said he is airborne literally at least 3 times per lap. And, you know, that's not good for the car.
Character doesn't make your teeth hurt.
No, and it doesn't ruin your suspension. You know, I mean, so there's some little things like that.
But think about the street courses that you raced on over the years. What was the most challenging one?
Detroit.
The old Detroit.
The old Detroit,
Downtown.
which they're going back to.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I doubt it'll be the same, configuration. But that one, I mean, that was when we were delayed because they did have to weld the manhole covers.
What did you run it in?
In Trans Am. We were support racing Trans Am.
What year?
In the 80s. Oh, come on.
Okay.
I can't remember.
So, I mean, I only know because I ran an Indy Light car at Detroit, both Belle Isle and the last year that it was downtown, which was 91.
Oh, well, mine was in the 80s, so it was probably 85.
It was crazy, wasn't it?
Oh, it was. But it went going through the tunnel.
In between the giant downtown skyscrapers and all that. We don't have that here. Did you ever run through the parking garage at Long Beach?
Yeah.
That was another one that was kind of
Long
crazy.
Beach, somehow Long Beach had a flow to it, I always felt.
Trois-Riv.
I ran Tres Riviere one time in Trans Am.
Yep.
And it's kind of, I was just horrified the whole time. So I don't have a lot of memory about the track other than I just was scared to death. The worst one, though, that was sad was in Des Moines.
Yes, I didn't run there.
And they only ran it once, and it was just burning up brakes. And it was too bad because that was they had really done a good job of the configuration. It's just that it was too much brakes. I mean, nobody had brakes enough that could handle it.
Tom McGlynn burning up the competition here. I think about Trois-Riviere. I ran it first in an Atlanta car.
Oh, wow.
Which was perfect. It was the perfect size racetrack for an Atlanta car.
Right.
It seemed almost relatively short. The speeds were good. Corners were good. The car fit through the arch. And nowhere did you ever feel like, oh, this is really narrow? Even though you ran up on the sidewalk at the end of the straightaway. It was perfect. And then I went back in 1995 in a Trans Am car, and I'm like, man, this racetrack feels narrow.
Way
and
too
tight.
much car. Way too much car for this track.
Well, and I say that because I'm watching these cars on this racetrack right now. These classes, to me, Group 5 and Group 6, the sports cars, the GT cars, it seems like kind of what you want. I look at the modern sports cars that have the awesome amount of horsepower that they have, and it's physically a bigger car, and I go, man, that's a lot of car around here.
How much tow he has in the front wheels.
He's going to get it to turn, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think, though, that the older car that has, like these, particularly the sports cars, where they have suspension travel, I mean, the cars are designed to run with that kind of suspension travel are a little more suitable to this type of circuit too. Where the open wheel stuff where they don't have, because even though they're lightweight, they're still going to pound themselves. And when you get like, oh, look at that little mini. Or that was a Fiat, I guess.
Yeah, that's the Fiat.
I'm sorry. It looks like a little Mini Cooper.
It's just absolutely adorable. Jeff Hammond was in here yesterday, or no, I think it was Ray that was saying they needed.
There's a lot of activity going on right now. This is the last lap.
Yeah. So Tom McGlynn out in front, and then Brady Raffining, we talked about him, but the 8 of Efren Ormaza is the only car out there that you kind of go, why is it there? Well, it's there based upon the speed, and that's the Spec Racer Ford. You see these guys, the 76 and the 6, that's the battle for fourth. The 76, Larry Lunda has it right now. The 6 just behind him, that's a 914.6 versus a 914 with the 4-liter in it just in front of him. You ever drive a 914 on the street or on the racetrack?
No, I've raced against him.
Just a little roller skate. I had one for a couple of years that had been redone. Back in the 90s, I bought a 73 or 72 that had been redone, and I just loved it. It was a great little daily driver.
When I had my second showroom stock car was the Cosworth Vega, and so I raced against the 240s, the Datsun 240Z, and I raced against the Porsche.
And you said Datsun.
Yeah, it was a Datsun.
Because it was. I was saying earlier,
Not
now
a Nissan, it's
we
a
tend to
Datsun.
slip and say Nissan. It's like, no, it was a Datsun.
It was a Datsun, yeah. So And I'm pretty sure, or no, maybe it was a 928 back then when I raced the Cosworth Vega in the A. What happened?
Tom McGlynn waving as he takes his cool down lap. I think he might have been waving to the number 3, saying thanks for letting me by there on that final lap. But he's going to take the victory, and I think as we cross the checkered flag, it's Raffining, then Ormatza, and the Spec Racer Ford, Larry Lunda, Joseph Hish round out the top 5. These are cool cars on this racetrack. I think they fit.
They do.
Like we were saying.
Yeah, no, they do. They do. Both from, power to weight ratio, suspension travel, tire size, everything that kind of works.
I always laugh. Horsepower is not always a good thing. I always say never equate noise with speed. Just because it makes a lot of noise doesn't mean that it's going to go fast, or you can get it to go fast in a certain.
Yeah, if you can't get the power down,
yeah,
it doesn't,
does you no good.
It doesn't do you doesn't do you any good.
Bringing your 700 horsepower Mustang to a tight autocross is probably you're not going to have a lot of fun for the day.
No. And you'll probably burn some things up.
Something's going to burn up. Maybe you.
Could be the clutch.
Yeah.
It could be if you need it. I don't know.
I mean, that's just exhausting. But again, what a absolutely great event this is. The Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, and here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. 5 classes down. We only have 2 to go.
Oh, wow.
Another sports car class, which is for our sports cars of a little more modern era. That one you will recognize, and you may have even raced against some of these cars. Lynn, when I look at it, let's see, that's sports and GT cars 73 to 99.
Yeah.
That's
there should be for sure.
Over 3.5 liters.
I mean, the whole decade of the 80s was my sports car life, and at the very top level. But when you mentioned this event has really improved significantly since last year. I mean, it was a fun event. The elements are still there, but the elevation of the quality of everything is really good. And I think the quality of the cars this year, not to knock what was here before, but it was such an unknown. It was just an unknown last year, where this year I think we just have, it's just really good cars. I mean, walking through the paddock, you're like blown away, and then when you get to watch, because sometimes you don't know who's in what race, because of the categories. But I just think the quality of the cars is super.
And it just keeps getting better. And one of the things that you and I know about these temporary street circuits is consistent management and proper vision is what builds them, and I think that's what we have here. So great to see 5 races down in the second half of the day. We've got 2 more to go from here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
The Krager SS, introduced in 1964, is one of the most recognizable aftermarket wheels in the world. Coker Tire is proud to now offer the iconic Krager SS wheel, specifically the Series 61C, along with thousands of other tire and wheel options. The Krager SS Series 61C is available in 10 sizes, 15-inch and 17-inch diameters, and in popular 5-lug bolt patterns as well as 6-lug. Combine these classic Krager wheels with any of Coker's authentic tires and take advantage of free mounting and balancing.
Owning an EV is like having a gas station right in your garage. A level 1 charger works on a standard household power outlet. Just plug it in at night and your EV will be fully charged and ready to go first thing in the morning. And with a range of up to 300 miles for just under $10 a fill up, a lot cheaper than gas. Home charging may be the only charging you need, but there's also easy ways to charge on the go. For more info, watch our video series on epb.com/energypros.
What a gorgeous day, and the weather has really been this way all weekend long, Lynn. We got fortunate. Lynn St. James in the booth with me. I'm Brian Till, everyone. We got fortunate. The rain got out of here on Thursday night, and it's been nice and cool. My only deal was yesterday morning, and this morning to some extent, it was down.
It was cold. It was cold.
It was cold. Race tires don't like that.
No, that's true.
I mean, and I look at some of these areas around this racetrack. You want a nice, aggressive pavement so
There's
you
not
can
a lot
get
of
some,
grip here, period.
That's what I was getting ready to say. You want a nice, aggressive surface so you get some energy and therefore
and
temperature.
You don't even have a lot of room to be tilling and playing
like,
back and forth.
Where do you find...
The sessions are short, so you don't even have that opportunity.
So your tires are getting up to temp like in the last lap.
And then it's over, yeah. So, yeah. No, it's... But, you know, it's equal for everybody. That's the thing. I mean, I never like being the first one on the session anyway on the schedule because I'm just not a morning person, you know. But it was cold, and you're right. It was not. Those early sessions were not happy for the cars and the drivers.
Well, and I think about it too. You know, thank goodness we didn't have any rain. I think the drivers have done a stellar job all weekend long. Really, the only spin I've seen this weekend was in Group 1 today, the pre-1920 cars.
Oh, really?
We had a spin.
In the pre-war?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
That's what I said. Yeah. I was like, oh, wow. I mean, it was like...
You know, I've raced one of those once.
You did not?
Yeah, I did. And it was at Sonoma. And I know, of all things. But... I
thought you were smart.
No, I had to experience it. I mean, it was really one of the highlights at that point.
Tommy went around with Corky Coker in his.
No, I did.
He went for a lap around here.
It's a mind-boggling situation, and of course I also did some other, you know, Bugatti and some other from the 40s, 30s, and 40s. But the pre-war, I just remember Brian Blaine teaching me on the hills in Sonoma, out not on the racetrack but off the racetrack, so that I could learn how to shift and do all that.
Because it's like.
It's out
bizarre.
here, and you know, and the pedals are not the same, you know, and so you got to make sure you go to the right one. But I just remember when he said, if you go off track, don't try to correct it and come on, because that's what flips. That's when they flip, because they got these little wheel tires. He just said they're nothing more than tractors, so just ride it out, you know. And so I was like,
we certainly have the ground clearance.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as that goes.
But it's just, and they aren't that responsive, but they do respond. I mean, they're not that hard. It's just that you've got a lot of what do you call it? A lot of movement in the steering wheel. Yeah.
So we talk about the weather, which has been awesome, but I can say it now. I would have never said this at the beginning of the weekend. Rain. So we can talk about rain.
Yeah,
since
we're almost
not going to happen. Were you a rain driver? Did you like the rain? Did you not like the rain? I loved it.
I didn't love it, but it didn't bother me because I grew up in South Florida. I mean, I grew up racing in South Florida, and so it would always rain, but it never rained.
If you raced in the afternoon, it rained.
But it would never rain all day. You know what I mean? We never had a rain out or rain all day. But I learned, you know, you can go on the straightaway and as fast you can brake and usually and
drag strips and braking too.
But those corners are not going to give you as much, you know, as they are. So it never really bothered me or intimidated me like it did some drivers. And Dr. Jacques has, you know, you remember Dr. Jacques Dallaire, and he had the best description about mindset for race car drivers. He would say, okay, both, you know, you wake up in the morning and it's pouring down rain. Race car driver number one looks out at the window and goes, oh my God, it's raining. Do we have a rain set up? What am I going to do? You know, goes into panic mode. Race car driver number two, B, opens up. It's raining. I always love to race in the rain, whether they do or not, but they take their whole mindset and put it into a positive mindset.
Yeah.
Which driver is probably going to have the better race?
Well, I think I know which one's going to have the better race. I mean, in reality, you shouldn't even open the curtain. Well, you should just grab your bag and walk out to the car because you're going to go race anyway.
Well, but a little mental preparation
absolutely.
helps. It's just mindset, though. It's all your mindset.
You know, in conditions like we were just talking about, how do you get the tires warmed up and so on and so forth. In the rain race, I didn't always like to lead from the get-go. You know, you kind of like send the rabbit out to find where the puddles were, and you kind of look and see how they were reacting and where the issues were. But then after that,
I like to be in front. I wanted to figure that out and not have the spray. But I'll tell you what was intimidating was racing at night in the rain at the 24 Hours of Daytona, because you can't see the puddles where they are, where they aren't. And there's times when you need to avoid them, and there's times when you want them.
And that's a really valid point. You always tell drivers, you know, I mean, to me, if it was raining, I was fine. the worst for me was, and I think for any driver, is when it's not raining. It rained and then it stopped and then it rains again and then it stops or it's drying and you're like, is it dry or is it not dry? And like you just said, you can't see at night if it's starting to dry in a particular area or not, because you can't tell that it's that dull finish of the asphalt like you see it during the day.
During the day, yeah. I had one of the best, luckiest experiences in my life was my very first Kelly race at the Road Atlanta in 1979.
When all the walls were a lot closer and the dip was there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I was racing in this Plymouth Volare that the guy that owned the car got it out of the garage when the Whittingtons bought the track. So, and it had, I had one set of tires, which we'd already used up for qualifying, and now it was raining. And so he only had one set of tires to run, and they were medium. They were medium tires.
Yeah.
They weren't rain tires, and they weren't
So it was
slicks.
an intermediate.
It was an intermediate. Goodyear didn't have any of those at that particular weekend, and so I had the ideal tire for the race. It was wet. It was a wet start, and then as it dried out, and that's when I finished second, like 79/100ths of a second behind Gene Felton. I passed him on the back straightaway, and then he got me under the bridge, and that was what started my career. So I literally, with the worst tires, that were old, but they were intermediates, and they were the perfect tire for the conditions. So sometimes,
fate.
Sometimes fate's in your corner,
Well, and you think about it, and I think in the 8-hour race at Indianapolis for SRO World Challenge just a couple of weeks ago, just last weekend actually, we were talking about sitting in race control, talking about an event that happened early in the race and would it have an effect at the end, and lo and behold it did. But a matter of a foot or two back at the beginning of an 8-hour race determined
what happens at the end.
Yeah. I mean, it was just
every moment in a race.
Yeah, every moment
counts.
Well, and it's always hard too in endurance events. Obviously, that's not what we're doing here, but in endurance events, to tell yourself, all I need to do right now is keep the car on the racetrack and moving in that direction. It may not be the ideal lap, but it needs to move in that direction. If I put it in the wall, it's not moving in that direction.
Right.
Any time out here that I lose on the racetrack in a second or two is nothing compared to 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever behind the wall.
But in today's world, though, that thought about, we'll make up for it as the race goes on, many times that doesn't happen anymore. It used to in our era, I think.
Well, it's like
now.
Even your Sebring and Daytona win, you probably short-shifted the car or used as few shifts as possible. Jack was probably yelling at you, don't shift the car, because you conserved. And now you don't have to conserve. Group 6 coming to the green flag, you don't have to conserve now. It is a flat-out race. But again, if you stick it in the fence,
it's over.
It's over, and it's not going to do you any good at all.
This is that guy Kurt. I think this is going to be an exciting race because it's there we go green. I mean, at least from what I heard earlier today, there's the guy in that Mustang. This is that Kelly car from back in the 70s when I ran Kelly.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that's interesting. This is a pretty broad time period, 73 to 99, and you can see the difference in technologies and the difference in where the speed comes. That Corvette up front running second right now, that's Bobby Kennedy in the number 11, that red, white, and blue one. That one's all about horsepower.
Yeah.
You look at that car and you go, well, okay, that's a 1968 Corvette, which has a ton of horsepower. I watched it the other day. But again, it's one of those, what do you do with it? Because coming off the corners a lot of times, difficult to put the power down.
Yep. So, I mean, you're running 68, and that Porsche, what year is that Porsche that is in first?
It's a 2022.
Yeah, so I mean, you talk
car.
about, what is that, 40 years practically between the two. And yet, they're running first and second, even though it's starting to spread out already. But
it's just how they make their lap time. I'm sure the Porsche is considerably faster lap to lap, but you watch the car through the corner, you hear it, it's got traction control, he's got some ABS.
Oh, I don't like that stuff. I'm sorry.
But you also know that Bobby Kennedy has a ton of horsepower, no traction control to control it,
that's
and no anti-lock brakes.
Right.
But he's got more horsepower, guaranteed, than the Porsche in front.
I saw some smoke coming out of that left rear of that Porsche. I don't know whether.
If you look at Bobby Kennedy,
those bumps.
it's just
Get a boom.
but the Porsches look solid over it. The platform moves consistently. Bobby Kennedy's Corvette just kind of has this kind of crazy pogo stick thing going on, almost a bobblehead.
It's definitely taking the bumps a little more
Absolutely.
easily. Yeah.
And the exhaust note, completely different. You just sounds like a fast sewing machine go by
did.
when the Porsche
I just
goes
heard
by.
that, yeah.
And when
First
Kennedy
that
goes
roar,
by,
that
it's just
that deep roar. It does sound like a sewing machine.
looking back up from turn 4 back to turn 3. There's Kennedy in the Corvette, and just rocketing away from the 2 GT4 cars that are behind him. And they don't have the horsepower, so they're not going to be as quick down the straightaway. But it's one of those deals where, again, what can you do with the horsepower that you have? For Kennedy,
I'm impressed with how well he's doing. I really am. Because those Porsches could be, based on the configuration of the track and based on the capabilities of what those cars have, they could very well be, you know, getting closer to him, and he's keeping the gap pretty strong.
So you've got the number 1 back there. That's Rusty Biddle, and that's a 2019 Cayman GT4.
Okay, so that's a GT4.
Yeah, and the 69 just in front of him, Austin Henry, a 2021 GT4.
Okay, so those two are
Yeah.
very comparable, at least by car configuration. I've really watched more recently the Porsche Cup, Carrera Cup, and really am impressed with how competitive it is. And I've been giving drivers now, you know, take a look at that, because in an endurance race or in a race where you're co-driving, you learn a lot. It is a good experience for you. You can gauge yourself against your co-driver, but at the same time, you could sometimes get lost in the shuffle, where if you've got enough experience,
What was that, Lynn?
Yeah, that was a potential disaster there between those two cars. Anyway, if you get in a single make class, single driver, and you really can show what you're worth, can show your competitive capabilities, it's a great platform for you to, I think, be measured against some of the best. And you know, it's always not only how did you qualify and how you finished, but who did you beat? You know, how did you actually rate against the competition? I got to give 98 credit for just holding it in, and you know what I mean? He could have put that car out.
Eric Paradis just slammed the door shut in that 07. That's a Ginetta G56, another 2022 car.
But passing on the outside of a corner is like, you know, you're taking a chance there. There's a risk there.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And these guys, as we said, it's supposed to be an exhibition, but everybody is definitely on it for sure. Nobody really kind of sitting back by any stretch of the imagination.
No, but 07 could pop over to 98 later and say thanks.
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Well, and, you know, it's like we were saying before, if Ray Everingham was saying, if there's a trophy out there, there's no exhibition. If there's a trophy out there,
everybody's hungry.
Somebody wants it.
Well, I got to hand out the trophies in the first couple of races, and you know they were beautiful medallions. And then there was a tiny little glass, like paperweight, for the first place. So you know there's something to show for your first, second, or third result. But it's the kind of thing that you're not going to put a huge trophy on your trophy shelf.
No, but somebody's going to say that they won the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend in Group 6.
That's true, yeah.
And these two guys locked in it. That's Henry in the 69, and then the one just behind him.
Yeah, that's a good competitive, 2 cars equal, you know, equipment pretty much,
You know,
and they're yeah. I mean, this is a good challenge right here.
I always say.
And there is a challenge happening. I mean, it's letting him know he's letting him know he's there.
I always say, you know, I wish brake lights were more like a rheostat, because I see brake lights from time to time Well, he's got his taillights on as well, but I see brake lights on from time to time in the 69, and I wonder if he's just reaching over with his left foot to make sure that the pedal's there, because I don't see it on the one. There's a little flash of him right there. And that has to be left foot, because there's no way he can be coming off the gas, tapping and going that
through
quickly.
Because that was basically a corner with speed corner, as opposed to, you know, when you talk about it, oh, got to pass. No.
Yes, no, yes, no.
Yes, no.
Got him.
Yes, he got him. Talk about trophies, though. I have to tell you, in a SVR Indy race in Indianapolis, I ended up on the podium drinking milk at Indianapolis. Now, I know it was a vintage race, but I'd never been on victory podium at Indy. I'd taken pictures of it, certainly walked by it enough, but had never been on it. And to be up there on it and drinking milk I was with Bruce Hamilton. It was just one of those wonderful moments.
Man, that was a late move there.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was.
but powerful and side by side with him.
Commitment, but he had shown that he was going to do that. I mean, he had shown that a half a dozen times. So he was letting him know he was there. Yeah. I mean, that was no surprise. And look at he's walking away from him now. I mean, he's definitely.
Yeah, he checked out.
I'm surprised, but I mean, good for him.
Well, he sat back there and watched and took his time and decided where it was going to happen and boom.
Did it. Yeah. No, I think that was a good move, and it's making for a good race. But now he's checking out.
So Kurt Swearingen up front in his 2022 GT3 Cup car, then Bobby Kennedy, and Kennedy is the one who I think is just driving the wheels off that number 11 Corvette, 1968 versus 2022 and 2021 machinery.
Actually, I'd raced a 1968 Corvette.
Did you really?
Corvette. Yeah, I did.
So what was it like? So what's Bobby Kennedy driving right now? Because it's got to be really similar.
Well, it probably is, and I can tell you that it was. I raced it at Sebring in the 12 hours. I raced it for the first time. I raced it at an SCCA race at Daytona. Lots of horsepower, which I liked.
Yeah.
And my husband at the time, John Caruso, had the car, and he set the car up good. And Dick Freeland, who was a big Corvette guy, was and Emery. We had a good crew with that car, and I handled it. And Phil Curran, I co-drove with Phil Curran.
Oh, very cool.
Yep, at Sebring. So I liked it because I like horsepower. I've always liked horsepower, and the brakes worked okay. Biggest problem I had is to see. There's so much car.
Yeah, there's a lot of car.
And it's all in front, but it handled good. But I can't see lap times, but I get the gut feel that this Corvette he's getting everything out of it, but he's also paced himself. In other words, he's turning, I think, fairly consistent lap times.
Yeah, his best lap time has been a 2:02.6, and that was on lap 1. And then after that, he's been 2:05, mid 2:05s.
Okay, so he's dropped off,
but
he's maintaining that probably.
And I kind of saw that in qualifying yesterday. It seems like the tires on that car are in for a lap, and then they're done.
Yeah. Well, besides having a lot of horsepower, they're heavy. So, they're going to abuse the tires pretty well.
Kurt Swearingen aboard the leading Porsche, the GT3 Cup car, same kind of thing. As he's got drop off of 57.9 his fast lap, again on lap 1, and then
but he's
2-minute flat.
Yeah, but that's only 3 seconds, or a little over.
Yeah.
It's basically a 2-second drop there. So it's but the number. The GT4 car, look at that. His best lap was a 2:03, and
he just did
just turned it. Yeah, so he's turned the wick up.
Well, that was Rusty Biddle aboard the number 1, and once he got by the 69,
yeah,
I think he finally had the opportunity to unleash what his capability was.
Yeah, because the other guy's quite a bit slower, so that's true. He was pacing, waiting, and made his move and said goodbye.
Well, and the car is really in the order. Again, this is an exhibition. In the order that you would expect, right? That GT3 Cup car, the quickest car out here, so you would expect
most current, most technology, experienced driver.
And then Bobby Kennedy, who has a lot of experience aboard that Corvette, older technology, but a lot of horsepower, so it's going to shoot it down the straightaways pretty quickly. And then you'd see the two GT3 Cup cars, or the two GT4 cars, I should say, behind there, and a Ginetta thrown in which you would expect. Same kind of vintage 21 and 22 for the Ginettas. So, and then after that, the 92 Porsche, the 1985 Chevy, the IROC, Camaro, and then the Ford Mustang. That's really kind of where you would expect to see things go. So timing and scoring, scrolling through, and I'm confused. We've lost the number 1 car on timing and scoring. I don't know if that's an error.
Being car number 1.
Yeah, being shown last now.
Oh.
This way, yeah. Oh,
yeah. That's right. That shouldn't be.
I don't know if he had some type of an issue. Kurt Swearingen has not had an issue.
No, he's just cranking them off.
Well, he's an experienced Porsche guy.
He is.
And
there's the number 1.
There's the 1, and he's behind Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah,
so I don't know what's wrong.
He's approaching Bobby. I got to tell you, I'm impressed with the camera work this year as well. I mean, we're seeing a lot of the racing where you can see the driver without having in-car cameras. So the camera angles, I don't know who's doing it, but I think it makes it. It's hard on a street course to have good, visual places to watch. And this is giving people an opportunity, wherever they are, to be able to watch this race. And I think it makes that much more exciting to want to go to the races.
Absolutely.
When you can the more you can see.
Oh, Kennedy with a huge
slide. He had a slide there.
Well, I can tell you.
Those tires are gone.
There's one of the camera guys right there. In the trailer.
Really?
He's operating via a screen, a robotic camera out on the racetrack. Obviously, there are other cameras out there, but there's a robotic camera there and a couple other ones in the trailer with us. Wow. And then the other guys are out on cameras.
Yeah, technology. I didn't know that. That's right. I don't see the big booms with the cameras up there, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Technology. We get to benefit from it.
Watch Bobby Kennedy. He's not. The lap times may have fallen off a little bit, but
he's still getting everything he can out of it. Yeah,
he's still hustling.
And he's right on. He's right at apexes. I mean, he's right where he needs to be. He's not driving sloppy. He's just taking it down.
He's on it. Rusty Middle there in third aboard the number 1. And there comes Kennedy. Watch his hands in there.
Well, and you see how he adjusted.
He's working.
He made that lake.
Freight it up.
Yeah, but instead of trying to drift it all the way through the corner, he got it. He double apexed it.
Yep.
He made smart adjustment.
Well, again, you think about what he's driving. He's driving a car that goes, probably stops decently, but it probably doesn't like to be bound up in a long duration corner. So, hey, let's get this thing straight as fast as we can and take advantage of what this thing does the best, which is go.
Yep.
And that's the other thing. I think when you've driven the myriad of different cars that you have, they don't all work the same. No. Even the GT cars that you drove didn't work the same. No, Some of them needed to be driven completely different.
Well, the technology changed a lot during the 80s, and so I think that was one of the things that made me the most excited, maybe isn't the right word, but appreciative of when I was at Amelia as the honoree. And they had this assembly of, I think, like 11 of my race cars.
Oh, cool.
And people, I would hear, out of the corner of my ears, I would hear people say, oh, I didn't know she drove that. Oh, I didn't know she drove that. Oh, I didn't know she drove that. People seem to identify that my Indy era or maybe a sports car era. But, to see, it was the AMX that I drove at the 12 hours or the 24 hours at Nürburgring in 1979. The Kelly car, the Argo GTP car. Besides then the Probe GTP car, and then the Corvette was there that I'm talking about. And so there was just such a huge variety, and those represented 30 plus years of my racing career.
You talk about driving that Corvette at Sebring. Are we coming to the white or the checkered right now? There's our leader, Swearingen, in the black and green. He's not going to go by. He's saying, go ahead. And I think that's probably because there it is.
Yeah.
But you talk about Sebring and racing the first time, the Corvette at Sebring. You also won at Sebring.
Right.
How difficult was that with the co-drivers that you had? You had to carry Calvin Fish, I'm sure, through the race because I'm sure he was off the pace. Was it tough?
Well, you just that's when you learn to take care of your co-drivers. You don't throw them under the bus.
Yeah, you don't throw them under the bus.
And then we had Robbie Gordon, which means we were entertained. So it was, but at least on the racetrack, we paid attention. Let's just put it that way. But off the racetrack, it was like.
Well, you were telling me that he was one of the most difficult co-drivers that you ever had to run with. He's not listening. So
I know you're going to get him though, right? Yeah.
Oh well, and we all. I mean, Lee Diffie's probably saying bad things about me somewhere too. So we all take an opportunity to, and we love each other, obviously.
I know.
We're like brothers, but since I knew that you had won at Sebring with him, I felt compelled to give my buddy a little bit of grief.
The one that was, for me, the most fun from a co-driver was with Tom Gloy and Bill Elliott and me at Daytona.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because those two guys, first of all, I mean, I had to carry this baby seat, to insert, to put in there because they're both tall guys,
Like a Barca lounger to put in the car.
I mean, I walked around with that thing,
Oh, my God.
Oh, God, it was so embarrassing. But I had to have it, and then the seatbelt still didn't cross my legs at the right, and so it cut the circulation off, and so I literally lost the feeling in my left leg. Fortunately, it was my left leg, which the clutch was gone anyway, so
it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. But it was tough. I mean, but it was so much fun because those guys were so quick. See, we're talking about generations.
Yeah, that's how you start racers.
That's
right.
Right. That's exactly right, and they're having a good time. They're really, I've been most pleased with seeing how many families and young people are here. And I mean, that's where our future is, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's great that we can have, it's really hard when we love sports car racing, but when they're out in the boonies somewhere and you're asking people to take a road trip to get to you, where here, we are bringing the race to you. And that's one of the beauties of street circuits and temporary circuits in town, is that we're bringing our race to you so that you can see it.
Absolutely.
And feel it and taste it and smell it.
We've talked about everybody who's in here, that moment that you got hooked, and maybe we've hooked some families and some kids out here. Lynn, I can't thank you enough. You were here yesterday. You sat with me for 2 races today. That's absolutely awesome. I love it. It's fantastic. Thank you for being here. Our Grand Marshal.
Thank you. Oh my God,
there you are.
You can't. There's Bill Elliott's nose over there
there's
on the
Bill
right.
Elliott's
And
nose.
I just thought the fact that we were together was really, really cool because Bill and I won Daytona, as I said, together, and good guy. But it was so cool that they did this. It really was. Very, very nice. Good to see you.
Very worthy.
Thank you for having me. And I think you got one more that we're going to hopefully end up this amazing event.
Yeah. So far, it has been absolutely perfect. 1 to go.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
We will take a quick break from the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. We'll be back for our final race of the day and the weekend right after this.
It's a fact. You get ready to take your collector car to market and bring more money with the right wheels and tires.
Cholesterol is borderline. I figure I can worry about it or do something about it. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free with guaranteed potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic.
Treat and protect against cold sore symptoms with Herpes-L. Pain Relief's triple action formula numbs pain and itch with lidocaine, while everyday protection helps protect against future flare-ups. Take back control of your cold sores with Herpes-L.
Did you know that owning an EV is like having a gas station right in your garage? A level 1 charger works on a standard household power outlet. Just plug it in at night and your EV will be fully charged and ready to go first thing in the morning. And with a range of up to 300 miles for just under $10 a fill up, a lot cheaper than gas. Home charging may be the only charging you need, but there's also easy ways to charge on the go. For more info, watch our video series on epb.com/energypros.
Nobody can tell ya there's only one song worth singing. They may try and sell ya 'cause it hangs them on to see someone like you. But you gotta make your
Life gets bigger when you break from the herd. The Volkswagen Tiguan.
Racetrack getting ready to host the final round of the weekend. That's Group 7 modern stock cars coming up from the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. And once again, Sunbelt Rentals, such a big part of not only the event, but certainly this Pace Grand Prix at the Bend gives us the opportunity to get cameras up in the air and move equipment around, and they've been a tremendous partner for everyone involved here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Coker Tire as well. Millennium Bank, obviously, three Spine, Baker Donaldson, all of the partners here that have helped build not only this racetrack, but this event. The plans for this Motorcar Festival started 4 years ago, and they have grown and really, I think, outpaced everyone's expectations. And if the future is any indication of what the past has been, there is a very, very bright future, not only for this event, but for the Bend as well. There's your future race fans. We talk about how you get hooked. Well, I think the cast has been made. We'll just have to see if they take the bite. Tommy Kendall in with me. I'm Brian Till. We've got one more race from the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, and it should be a good one. modern day stock car, so it'll certainly have plenty of thunder with it. And you got to look at the future here of the Bend development, and man, spectacular stuff, TK.
That's some ambitious plans. I grew up in a family of real estate people. That is audacious, and it's funny. Sometimes people set up these racetracks in areas that no one wants, and it's good because you can run the racetrack. Well, if that happens, apparently it's built into the plan to be incorporated in that, so it doesn't get muscled out by the development, which is music to my
amazing.
ears.
When was the last time you saw something like that where there was a development and they were like, okay, we're going to build housing, we're going to build all this other kind of stuff, shops, retail, restaurants, but oh, by the way, we've got a plan to make sure that we can drive race cars between all of it.
That might be where we need to get in touch, because we'll have time to earn some money. That's not going to be done for a little while, so you and I can put our orders in.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Grow into it, so to speak.
Yeah. Should I invest?
You need some way to come up with some money in the meantime.
That's true. You're my investment guy.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Cool. Anyway, the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. The weather has been absolutely spectacular. We got stock cars coming up. TK, Lindsay James and I were just talking about this. They make a lot of noise. Big motors. Is that good on a little tiny street course? You've driven big, powerful cars on street courses.
It depends on how good you are at modulating.
With your right foot.
And genuinely, like at Sears Point back in the day when I used to sub in the Cup races, a lot of people played with different throttle linkages to make it so that an inch on the throttle was way less. Some on an oval it might be really easy to go from open to wide open. Whereas on a road course, you want to have a little bit more room. So with my ankle injuries, it was always a little different because I didn't have the ankle. So I'm sliding my whole leg. So we're going to find out who's good at controlling that throttle. If you've driven one of these stock cars, even on a track that we think of as not the way, they're always fighting for traction.
Absolutely. It was awesome sitting in here with Ray Evernham and Jeff Hammond talking about that and just getting their take on all that kind of stuff. So stock car stuff is not anything that I know particularly well. So to talk to two guys like that, also talk some hauler stories about getting hauled into the hauler. It was pretty good.
The hauler
was pretty fun. We're about to end day 2, but let's take you back to the very beginning and get a look at where all of this started with a picture-perfect day of day 1.
Something extraordinary, something totally unique, and something rather fast is about to happen.
Awesome stuff, and day 2 has been just as good. We've gotten a look at the future here thanks to Urban Story Ventures, and a lot of families having fun down at the family area, energized by Novonix at the Bend. Really something for everybody to do here, Tommy, and I don't know if you've gotten to the convention center for any of the Mecum stuff?
I have not gotten over there. I just got over to the paddock area a little bit. FV guys, Formula V guy, sent me a text, said, "Are you here? Come say hello." I said, it was about a 2-second conversation. I went and saw my old souvenir guy who's selling Jim Ame, selling T-shirts over there in the Midway. And we did walk around all the streets of downtown to see everything going on, but did not make it to Mecum yet.
Well, you and I were looking at, call them mini bikes, whatever you want to call them, earlier, going across the stage at Mecum auction, and it's amazing to me. $3,500 for a little 50cc Honda that you were saying was a $200 bike or whatever. Again, I've never made particularly good investments. I would have bought one, but who would have thought?
Yeah, well,
you would keep that in your garage. And
well, there's the other side. There, some people keep, you see stuff on Bring a Trailer now that's, it'll be a 95 Mustang with 6,000 miles, and it sells for a lot of money-ish, but not as much. Well, they didn't get to drive it at all, hardly, and the money would have done better in, the S&P 500. So. Over 25 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was funny listening to one of the chats this afternoon about if you're going to buy a car.
Buy what you love. That was Wayne.
Buy what you love.
Wayne
that was Wayne Carini. Yeah. Buy what you love, because if the market goes to hell in a handbasket, at least you got something that you love.
You can't take your shares of the S&P for a drive through the mountains, can you?
No, I guess you can't. Be nice to have a few of them so you could at least put fuel in your car.
During the last big market meltdown, my producer, who did all my test drive shows back in the day, he says, if I'm going to lose money, I'm going to have a nice car, lose money in a nice car. And he's actually made money in some of the nice cars he's bought. So we make fun. He's kind of a Mr. Magoo type character, nicest guy ever. And everywhere he lands, he comes out smelling like a rose.
My ex-father-in-law, I have to give him credit, love Frank, but he's the only guy I know who could ever just go buy a car and keep it for 6 months and go, no, I don't like it, and sell it and make more money than he bought it for. I'm like, how do you do this, Frank?
Now, this brings back a lot of memories, because I did 14 Winston Cup races. All but one were on road courses, mostly subbing for people. We see Joe Nemechek there, front row. Joe is front row in that number 8 car, but some fire-breathing cars. Obviously, I raced against all these guys. I raced against Dale Sr., I raced against Tony Stewart. An interesting thing you were talking about, you didn't know what, one of the interesting things style-wise, with the equal size front and rear tires, it affected the way you drive the car. When you have a smaller front tire and a bigger rear, you end up trailing the brakes more. Here, you don't do as much of that because of the even-sized tires.
I never would have thought about that.
Yeah, things that you wouldn't think about. You want to brake, and then you want to kind of have the car stable through the corner, rolling. You can't pick up the throttle yet because they got so much power and so little traction, and then squeeze it on the exit. A lot of people coming from normal cars, they always have a staggered, narrower front, wider rear. Never put that together and really struggle.
Well, it was funny listening to Jeff and Ray talk about the rear steer cars versus the transition into the front steer cars and how different they were and how much toe out the rear steer cars had under bump. And I'm like, they had toe out? I mean, because to me, as a road racer with modern cars, the idea that the rear tires would toe out at all, you were like, no, never, never, never. And they're like, oh, dude, I mean, like.
Did he explain what front and rear steer, what that refers to?
Well, we were talking about the suspension makeup, but do tell.
It's basically with the steering arms behind the wishbones, and so that's rear, so it's pushing on the rear of the spindle. And so the loaded tire is being pushed, and there's more deflection, whereas the steering rack in front, the loaded wheel is being pulled by the steering rack. So it's front steer, rear steer. I'm not smart enough to know what adjustments that led to, but they did some kooky stuff. And I used to always defend stock car guys to my IndyCar friends, and they said, those guys are a bunch of dumb rednecks. I said, they're a bunch of rednecks, but they are not dumb.
No, they're innovative. I mean, that's what they were talking about. Well, Jeff was saying he had the first NASCAR rule book. It was 1 page.
Really?
1 page. And he said they made rules because of Ray. Oh. They would add 10 pages each year because Ray Evernham was there. But
there was a period when they were they found out that the bodies got kind of all skewed, and because they found if the car was tipped a little sideways going through the air, it ended up being like a wing, and so there was no rule against that. And so they were pointing the rear ends, and so they would crab down the road. They cracked down on that. Ray came up with some sort of these bushings that they were loose and rattling, and under load they would lock in. And Jeff said he was going down pit road, and it sounded like a car that had already been crashed. He says, "Are you guys sure that you guys trust us on this? Just send it in there." And once it loaded on the banking, everything tipped into this skewed position. Really, really clever solutions.
Good stuff through here in this section. The other thing that they were talking about is kind of similar, and Ray pointed out that Jeff was the one that came up with it. They would, on the first stop, you couldn't do it ahead of time because the car needed to be level across, but on the first stop, they would lower the left front, raise the right rear to kind of do what you were talking about, to get the car cocked so it would be good going through the air into the corners and get that left front loaded.
Another one they were doing, there was a series of blown left front tires, and I kept thinking, why are they blowing left front tires? So
that wouldn't be the one.
I asked Dale Jr., he says, well, we figured out same sort of thing. They wanted the left as low as they get it. He says, we found out literally if the left front tire is virtually flat, it squishes down under load. And he says, so what they were doing is they were drilling a 10,000th of an inch hole in the valve stem cap, and they would put a pop rivet on the stem, and it would basically just bleed. As it heated up, it'd bleed all the air out. And basically, you're running on a flat tire, and it was so flat that it would damage the sidewall when it would rest. And the funny thing is, all the teams knew it because their garage everyone knew it except NASCAR. So they were all doing it, and then nobody would tell anybody. Someone would tell, and someone finally, when they were blowing tires. It's
innovative.
The thieves are usually often more clever than the people trying to secure the loot.
Well, I've always said you want your main tech guy to be the biggest cheater that you could hire away from racing so that you can pay him. And somebody said you'll never be able to pay the biggest cheater enough to get him there.
So we were off on memory lane and stories and NASCAR lore there. Race is pretty close here.
Front row Joe ran away this morning, but he's not doing it right now. The 24, Steve Kirkendall, right behind him.
I wonder if he got called to the hauler and said, "Don't stink up the show."
Maybe he did. Because he was on it this morning.
Do you remember what times he was running this morning?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I've looked at a myriad of lap times today, Tommy.
Look, there's a Kendall in second place, but he's got letters in front of Kendall. Kuykendall, Steve Kuykendall, second place in that beautiful number 24 DuPont Chevy. I was talking to Liz Allison yesterday, Davy's widow, who's now working with the Nashville Grand Prix, and like that car that Joe, I don't know what year that is that Joe did, but the snout on that.
It's a 2006 Toyota Camry.
Okay. I mean, look how funny looking that nose is. It looks like a kind of like a, anteater kind of. This looks more like a traditional shaped car. And in the era, you don't realize how distorted they've got. You're so used to looking at it, you're like, oh, it looks normal. And then now you see it and you're like, that's a funny looking piece.
Well, it's funny. The historic stock cars, you can really see it on some of them as they come towards the camera. It looks like somebody dropped a weight on the driver's side compartment on the roll bar because it's so much lower than the right side. You can see it a little bit on 24 perhaps, but some of these long shots on the cameras where the car is coming at you, you can really see the asymmetrical shape of the bodywork.
I think that 24 car had, it's hard for me to keep it all straight, but they finally went to like a stamped approved shape to make it, also it's easier so you don't have to have every body as a handcrafted, piece of art. Yeah, it's
a lot of fluid. Saw a lot of fluid coming out of the 24 earlier. I don't know if it's a fuel vent, but you wouldn't think you would need to fill these things so full for the amount that they're running. Out of the left rear, and that's where we've seen that fluid every time, and it looks like, doesn't look particularly viscous. It doesn't look like oil. It looks more like gas or water to me.
Yeah, me too. Good camera work there by the folks with the slow-mo isolation. Their crew chief up on the stand probably called, "Can you get me a shot?" Oh, look at this, he's close.
He's there. Yeah, this is good stuff. All these drivers have done a spectacular job today. In fact, the only spin I've seen all weekend long in a race was in Group 1 today. That's the pre-1920 cars. Here it is. Does Joe have a problem?
Either Joe has a problem or he wants to, I can't imagine. Yeah, he looks like he's got a problem. Unless he wants to play cat and mouse.
all right, I'll let you run out there for a little bit, but I'm winning this thing? Is that what he's saying?
Yes. You know, like at the go-kart track, you got everyone covered. You slow down, let the field go by, and pass them all. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. Well, good for Joe. Joe's got a little entertainer in him.
It is indeed an exhibition. Still a lot of that fluid coming out. Nemechek sets up wide.
Nemechek's going to get that all over his windshield. He's going to say,
he's like, hang on a second. I don't want to be back here.
Idea.
Even the back of those two cars are so different. When you saw that low shot, you see where the fuel cell is on the 8 versus where it is on the 24. Sam LeConte in that 24, that's 2009 versus 2006, and the rules just changed just enough. There he goes. All right, I stayed here long enough.
So that says, this one says Steve Kuykendall. Is that Steve?
It does.
Sam LeConte, Steve.
They may be running two different drivers in that car.
Gotcha.
Timing and scoring just didn't change it. Now Joe said, okay, I played long enough. Now I'm going back to the front.
Want to let his teammate get some lap leader points.
Yep.
Try to get into the playoffs.
Well, as somebody said, and I think it was Ray, even a plastic trophy at the end, if it's a trophy, they're going to go for it. And I don't even think it has to be a trophy. I think you just need to be able to stand up there and hold up one finger and say, I won this thing. The proper one finger. Man, he's not holding anything back at the 24, sliding around turn 2, just kind of a little bit of a drift there. You don't want to drift too much. So you don't have much of a margin for error.
Yeah. And that
Joe is on it.
One of the hardest things for me when I did these road course races is the weight difference. And when I drove my first one, it was 1,000 pounds heavier than anything I've driven. And I was, it was 1987. I got a call from a West Coast team, and they said, hey, our local guy doesn't like the road courses. He says he doesn't like the high speeds at Riverside. Would you want to try to qualify for Riverside? I said, yeah, sure. So I went out to Willow Springs, and I got in the car, and I went out for my first lap, and I...
Oh, a problem.
You jinxed it. The only
I
spin you've
jinxed
seen.
it. Rob Reston aboard the number 15. It's a 2013 Chevrolet Camaro, and he's had a problem, and I'm trying to identify the corner. I think that's turn 3. Pretty sure it is. That's that heavy braking at the end, able to get it backed up, and hopefully back underway because pretty narrow section there. Yep, no harm, no foul.
And still plenty of time before the leaders get to him. But to shorten up the story, I went out and I came in. I said, something wrong with the brakes, and they bled them. And I went out again, and I said, something wrong with the brakes. And then I was braking before the first board, and any other car I'd driven there you're going to 3 marker. And then the next time, after leaving the brakes twice, I'm out there with some other cars, and I'm like, I can't stop, but I'm catching everyone. And so I said, I think this is it. And so they have come up. That was 1987. They have come a long, long way since then.
I can't stop, but I'm catching. A lot of times that happens in the brake zone. If you can't stop, you do catch them before the turn-in point.
And it was, so the weight, that was what I was struck by in my very first race at Riverside. Guys like Sterling Marlin and some of these guys that weren't big names yet. The way they flung the car, and I was like, wow, there's so much weight and so much movement. I had a way more experience at Riverside, but they were just so comfortable with the big weight and throwing it around. It almost canceled. I did qualify, and then the next year I qualified on day 1, which was top 24. I have one of my favorite pictures. One of the few pictures I have up is me sitting on the guardrail before the start of the race. And I qualified right next to Bobby Allison. I'm sitting next to the King and between he and Bobby Allison.
Very cool. Very cool. This is a good little battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Ray Webb in the 22. That's a 2012 Dodge Charger. Just ahead. Kind of holding down the point right now. And these guys had a good race earlier on. James Prater in the 88 and 20. Cool cars. You can see on the 20 car how skewed the left side of the bodywork is there on the window versus the right side. The left side has a pretty good cant to it in this tails away shot, and the right side not nearly as much cant. So that, as we said, asymmetrical bodywork again, really designed for the super speedways. But looks like somebody squished the left side of that.
Well, it's just one of these things. They have so many templates, and they would squish them within all the templates, and then they'd have to make some new templates. And there's Joe, who has stretched it out, kind of to a comfortable gap, but not running away.
This morning, he kind of disappeared. I think he was willing to stay a little closer this afternoon, but it was going to be a little closer, and the position was going to be the same. But again, you talk about it. That's the experience, the time and type, right?
Uh-oh. Was that a spin, or did he hit the wall?
Not exactly sure.
There's something happened back there to the 24. I think he hit the wall on the outside of that bend.
Problem for Steve Kuykendall?
I don't see tire smoke, but it looked like the rear was
straight.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, it's not particularly straight because it's, again, it's a stock car.
Let's get a shot. We get a shot of the left rear.
Anytime you can get around this racetrack and have a problem and not hit anything, you're fortunate. You can't tell, Tommy.
Saw him a long way back. Let's see if we can look at the left rear here. Definitely hit the fence with the front fenders out and the left side's pancaked. So it's in racing.
I'm buying what you're selling.
Yeah. Well, he's like, you know what? I'm not just going to run second here. I'm going to try. I'm not going to leave this putt short.
It's got just that little bend.
Yeah.
That little crease in the left front fender. So made some contact.
Now, that was the one thing that I didn't realize how tough these cars were. And so I had a blown tire at the Glen in '89. Spun around. I scared the daylights. I was right towards the end and bounced off the guardrail a little bit. I got out and I realized, they're like, why'd you get out? I said, well, I crashed. They said, that wasn't a crash.
That's not a crash, son.
Well, I was in a bigger one later there. But it was, so tough car. Well, there's the legendary story about Earnhardt at Daytona. I love how he said ambulance. He said, I looked out, I was in the ambulance, and it's still four wheels on it. So I said, they rolled, it flipped. And he said, so I got in, fired up, and drove it off. The ambulance.
It is a good story. Saw the number 4. That's probably the most modern car in the field. It's a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, right there behind the 18. And you can tell it's a much more even car throughout the bodywork all the way across.
And I think that's I don't think that's a Cup car. I think that's more of a TA2 car. Because it's just modern stock car. It could be any number of things. I think that's a fiberglass bodied, like TA2 spec car. And so how many laps?
We have a couple more to go. White flag this lap, we're being told. And the 24 is still out there, so like you said, they're tough.
They are.
Maybe it was just kind of a tap on the wall. Maybe it was a harder hit than that, but it obviously wasn't hard enough to keep it from running, I don't think. Looking in the background, we should see him coming into the shot here in just a second, and I don't. So he either does have a little toe problem perhaps up front, or...
And before they went to this new gen car, there was so much emphasis on weight savings to get the weight low. The track bar mounts, all those things, they would make them just as strong as they needed to be in the direction they needed to be. But sometimes you see some of those things breaking. There was a rash of failures like that.
So there's a 24, but he's fallen all the way back into the clutches of Scott Dolphy in the number 18. This is going to be a battle for second. He's going to see if he can bring the number 4 with him.
Tires are all up, so it's hard to know if he feels bad or is just worried about pushing it. Because when you hit the wall pretty good, you're like, how he doesn't know. He can't see what we can see.
Yeah, you don't know how bad it is, and if it doesn't feel quite right, you're like, yeah, but is it going to let go, and I'm not going to like the result, kind of thing.
Of going to the other end of the spectrum. When you watch the F1 race now, they've got so many sensors on the car. You know, they're like, oh, your left rear brake is warm, or you know, they can tell you actually it is fine or it's not. There's damage to the floor. I'm like, how do you know there's damage to the floor? But they've got pressure taps and so forth everywhere.
You need to breathe more often. Your oxygen level is going down.
Yes. Okay.
And do you like that? All that technology?
I mean, I appreciate it. I get geeked out by it, but I'm not sure it's there. It is. Big win for the final race of the day here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend for Joe Nemechek, modern stock car.
But is it settled for the remaining podium positions? That's it right there. And I believe it is. So Kuykendall is going to hold on and finish. So Steve Kuykendall finishes second in the 88. Still in a battle with the 22 back there. That's that top 5. Looking for who's going to round out the top 5. The 22, Ray Webb has it right now, but he's been under attack all race long.
15 trying to recover from that spin. Robbie Reston. Rodney Reston. I mean, it is a tough place to get past people, so that's where...
Well, and Lynn and I were talking about it in the GT cars, especially in the earlier GT cars, they were smaller. Oh, look at this late move up the inside. You're going to get it done. No. Door gets closed. Saw the opening. Why not?
Yeah. Actually, the guy in front left him room, so if they had known that, might have gone in, but you don't know that. You got to decide before you know.
Exactly. Do I really want to go through the entire weekend without putting a scratch on my car and risk it all?
Last corner, last lap. Well,
for 6.
I have to say, a good weekend of racing here.
It's a spectacular weekend of racing. So remember, back about the midway point, Joe Nemechek got passed by the 24, Kuykendall, and it didn't take very long for him to go, you know what, I don't like being back here. You're dripping a lot of fluid, and I think I want to go back by. So does the little kind of over-under there into the hairpin down through the alley of the greats. And perhaps that fluid coming out kind of inhibited the 24 getting the power down the way he wanted to. And again, it's been such a great weekend, and you think about everybody who's helped here. Baker Donaldson, been handling a wide range of legal matters for the people here in this area and really internationally and nationally for years. Three Spine, Coker Tires. You've had a chance to spend a lot of time with Corky Coker over the weekend, and what a character he is.
I was on their website just so I could look about, you know, all the old tires that aren't made anymore. They have licenses to produce them for BF Goodrich, for Michelin, for Firestone, and Dunlop, like old Porsche tires and so forth. And so, I mean, talk about a niche. I think they can kind of set their own prices. I don't think anybody else does it.
Where else are you going to get it? You're either going to get it from me or you're not going to get it. Focus Consumer Healthcare, Millennium Bank, and that beautiful view of the future here of the Bend from the Urban Story Ventures Group, Sunbelt Rentals, Novonix, who one of the leaders in battery technology. Right here, we raced around one of their facilities. Volkswagen. Remember, I said the Nyberg was built here back in the late 1900s, and Volkswagen has brought automobile manufacturing back to the area
in a big way, and all their future EVs, the ID4 is made here, but apparently all the future EVs will be done here as well. And there's a study of a lot of factors in terms of how quickly the market adopts those things, but there's a potential of adding, literally almost doubling the size of that factory in the future, depending on how things progress.
Well, and you talked about the economic impact that Volkswagen has had here. It's been huge, a huge benefit to the area.
Yeah, it's funny. It's just, well, you saw it in reverse when the textile all the textile stuff left the South, and it hollowed out these towns. And now the reverse is also true. And so it doesn't happen by accident. So concerted effort by all the people to go out and court them and put together a package that's attractive and convince them that this is a place where their workers will have a really high standard of living, et cetera, et cetera. And it's paid off because it's a wonderful place. And I mean, I've never seen a development like that, what they've got planned.
The vision
for the
is
band.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And remember, if you want to get around for the rest of the weekend, or if you live in the Chattanooga area and you're just looking for a way to enjoy the scenery, you can win a free Monster Cruiser from Coker Tire this weekend. All you have to do is stop by any of the Coker Tire booths and enter to win a really cool 3-speed touring bike on Coker Tire's special 36-inch tires. Once again, there's a special tire. There's only one place you're going to get it. Coker Tire is giving away 3 of those Monster Cruisers, so be sure to enter to win. What an awesome 2 days of racing here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Thanks to every guest that's come in. And for the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, there's still plenty going on. Tommy, tomorrow you got the Concord.
We do, and I need to thank you, Brian Till, because you did yeoman's duty down here. It was nice to hear that familiar voice that makes the racings. I mean, you're fun, you're entertaining, and you know what you're talking about. Both from the host standpoint, I can talk as an analyst. I can't do what you do as the host with the people talking in the ear and so forth. So it made it feel like a big deal. Thank you, and thanks to our whole crew down here. It's a big operation manning all those cameras. Tomorrow, it's all happening up in the West Village.
Well, and it starts with a torque show at 9 a.m., I believe, yes?
Yep, kick it off at 9 a.m., and then we're going to have some stuff going on, and then into the awards for the concours will take place a little bit later in the afternoon.
More panel discussions, a lot more tomorrow, so make sure you come back. The weather, again, is going to be perfect. I think Byron DeFore ordered that ahead of time, and he got exactly what he ordered. So for everyone involved, thanks for joining us today. Make sure you come back. The 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, sponsored by Millennium Bank and the Alley of the Greats. What a great view to end the day. We'll see everyone tomorrow. So long, everyone.